When the elements align, magic can happen. Behold, the Selector venue. In a southwestern corner of Revelstoke Mountain Resort lies this megalithic sculpture, constructed by ever-changing snow conditions and the spark of human creativity. The world's best riders have made the pilgrimage to make an offering of spirit, of style, and of self. What comes next is far more than competition. It's a connection to something much larger than themselves. This is where their stories are written. Wow. Legends created and victors named. This is natural selection.
Thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world for the biggest showdown in snowboarding. All of your favorite riders are, right this very minute, preparing to explore the outer limits of what is possible on a snowboard. Do not go anywhere, because for the next hour, 4 hours almost, we are bringing you the YETI Natural Selection live from Revelstoke Mountain Resort. And very proud to say that in our 5th year, YETI have been here since the very beginning. If you want to catch up with all of the action behind the scenes, you can follow us on all of the social channels, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. You can see them all there. We're going to get the action underway very, very shortly, and we have damn near perfect conditions waiting for the riders here today. And joining us in the studio, well, some of the most recognizable faces and voices in all of snowboarding. If snowboarding was medicine, then over here, Mary Walsh would have a PhD. What's the health of snowboarding looking like today, Dr. Walsh?
Oh my gosh, super good. Stacked, loaded, and ready to go.
And you know, if snowboarding had an STD, it would be me. So here I am, but I'm so excited for this. This is going to be, I wait all year for this event to go down, and it is primed and ready to go.
Yeah, as Todd said, the Montana Bowl, or the Selector venue, is in prime condition. A lot of work has been done on it. We had 40 features last year. This year we have 80 features in total, and the trees have been thinned out. On the west side of the venue there, shaded in blue, is the finals venue. No Man's Land in the middle in the red divides the two venues, but today, for qualifying, we are on the east side of the venue, and it looks beautiful.
Yeah, and you look at that right there, you can see all the little mushrooms, and it truly is a Super Mario land out there. But Mary, it's not about the tricks that you do, it's how you flow everything together, right?
Exactly, and over the last couple of days during the waiting period, the riders have been meticulously studying video and photo so that they can pick those lines, because that is gnarly looking in the photos, but so much more gnarly when you're staring down from the top.
Well, you might hear it a couple of times from me, but actually I've been to Revelstoke. I got the chance to go just before the competition window opened, and this venue is so much steeper. The features are so much bigger than they look on camera. We're going to take a look at them now. This is the bowling ball effect from the top. You can see that cliff that lines the entire venue at the bottom there, and it's so intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. There are just so many opportunities to aggressively ragdoll down this face.
I mean, you can really pick and choose what you want to be hitting. I mean, those lines of pillows, the crazy bands right there, and then also just further on lookers, or excuse me, riders left, the hits, and all of them stacked with snow.
But look how, like, when you look at that and how much it rolls over, and that's always what took me, is when you get the drone's eye view of this, it is no joke, and it's steep and it's fast.
Well, we saw it last year with a couple of the riders. If you take any pace of something big, then you are going so far. Some of those big runs were just outrageous.
Yeah, and that's like, you know, when the judges are looking at this, they want to see you flow. So you can't attack something and throw the brakes on because that messes up your flow. You need to just kind of weave your way through this thing, connect the line, and everything needs to make sense. It's a full puzzle.
And there's more pressure today because of how deep that snow is. I mean, if you put any brakes on, you run the risk of really getting stopped in your tracks.
Yeah, the white room is real today. It's not just Todd, Mary, and I in the studio. We've also got two more of our team out on the snow in Revelstoke. Down at the bottom, we got Stan Levier, and then up at the top, we've got Hannah Beeman. But we're going to kick off now with a couple of words from our man with the plan down at the bottom, Stan Levier.
Hey, studio. Yes, the excitement is palpable here at the bottom of Montana Bowl, here Revelstoke Mountain. The weather, a little bit of snow coming in, but that cold temp that's going to keep the snow good. Light is pretty good. I've got my, you know, Oakley Prism rose-colored lenses in. You know, I like to look at the world through a rose-colored lens. The black strap face mask also keeping me warm. But of all the years I've come to this contest, I can't say that I've ever felt as though the riders were more excited to get in there. Obviously, a new format, meaning these guys really have to send it from the gate. And today's going to be another historic moment in natural selection history.
Thank you very much, Stan. I love the accessorization of the mitts and the hat there. That is spectacular.
Hey, Stan is a victim to fashion. That's one thing that I've always noticed about him.
Let's take it up. We'll see if we can get hold of Hannah Beeman up at the top of the course. One of the few members of the team who has actually ridden this venue, and she now has a zone on the face named after her. It's high beams up at the top. What's the weather like up there?
Hey Ed, it's Hannah. We're up at the top of the course. As you can see, it's kind of snowy, a little bit of flurries in and out. It's about 10 degrees Fahrenheit, negative 12 Celsius. And I mean, we got a dusting of snow overnight, which is nice, but it really stacked up over the week. We're looking at 81 centimeters on the course. And that is just so awesome for these riders. It's going to be so deep and smooth out there. We're hoping for a little bit of clearing throughout the day, maybe a few sucker holes here in the first round. But, I mean, how does it look down there, Stan? I know you got some good lenses on. How's it treating you?
Yeah, you know, like I said, we've got this year for the first time, we made an announcement to the public. So behind the camera that's filming me, we've got a sea of people watching this thing. One notable thing, a giant Dustin Craven cardboard cutout head on a stick. And the vibes are high, the visibility pretty good down here. And I'm just excited to be a part of the celebration.
Fantastic. Thank you, team. We'll be checking in with both Stan and Hannah as the day progresses. Both of them decked out in blackstrap face clavers, as Stan called it earlier on. And, of course, all of the natural selection crew have that incredible Arc'teryx gear. They've been up on the mountain for the last 30 years, getting the event site and the venue. 30 years?
It
30
feels that way,
days.
in a good way.
Yeah. 30 days in probably one of the coldest and snowiest places in North America, and they've got that Arc'teryx gear on, so staying warm and dry. Now it's time to take a look at the field, and we've got an incredible list of riders here. Todd, who stands out to you in session one there?
This kid, Travis Rice. I've heard a couple things about him. I look for him to be a shining star. Also, we have Mikey Ciccarelli, the winner of last year, but Brin Alexander, the rookie, dropping first, opening this whole thing up. I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
What about session two, Mary? Who stands out?
You know, 5 years in, I'm really excited about the mix of riders that have been doing this year after year with the new fresh blood. I mean, Mikkelbang, Elston, Sweeten, Kotsenburg, Craven, Mindnich, and then we have Brandon Davis and Blake Moller, who are bringing some really fresh perspective to the contest.
Okay, and you can see on the graphic there in between Todd and Mary that we've also got a new format. So traditionally we've had head-to-head rounds from the very beginning, but now we have 3 rounds of competition that will qualify the men to the quarterfinals, the women to the semi-finals. So in the first round, 8 men ride, the top 2 scores will go straight through to the quarterfinals. Of the remaining 6, they'll then session again, and the top score will go through to the quarters, and then there's a Hail Mary last chance saloon for that 4th and final spot. So 2 sessions for the men, 1 for the women, then they'll go quarters, semis, finals. So we'll be talking about that throughout the day, but this changes strategy quite a bit for the riders, doesn't it?
I think so. Well, I was going to say, one thing that I love about this new format is that we don't lose the heroes right away. And that was one of the big criticisms of, natural selection with the head-to-head from the beginning. You knock out a superstar right away.
Well, we saw last year with Red Gerard, I think it was 2022 with Kevin Backstrom, second highest scores of the day. They both went up against Travis, but they're out first round.
Exactly. Pat Moore, Nils Mindnich, back in Jackson. I mean, it's the same thing. And what's so exciting about this is now it's not just that head-to-head. You have to think about everyone, 7 other people in this first round.
Yeah, and the joy of it is we'll also see 3 runs from, well, a lot of the riders. So this is Credo. We always see this: creativity, line choice, variety, spontaneity, reacting to terrain, and then opening new terrain. The execution, their style, grabs, landings, difficulty. What tricks are you doing? How are they linked together? And how are you using the terrain? And then the overall flow, speed, and control. Executing the judging criteria, it is a stacked lineup, Mary.
Oh, it really is. We have, let's see if I can get everyone, remember them because they're all legends: Leanne Pelosi, Chad Otterstrom, Jussi Oksanen, Jody Wozniak, and David Carrier-Porcheron. I mean, that is a room filled with knowledge, experience, and just, amazing snowboarders.
Incredibly judgy humans.
Yeah.
But every single one of them could step up to the top of that course and probably give a good account of themselves.
One thing that Chad Otterstrom kind of said yesterday is, like, they're looking at video parts, right? Like, if every time someone drops into this course, they want to see video part caliber snowboarding. Who's going to get the first video part in the movie, and who's going to get the last section in the movie. That's what they are looking at to score this thing and set up the finals.
When you say it like that, it is such a mouth-watering prospect. The judges are also going to be deciding a couple of other awards aside from just who makes it through to the quarters and semis. Today, there is the BOA Dialed In Award, $5,000 for a male and a female in the most memorable moment of the day. It could be a trick, it could be a line, it could be a drop, it could be potentially a giant slam. We'll find out later in the day. Those 5 will be giving that away. But on top of that, we've also got a stack of good gear for you to take home if you're interested. We've got an Arc'teryx outfit. Now, it's on this side. If you scan this QR code, then you can win not just an incredible head-to-toe Arc'teryx outfit, you can also win 2 2025-2026 Icon passes. So scan this QR code right now and get entered in that competition. And then we have one more prize on top of that, alongside the $25,000 that the winners will take home in the men's and women's from the finals day. We also have a Summit X Skidoo for the male and female winners. Now, this is the lightest and most agile of all of the Summit X sleds that have ever been put together, which is perfect if you want to get away from tariffs near the border. I managed to slip it in there.
Okay, good. There you go.
Okay. Now, it's been true from the very beginning of natural selection that these events wouldn't happen without the support of the local communities. And the First Nation people of British Columbia are no exception. Their ancient customs and culture are behind everything that natural selection tries to achieve. So let's take a closer look at some of their stories now.
Nature isn't just our playground, it's part of us. Across the mighty continent many call Turtle Island, every slope, every tree, and every breath ties us together. My name is Court Blackbird Larrabee, and for the past 18 years, I've been fostering connections between First Nation communities, government, and industry. Turtle Island is a name many Indigenous use for North America. Nations like the Anishinaabe, Mohawk, Lenape, and Lakota all share stories on how the land was formed on the back of a great turtle. In these creation stories, the world was once covered in water. The animals worked together, diving deep and collecting a bit of earth to place on the back of a mighty turtle, creating the foundation for the land we live on today. The turtle symbolizes balance, cooperation, strength, and our deep connection to nature. Calling this place Turtle Island reminds us of its ancient history and our shared journey together. It teaches us to live in balance with the land, honoring its life and our deep connection to it, and a reminder that we are all one.
Here we go. Montana Bowl, the selector venue, is ready for its first taste of action at Natural Selection 2025. Brin Alexander, the people's champ, sat up on the YETI cooler at the top of this venue, will be the first man to drop. Such an impressive duel against Bjorn Lines to make it into the main event.
Yeah, and I mean, just the ability for him to go huge and put down in deep snow that can oftentimes really expose anyone's freestyle bag of tricks. I mean, if you're not on it in the backcountry, you get shown real quick about landing.
Oh, yeah. And the thing about Brin is I feel like he has an extemporaneous ability in the backcountry that is exactly what you want in a situation like this. Like, he's able to pivot and kind of improvise on whatever's in front of him.
Hey, how's this? Right in the back of him there, Travis Rice is going to be dropping second. This is going to be a heavy start to this event. This is like, I'm very, very excited right now.
Well, not least because Brin Alexander has proved time and again through video parts and through that duel that he belongs here. But the pressure of opening up, knowing that Travis Rice, the most successful competitor in the history of natural selection, is sat right behind you. Like, you've basically got to open the show.
Well, is it kind of like, you know, the person looking over your shoulder that, you know, is competing with you? Or is there a little bit of that guy in the boxing ring that's kind of like, you know, rubbing your shoulders and being like, you got this? Because they're all in this together a little bit.
People thrive in different conditions. And I mean, like, some people can crumble and some people just really rise to the moment. And I'm hoping, you know, like, once we get going, the light is looking really good right now. It's that super cool light when you're out snowboarding that the sun is starting to shine through. You can see the individual flakes. It's magic right now.
Yeah, there's that tiny bit of cloud that was in the top left-hand side of the screen there as we kicked this off is what Brin is sat in at the moment. He might be waiting for a little moment just for that to clear. There's actually a track through there as well. We can check in with Hannah, though, and see what the weather's doing up at the top as we speak. How you going, Hannah?
Hey guys, we're up at the top. The riders are just about to drop in. It is high energy up here. A little bit of nerves, I'm sure, but it looks like Brin is just stoked to get into that course and show it what's up. So everybody's settling in. A bunch of riders just got up here, kind of like starting to settle in and calm down.
Okay. Well, Brin Alexander, he's the son of two patrollers from Whistler, so he's pretty much born to do this. But he's also a part-time stuntman. For film buffs out there, he was had a role in RoboCop in 2014 as a stuntman, and then backed it up with a piece in Wonder alongside Julia Roberts and Owen Wilson. He's got some legit Hollywood credits there.
Here we go. We are off and running.
Oh yeah, baby.
Love it. We got the rider mics on. We can hear what they're all going to say as they make their way down this West venue, the opening, the qualifying round for Natural Selection 2025.
Straight away. 180, big half cab there. Oh. Back to 5? Kind of got a little bushwhack there into the tree, but you can see, you know.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's just listen. This is insane.
When someone from Whistler starts talking about the snow like that, you know it's good.
It looks perfect. Like, look at that rooster tail he's picking up right there.
And on top of the stack that we saw Torger Bergrem and Sage Kotsenburg really get to grips with last year, right off the nose!
Oh, wow. That was so much bigger than I thought it was going to be. That was absolutely huge.
Wow, the lack of hesitation that Brin shows, that is a phenomenal aspect of his riding, and great first pull to open things up.
Wow. Wow.
Not only is it the first run today, not only is it Brin's first run on this course, but he's opened up the nose that everyone shied away from last year.
Wow. I'm still getting over how deep he went on that.
I can't wait to see the replays because that was like a solid 60-footer out into basically what looked like the flats. But he went down for a split second and was straight back up again.
The crew going absolutely nuts for him down there. It's a lovely half cab to open.
No, I really like the lack of hesitation with which Brin rides. I mean, he kind of started off really, really strong up there.
Yeah, and there's that back 5 where, you know, taking off in powder on downhill takeoffs is not easy to spin 720s, and there's that solid 60-footer.
Wow. That was the 7th floor to the ground floor.
Yeah.
One hit.
Shigo.
No stops on that elevator. Brin Alexander setting the tone with the first run here. Absolute monster to open us up.
Solid cheering section down there.
Wow.
That was insane.
He's got to feel good too.
Snow
Just
is so good. It's like insanely good.
I love that. When you hear that from a Whistler local, and look at the lineup here. The hits just keep coming. Brin Alexander, Travis Rice, Torger Bergrem, Ståle Sandbech, Gigi Ruff, Mikey Ciccarelli, all of them waiting to drop immediately after this man. Travis Rice about to set off. Before he gets stuck in though, we're going to do a quick gear check.
I'm Travis Rice, psyched to bring you a little gear check for Natural Selection. About 1.5 years ago, came on, and now I am the Creative Innovation Director in Union Boot Division. This is the T-Rise Pro, my pro model, constructed in a completely unique and new way. This single frame shell only has a single stitch point, so it allows us more space, insulation, and cushion, and it essentially doesn't have a break-in period, and it doesn't really break down like your traditional boots. Vibram outsole, tough as double boa, industry standard. In and out, so easy. All the new H4 boa systems, you can shear them off and just click it back into place. It doesn't break. This gaiter is functionally, I think, the best gaiter I've seen. You have a tough material, it can take a board edge on the bottom. It's just 5 years have gone into the ideation behind this boot. This is the start of something special.
Shout out to Union, part of the Industry Alliance, those endemic brands who support Natural Selection, so please support them. Travis, rocking that beautiful kind of, we called it rusty plum earlier.
Yeah, and if you notice the articulation on the elbows and knees, those are called radical ruffles. That's, you don't want to be, you know, you don't want to be binded by your gear.
Okay, Travis dropping in, the most successful rider in Natural Selection history and arguably the greatest backcountry big mountain rider of all time.
Travis looks at the world through a completely different set of eyeballs than you and I, mostly because they vibrate a huge back 3 to start things off for Trav.
Ooh.
Okay,
Little
opening up a
right
new
turn.
section.
Look at this.
Oh!
Clean as a whistle, landing on that front 3, kind of navigating himself over on top of that cliff. He's following Brin's track.
Oh, he's a little bit further over.
Oh my God.
Goodness. Oh, and he catches
How?
the transition.
A little spontaneous 360 in the flats, but Travis had some damage done up top there. Those 2 back-to-back 360s. He did land that, but he did that little kind of bounce 360.
How many times have we seen Travis do that? Open up a transfer that just isn't there, that no one else has seen. We saw it in Alaska. We've seen it in British Columbia.
You can hear him right now. The audible from Trav is, you know, he's just talking about the swimming in the air. And it's like when you're, like I said, you're taking off downhill. There's a ton of fresh pow on these takeoffs. It tends to throw you into the front seat, but Trav is a cat.
Yeah. I mean, that, I feel like it's almost a Rice route finding mission right there. Like, he's just kind of testing the wheels on that gap right there.
Let's talk about what went right, though. This huge back 3.
Yeah,
Look at slow motion.
landed that so perfectly, too. And it was very large.
And the front 3 with
That
the bone.
was giant.
Wow.
Just the control. You talked about it, like, how do you control your speed without white rooming yourself? And look, again, we've seen Brin with that giant nose and just into oblivion.
Yeah, you see rolling down the windows a bit there as he tries to like side shot it into the landing of that little feature. But you know, he got bucked a little bit. But this is, you know, Travis Rice, man, what he did right up top was pretty special.
Yes.
That combo, the 2 3s, they were both giant.
Let's hand it over to Stan, see what Travis is saying.
All right. Travis, right off the bat, that's got to feel good. Went deep dish off the top. Maybe not what you were looking for, but how'd that feel with all that airtime?
I mean, found tranny, found the sweet spot. There was love in there. Just got a little bucked off the takeoff, but man, this is just so nuts. The snow couldn't be better. This thing's gonna ride nice once it gets ridden in a little bit.
A lot of excitement. Thanks, Trav.
Yeah.
Love to hear that. We've got person after person now saying the snow is perfect, but it's that temperature check. You're kind of waiting for things to warm up a little bit for it to hit its stride.
These are break-in miles right now.
Well, they've gone absolutely wild first go. It's outrageous.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, a man who made a real impression in 2024 on this venue. He came straight off the top ropes. Torger Bergrem, another one of those with Viking DNA.
You know what I think is really cool about the people that are competing here too is like Torger was a slope style phenomenon, and it's not easy to take, you know, you're double corking off an icy rock hard park jump into the backcountry and land successfully all the time, enough so that you get the invite to natural selection. So huge respect to these riders that have made their way here.
Oh, completely. And I think it's interesting, too, because that kind of critical mindset that they had in those traditional competitions, bringing that to this element is a real piece of the toolkit.
Now, here's something that I'm going to point out is a lot of the riders are starting to fall into the old troughs of the riders before them. And this is something we saw last year as well. You kind of get sucked into that same zone. The judges really want to see you opening up new terrain. They
Cab 5 to backflip up top, though.
Yep, that was
now he's
good.
found that new terrain.
Oh, that's good.
Oh,
that's good.
Wow.
That's
okay. That was enormous and fast. And, you know, a little method there to kind of put the cherry on the top of that cliff pillow line.
All right.
Chad Otterstrom called it. You quoted him, Todd. That is a film part line, top to bottom.
Exactly. Especially since what happened up top. Kind of lost him in a little puff there, but that, you know, switch 5 up top.
Well, that's it. Natural selection's done for 2025. Give Torger Bergrem the prize.
I mean, this is so interesting, too. I mean, do you think that, like, having run in this arena last year has given the riders just that much bit of confidence and intel they need to kind of really send off the bat this year?
Absolutely.
He knew exactly where he was headed. There was no hesitation. He took top 2 hits. This cab 5.
Look at that. So clean. Slow rotated. No spazzing. And then comes in here. Look at this.
It's the cab 5 again.
Oh, that's the 5. And then he combos that into the front 3.
Back
Yeah, the backy.
Little tail wheelie, but it almost. This is it, isn't it?
So
Up onto that nose.
The no hesitation, ollie out, and just pillow tail drops down through there. A little wheelie out, and then he throws the little bonus method here.
I mean, he rode that as if it was a side hit inbounds at a resort. That was the kind of ease we saw there.
He's got to be very happy about that.
Look at that.
That claim is so deserved. You are allowed that claim. Bring the cheers. Torger Bergrem with an absolute show for the crowd here. Okay,
Big
score is in 85.6. Torger Bergrem with a big score there.
Wow. The no hesitation. That's what it's all about. And I think that's what the judges want to see too, is they don't want to see, you know, stopping, scoping. They want you to instinct this thing. And I think that's probably one of the most special things about this. Oh boy.
Here we go. Another Norwegian powerhouse.
Yeah, you can physically see the European strand of snowboarding DNA in Ståle's tweaks. He likes to have those bindings squeaking and moaning. He is an absolute beast. And I mean, he dominated competition. And then along with that partnership with Gimbal God, just redefined POV and follow cam work.
And I think worth noting about Ståle, too, is that when he competed in slopestyle, and half-pipe for that matter, nothing he did was ever stock. He always brought this incredible sense of style to it.
All right, what's he got coming into his first jump?
Factoring. He's got so much finesse, hasn't he?
Ooh, backflip, kind of kind of side style. Stale fish.
I think you'll find for him it's called the Ståle fish.
Ståle
That was
fish.
good.
Yeah, that's good. They
Okay.
bury that in the ground there in Norway and eat it after 30 days. It's delicious. Here we go. What's going on right here?
Another big stack.
Look at this. Ståle trying to find his way down
Wow. Oh, it looks deep.
here. Oh, boy. Look at
Oh,
that.
wow.
You've got to think Travis and Torger let this run. Oh, sneaking around the front of this.
Where is he going?
Loosening a little bit of snow there.
Here we go. Ståle,
Oh,
front
oh my
three.
gosh. Okay.
Oh, somehow held on to that compression.
Wow. Way to go for it. The commitment to that
Big.
is very appreciated.
That's the way. I mean, look at that. The
Wow.
combo of the last 3 hits. I mean, he did kind of slow down a little bit into that line. He did kind of hot tub a little bit in the landing. Didn't technically fall, but still, the judges, they want that flow, and that lends itself to that overall impression score.
Exactly. I think that hesitation is the point where they're going to dive a little bit deeper into that. But he had so many tricks and spinning off of that, just going for it, is going to go into his overall.
He must have titanium femurs to take that compression. I think that's the one thing the judges might look at, like up top, just like Torger, he's immaculate up here.
Yeah, there's
Back
that.
3 into the back E.
The Wildcat, but this right here where he kind of hunts and pecks his way over. There's not a lot of intel to be gained on top of that either. That was kind of a faith-throwing 360.
Okay, really did sit down a bit there, but I mean, that's the nature of Credo, is that it doesn't completely tank you to have a fall, depending on what exactly happens.
Yeah.
And he wanted to get off his heel edge into
Yeah.
that front 3 off it, and you could see he cut quite a bit of snow off, which never helps. 60.3, so tucks into 3rd place at the moment. So the upside of this format is that we're definitely going to see Ståle ride in round 2 already. Only the top 2 of these 8 will advance straight to the quarters. Everyone else, the remaining 6 riders, will go into round 2. So at the moment, that's Torger Bergrem and Travis Rice setting the pace. But look at the caliber of riders still to drop in session 1 of round 1 here. Gigi Ruff, last year's champion, Mikey Ciccarelli, Ben Ferguson, and Severin van der Meer. And the hits just keep coming. Gigi Ruff, Vorarlberg's finest, 2013 Ultra Natural champion, one of the early iterations of natural selection, and at age 43, showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, and you just remember when Gigi, did the event at Jackson Hole a couple of years ago, he set down a gigantic front 7 to really open up one of the biggest features. Gigi does not care. He will point it into things. He's got a really good transition finder in those legs. Here we go.
He's spring-heeled, isn't he?
Yes.
Even at 43, he hasn't lost much of that pop, evidenced with his first little skip. Makes his way through the trees and down to this first boot up.
He's a lighter framed rider as well. I mean, when you look at him, if the wind blows, it's going to blow Gigi away. But he's very strong and very agile, and he's able to interpret the terrain. There's that big backflip from Gigi already getting to work up top.
Laying down that 360 to the back flip. Well, straight air to the back flip.
Butter to switch back 1.
He's just cruising.
Now he's got some sizable features below him.
Trying to double it.
Can he get
Oh, you can see him slightly over the bars.
Wow. So Gigi gets a bit of a slammer. Nice back 3 melon. Great run up top. Unfortunately, kind of getting bucked into maybe an indentation in the snow on one of the landings up there. We'll be seeing it again in the replay, but he thudded pretty good.
Yeah, it was proper pinball, wasn't
Yes.
it, through that steeper section, what we're calling the bowling ball section of the face. We saw Mark McMorris go through there last year, bouncing between 3 different features. Gigi made it over 2 and then just tipped forward on the 3rd one.
I think that's the look of a gentleman that knows he's prepping for his 2nd run right now. I think that this format is so interesting because you can kind of get a sense even now, okay, the barometer's been set. He's going to want to kind of, tighten this up for the next round.
So a little butter 360 there. Now this is where it gets interesting. So Gigi tries not to white himself out here. He kind of combos this double line, tries to set that tail down to just give himself a little perch on the landing so he can kind of have some wherewithal, and gets bucked forward off that 2nd little roll. but he's up on his feet pretty quickly, but so it doesn't really affect his flow too much, but the judges want to see you make it down this thing and make your line count.
It really does change the whole feeling of right now, though, knowing that, okay, there's no head-to-head, there's no incredible risk, but you've got to step it up.
Looking at that from that angle, you could see, do you think he was aiming for that big last pillow? And that's why he went over the front, because he actually slotted into the downslope.
I think so.
It wouldn't shock me, but there's just probably so much snow. Third place, though.
69.
69.
It's amazing that that's still going after all these years.
Yeah, brings out the 12-year-old boy in everyone. Gigirov slotting in third place, but it means nothing right now because this deck gets re-racked and only the top 2 will go through to the quarterfinals. So last year's winner, he had one of the most beautiful, one of the cleanest runs on this face in qualifiers. He made it look disturbingly easy.
And an incredibly nice, polite kid. But don't let that fool you, because his riding is anything but.
Yeah, he's Canadian to his very core in terms of his manners and
a lot of
generosity.
speed. Yeah. Ciccarelli is trucking into a big stalled out front 3. You see he gets that full. Actually, no, he's going switch. That was a cap 3. Switch back 5 combo. Huge. Ciccarelli out for blood straight away.
Absolutely gigantic off that big boot up. Where's he going? A couple of big turns.
He knows the assignment, opening up a new zone right now, another back 360.
Look at the clouds he's kicking up. There's smoke for days.
Oh my gosh, look at that little.
Fuck yeah!
Yeah. See, that's what you want. You do not hear people coming down and saying that at the bottom of a half pipe or slope style run. You do not get that.
I feel like it's like
he just had the run of his life.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Let's see the replay.
I want to see his face. I want to see his pupils right now.
Look at that. He's running the crowd with high fives.
Did not mean to do that.
Oh my gosh.
Adrenaline, everyone. It's a hell of a drug.
So that 180 to the switch 3, that just really brings me into a whole other realm of awesome here. Look at that. Switch frontside 360 into the giant switch back 5 with proper melon grab and tweak.
It was stalled, wasn't it?
He stalled it.
Gave it a little jab.
It was fast, it was big. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see. Mikey just brought it.
Dude, oh my gosh.
It's outrageous.
Riding powder and having like some successful landings in powder when you're filming, there's nothing like that. Because for the most part, you're usually, if you're a normal human, you're usually ragdolling down the face. And
Mikey Ciccarelli's not a normal human.
No, but that's just
He had to
unreal.
cut track into that big hip jump with the switchback 5. He was cutting track switch into that in deep snow.
I think that literally had everything the judges want in a run.
I think maybe a tiny bit light when you compare it to Torger, Travis, and Brin down the bottom.
Yes, you're completely right.
Look at these judges right here, just judging away.
Leanne Pelosi's stoked right there.
All of them have had incredible video parts, and Mikey's line right there, worthy of a solid opener to a video part or a closer.
Wow, that was crazy.
Okay, scores in.
90.
Wow!
What?
Boom!
Someone has some secret judging skills right here on the couch.
This is why I'm able to critique the judges, because I can judge equally as well. Boom! There we go.
Big news there. Travis Rice drops into third place. Mikey Ciccarelli is at top spot with Torger Bergrem close behind him. 2 riders still to drop in this first session of the first round.
Let's go!
Oh, we are up to speed and the hits keep coming. Ben Ferguson, Red Bull, Burton, Anon, part of the Industry Alliance. I think probably the best rider in natural selection history never to win an event.
Yeah.
You may remember Ben from, oh my God, I can't believe I'm on a 700-foot cliff.
Yeah, one of the most memorable moments of natural selection ever. I mean, Ben Ferguson is an assassin. Beautiful method at the top and just quintessential.
Ferg, lots of speed, heading into that diving board. big back 7.
Yes!
Berg.
Got a handful of that.
Look at that thing. He is so stoked.
That's what we want to see.
Growing up riding Mount Bachelor.
Front
There's
one.
a setup 1. Cab 180.
Now this jump is huge
Come
if he
on,
takes this
Berg.
full bore.
Oh my gosh!
God. Wow.
Ferguson sending it into Revelstoke Town Square.
No brakes, no remorse.
I saw when I was up in Revelstoke, I looked at that platform and thought, surely not. You could see that corridor really clearly from the finish area, and you're like, surely no one's going the distance on that.
No one except for Ben Ferguson.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, gutted.
I don't know, man. That back 7 up top
That
was gigantic.
But we've seen,
beautiful.
like we always talk about the fact that an instability of fall doesn't come into the Credo criteria. It shouldn't have, and that method was beautiful.
Nice kicked out, trying to get some tree with that tail. Now watch this back 7. Watch the distance.
So big.
So much
And
pop.
perfect. It was absolutely perfect.
But we've seen perfection from Mikey Ciccarelli there.
Missed the stale fish grab, but absolutely went so far down the face. That was cannonball.
That's unbelievable.
Proper bomb hole. Replace your divots. Look how big that thing is.
How many stories is that?
That
4
is
stories
legit. We
more?
talked about Brin with a 60-footer. That's another 60-footer, maybe more, like 20 meters.
Distance traveled.
Ben Ferguson.
Solid cancer beard right there. Look at that goggle tan.
He's also repping that beautiful natural selection Dakine vest. Score coming in, 76.6, 4th place for Ben Ferguson. You called it big numbers up top. If he could have linked that gigantic send at the bottom, it could have challenged the top spots, but right now it's still Mikey Ciccarelli and Torger Bergrem getting the first 2 spots to the quarterfinals with 1 rider left to drop, and it is the Style King out of Larks in Switzerland. Severin van der Meer, if you haven't already seen it, go and watch Every Island Has a Name. It's the Arc'teryx film from this year, and it is absolutely beautiful.
One thing that needs to be kind of addressed here is that we have first run kind of excitement jitters going on. Pump your brakes a little bit because you can go too big on this course. You want to land, you want that flow. Sevi looking at lining up this right here, a little butter 180.
Oh! Unfortunately, the landing snake got him.
Factory getting loads of work done though straight away.
I like those combos right there. Jumps.
Oh, the
Beautiful
butter
butter.
mid-face. That's how you kill a bit of speed with style.
Yeah, I think that's a good strategy too, is to do like those little butters on things to kind of slow it. Ooh, look at this.
Wow.
Nice 180. Incredibly difficult to land like that in deep snow into a switch backside auger.
Oh, Sevi. Very tight battle for Sevi against Brandon Davis in the duels. And Sevi took it because natural takeoffs were the difference between the two. Oh,
Fortunately up top, just kind of some little mistakes, but man, he gets another run in this incredible course, and that's like winning.
Exactly. And it's, again, a bit of a route finder, you know, release the pressure, come back in and do it again in the next round.
Let's see what happened here. Comes in, nice little ollie, kind of pinballs off of that a little bit. Amazing turn.
there was a little Instagram clip that Sevi put out as well. I don't know if you saw it, where he bounced between tree features, looked like he was hoverboarding, and that had echoes of the same technique.
There's this switch backside five as he just goes to sleep in the landing.
Yeah, just not enough time to get that fully around.
There's a very real danger of suffocation if you lawn dart into this kind of snow. So Sevi, not expecting a huge score out of that, 8th place. So 2 more runs, 2 more chances for Sevi to make the difference here. But looking at those scores, emphatic runs from Mikey Ciccarelli and Torger Bergrem in the first session, first round.
Wild. Ciccarelli is on another level. He's such a quiet assassin.
Mike Ciccarelli, wow. That first session underway. Obviously last year's champion, immediately moving on to this next day. That's got to feel something, and I heard you say something at the bottom there, which was you weren't even going for that line until you saw Travis break it in.
Yeah, my plan was, because it's so deep, I was just going to like see what tracks got put in and kind of fully like audible, and I wasn't trying to land switch. I was trying to do a cap 5 and then did a switchback 5. It was a full, I don't know, that's why I fucking love snowboarding. It's just like that flow state you get. It's insane.
Couldn't have said that better myself. I hope to experience that one day. You've got to be stoked. Moving on to the next round right off the bat. Last year's champ, Mike Ciccarelli, everybody.
Thank you so much, Stan. Thank you so much, Mikey Ciccarelli. What a way to open up this competition. Joining us now in the studio, it's the 6th and final member of the team, the one and only Eddie Wall. Pleasure to have you here, Eddie.
Thank you, Ed. This is, like one of my favorite days of the year, favorite competition of the season, so I could not be more stoked to be here.
Yeah, it is snowboarding Christmas. Now, we've already seen some incredible snowboarding, but there's one person who hasn't been able to join us watching the snowboarding today, and it's tragic because he was always one of the most entertaining commentators. At the end of February, we lost Luke Trembath, aka the Dingo. And if you've had anything to do with snowboarding over the last 20 years, then you will have seen his face or heard his voice, probably both. Dingo's insatiable appetite for life just brought people together, and he will be remembered as one of snowboarding's great connectors.
Yeah, Ed, I had the pleasure of meeting Dingo right at 15 years old, and, he's gone too soon.
Yeah, well, ride in peace, Dingo. We will miss you, and we dedicate today's natural selection to you.
But Dingo is a fan of snowboarding, and he would want us to be screaming at the top of our lungs at what's going down. We all love Dingo. Let's honor him by just giving the best broadcast and cheering for what we see.
I think Dingo was actually inside Mikey Ciccarelli in that last interview. Thank you so much for Dingo. If that was you, we definitely saw you there. Now, before we get stuck into the women's competition, which is starting very shortly, we're going to take a quick look back at the Duels. And in my humble opinion, this is one of the best years yet for these head-to-head qualifying matchups.
Welcome to the 2025 YETI Natural Selection Tours Duels here at Evo's Journeyman Lodge at the Callahan.
We're juiced up, man. It's a human-powered adventure. Get up to the top. We're gonna be thigh deep on the skin trail.
Pray for my legs.
These guys have been hammering runs all day, and they gotta be tired.
Here in the heart of the Swiss Alps, Andermatt. Buckle up, because this is a clash of titans you won't want to miss. Let's go shred. They did start off with a good, decent amount of snowfall at the start of the year, but the wind has ripped through this valley and it's blown it somewhere.
It's all gonna be okay, guys.
We are here in Irwin, Colorado, just outside Crested Butte at 11.
Blacking some snow right now and trying to make do with what we got.
We do have a beautiful bluebird day. Snow feels pretty good. The girls said, you know what? Let's do this thing. The avalanche conditions didn't allow us to get into those high alpine zones that we had been looking at, but we definitely still found some incredible terrain.
Snowboarding.
Dude, you guys give me height. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
No better place than Wyoming to give a solid, that's it, that's all.
Oh, yeah.
What a show. Absolutely ripped this thing to shreds. That's what the Duels is all about.
Oh,
2025 YETI National Selection, Myoko, Japan.
We're out here and it is looking beautiful. We have some sun, we have some fresh snow. It's a little chopped up, but people have been enjoying it as well.
We woke up to a different world out here. This is Myoko. You guys can see how Myoko snows.
Here at Kirkwood, one ticket to the big show.
This is what we call a Duels miracle. Show up, 0 snow on the ground, and midway through, absolute smack of a storm.
That was money in the Swiss bank account.
Massive thank you to Kirkwood Ops for making this event possible. One of those riders moving on to Revelstoke. Thanks for watching.
Back, definitely Brandon Davis, Severin Vandermeer, my favorite of those duels, and both of them made it in. Brandon through the lucky loser. Eddie, we need to bring you up to speed energy-wise, so you're going to need one of those. We're going to take a quick look. Mary talked about them earlier on. We have 5 of the most esteemed judges in the game, and we're going to go and meet them in a little bit more detail now because they deserve it. They are of such a high caliber. This is our judges' spotlight.
The judging panel? The panel's insane.
I came from half-pipe and then went to contest and then ended up doing filming. And that's what's cool to see here. A lot of these riders come from different backgrounds and just seeing how they put it together, it's super cool.
The last decade or so, I've been focusing on backcountry snowboarding. All the judges here have ridden this kind of terrain, so we know the difficulty level, and that helps.
Since I have the opportunity to compete in this amazing contest format, I kind of have like a little bit of an idea of what goes through the head of the competitor, the stress involved in picking the lines and knowing that maybe somebody's going to ride your line. Pretty honored to be on the other side.
Compared to any other contest, it's the complete opposite. At NST, they're picking judges with experience in this type of terrain. 540s, 360s, 720s, off poppers, and powder. Judges here have done that in the past.
I love all aspects of snowboarding, but I love POW the most. I look at NST riders different than any other contest I've ever been a part of or watched because it's a community here of like-minded individuals that all value this culture and what amazing snowboarding should look like.
Okay, so we cross over to the women's side of the draw now, and we can take a look at this bracket. 2 riders who've ridden natural selection main events before, Elena Hight and Mary Rand, actually Spencer O'Brien as well, but the other 5 total newcomers to a natural selection finals.
I am amping on this start list. I mean, every year it's so exciting, but having 5 riders who are totally new to this, it's so exciting.
Okay, and you can see it again with the format. They were exactly the same as the men's format, but it's just 1 session for the women because there's 8 riders. So 3 rounds, the top 2 scores from the first round will go straight through to the semi-finals, and then we'll have that second round session, and the top score will go through, and then the last chance in round 3 will make up our 4 riders for the semi-final. And I mean, you got to watch that first round. The strategy is very different, isn't it? There's no laying up here, Eddie.
No, absolutely. I mean, everyone is just going 100% Richter, and there's no just like safety runs. There's no chilling out. It's just madness.
Okay, first rider in the gate, Madison Blackley out of Utah. She beat Steffi Luxton in that duel in Irwin, Colorado. Now, little fist bump there. Getting ready to drop.
You know, Madison, in her first showing outside the duels, of course, really exciting because she is a true ATV. I mean, little known fact, she was best known for her 2 Hard movies at the beginning of her career, but before then, she was a slopestyle rider.
Well, she got an X Games invite in 2024. She got the Hart Award at the Uninvited, and then she turned up and won, did really well, R&D. So first air, little front side off that Red Bull, kick up. Making her way into Mikey Ciccarelli's huge booty there with a backy, and that worked so hard for her in Duels too.
That's got to feel really good to get that off the top. She's just flowing now.
And the thing, too, is like when you stomp a trick like that right at the top, it builds your confidence instantly. So kind of going into the rest of the run, you know, you're feeling solid on your feet.
Look how good this snow is.
Yeah, I'm very jealous of these riders right now.
It looks perfect.
Oh, beautiful, over one of the eagle's nests.
Just hitting a double drop right there. Oh, getting a little caught up. I kind of missed what happened there exactly, but she's at the bottom. I mean, that's a great first full pull. I can't talk.
I'm not counting that fall at the bottom as far as I'm concerned.
No, I don't think the judges would count that. I think it was a little flat light. She got bobbled up in a little pit there, and I don't think she'll be deducted points for that fall at the bottom.
Wow, proper. Another really strong run to open up for the women. Set the bar so high. Exactly what you said, Eddie. No laying up. Just go out full send from the off.
And again, similar to what Todd was saying too, you know, I don't think the judges like to see full pull runs without a lot of slowing down, without a lot of spot checking, and that is what we just saw. Here we go.
She's got those backies on rails, hasn't she?
Yeah, I mean, definitely Madison has been, like, she's been training for this. She's been spending so much time in the backcountry in the last couple of years. She had a great movie that she made last year, and, you know, she's just executing right now on Dreams Fulfilled.
I love that as well because, oh, look at that. Just got pulled down like a snake on her toe edge. But that was a big, big feature at the bottom there. Big statement. Difficult for the judges as well because they've got to come out with what is now going to be a critical score. First run for the women, they've got to find that.
Nice.
You know what it's like? They'll see. You see that range finding score? Oftentimes, first run comes in at a 75, and then they'll measure everything else either side of that. Let's see the level of experience that they bring in here. They're going to go high, they're going to go low.
And again, first run, you know, they always want to leave some breathing room, so you don't want to go up too high, you know. Yeah, here we go.
67.3, so that instability at the end there, maybe knocking it down slightly, and exactly as you said, they're leaving daylight above up. Tiny little, what Hannah described earlier in the show as a sucker hole up on the top of the venue here, but it's on the peak. It's not actually affecting the west side of the venue that you traverse out to, I think, at this stage. So second rider getting ready to drop. Estelle Pensiero came in when Marion Haerty put her knee through her try saying that after 2 coffees, occipital lobe last week.
I'm good to go. Her eyeball bone.
Yeah, that's it, eyeball bone. That's what I was looking for, Mary.
Technical terms over here. All right, Estelle Pensiero dropping in. So,
born and raised in Boldface.
Yes, she is a queen of the Canadian Rockies.
Yeah, so rookie to the event, but not a rookie when it comes to this type of terrain and this type of snow conditions.
She was 9 and 10 years old when Supernatural and Ultranatural happened. She went up there and watched.
And she has a flow through powder and going that backflip, not finding her feet, but you know, she has a flow through powder that is something of like a melody of a song. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, she has a truly very relaxed, natural demeanor when she's riding very difficult lines.
Look at this, she's on top of some exposure here as well.
Estelle is one of 4 riders who are research and development alumnus, and that's, of course, Robin Van Gin's event that she started last year and is a qualifier and feeder for this event. Of course, Madison Blackley, one of them, but made it to Duels this year. But Estelle got 2nd in research and development this year. Ooh, okay.
Oh.
Fuck. Oh. Okay, now we're going to need to see that from the other side because that looks pretty large.
Yeah, she put herself on top of a very steep and very technical line there. And unfortunately, it looks like she might have gone down in the landing. But again, listen to that crowd.
Yeah.
My God. Yeah, the energy down there is unlike any other year, I feel like.
Yeah, we've never had an in-person crowd like this before. It's so sick.
They got the turtle box speakers out down there. What did Stan said that there's cardboard cutouts of Craven, who's one of the locals. Brin Alexander's got a whole crew in there. We know that Estelle's got cousins, I think, and aunts and uncles in Revelstoke, and the rest of the family are from Nelson. So,
yep, I was actually talking to Estelle's dad yesterday, Jeff Pensiero, and he was just filling me in on the vibe up there.
Oh, the Wildcard vest.
Oh, that's rad.
That's pretty cool.
I did my excitement in your back up, and that is so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
Okay, so this will be great because hopefully we'll get a little bit of a different angle to see kind of what happened on that that drop at the very bottom.
so not maybe quite enough speed on that back. He's slightly under-rotated.
I like this angle, although it's a little flat light. I mean, it shows how steep and scary these lines are.
Yeah.
So solid cliff drop. And then just going over the front of the nose in the landing. But again, you know, now she's more familiar. She got that first run jitters out of the way.
That's it. I mean, first ever natural selection. You've just seen what got thrown down in the men's. There's that insane level ahead of you.
And worth noting, too, that Estelle's only 21 years old. I mean, this is the early stages of her career, and she's already stepping to features like this.
Yeah, so Estelle Pensiero on a 40 behind Madison Blackley. Little reminder of the format, no head-to-heads in this first qualifying round. Instead, the top 2 will get taken from this session and advance straight to the semis. The remaining 6 will then have 2 more runs to try and win the final 2 spots. Second place last year in the Selkirk Tangiers YETI Natural Selection Finals. Mary Rand blasted through qualifiers on this venue. Can she do the same thing again this year? I think she had one of the biggest airs in the women's side of the competition last year with that huge backflip.
Yeah, watching Mary ride in last year's competition was electric. I mean, she really stepped to the course and just showed it who was boss.
The one thing I love about Mary Rand is she came up on the East Coast as in the streets and was destroying the rails and was, you know, fully like a rail dog, and then moved to Mount Baker and was like, I'm going to transition into the backcountry, which is very hard for, you know, someone who's just grew up in the streets riding handrails to make that transition. And, you know, last year she...
Fuck! Oh, no.
She's all right.
Got a little stalled in the air on that one.
So front side air, yeah, maybe not as much kick as the riders are expecting. She threw that back in and then stalled it halfway through. So needs to get back and focused here.
Heading into the bottom section where, you know, she really does have a prowess for picking apart big lines like this. So at the top of a pretty consequential drop.
These drone angles are
This
so
is where
epic.
Ståle came, isn't it?
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
Is it? No, that's Brin Alexander's nose that she's just tucking behind. So going for a similar zone. A great transition at the bottom of that as well.
Okay,
if
this
she
is
can
Burley.
find it.
Here we go.
Oh, she runs away. That was awesome.
She
there
stayed-
we go.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Mary Rand. Wow.
So she's the first rider in the women's field to step to that consequential terrain and, of course, ride away.
Yep.
I think the judges are really going to like that, despite the fact that she had the fall at the top of the backflip.
Well, we've seen it so many times before. The fall is a lost opportunity, but it's not a mark down. The fall doesn't kill the run.
Right.
Exactly. Because that was huge and gnarly.
Oh, a lot to unpick here.
All right, so let's so starting off with a straight air, and then let's see what happened on this backflip. As you said, Ed, it looked like she kind of got stalled out of it in the air.
Oh.
Ooh.
It's almost like she changed her mind. She realized she hadn't got the pop she wanted, but this.
Again, we talk about video part worthy lines. I mean, this is a ridiculous cliff.
Here we go. This is a good view of it.
Oh. It's almost like she was so backseat that the landing popped her back up.
Yeah.
She did so well to adapt.
Yeah, she kind of got popped back up onto her feet off of that pillow at the bottom.
That is almost, for me, that's all about mentality, never giving up on something. You're like, okay,
Yep.
I'm going to react instantaneously.
All right, we'll see how the judges score this. Once again, insane judging panel. I love when you have a judging panel like this because honestly, you can't really argue with a score because you're like, well, these are some of the GOATs of snowboarding.
That was a really, really impressive run. It's so difficult to change up your mindset as well after you've dropped the backy in your own head.
All right, there it is, a 54.3.
Okay, so Mary into second place for now.
But right behind her, a shark in the water.
Now, Sarka Pancochova missed out on that duel against Sato. Go and watch that one. There is a M. Night Shyamalan style twist at the end of that. I'm not going to give it away here if you haven't already seen it, but go and watch the Sato Sarka Pancochova duel. Šárka lost that duel, but then went straight to R&D in Whitewater, the contest that Robin van Gyn runs, and took the win there.
I got to watch some of her riding at R&D on the filming days, and she rode this line they were calling pizza slice. I mean, she rode it with authority. It was big. It had a giant cliff drop. She was riding so strong at research and development.
And you have to say, like, I always think of Šárka as one of the elder stateswomen of women's big mountain, free ride, even freestyle riding, but she actually came in at the age of 13. She started turning up at European comps age 13 or 14 under the guidance of Martin Černík, and she's had that long, 2 decades of experience, and I think her backcountry riding is really starting to come into its own now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if there's one thing that is an accomplishment, it's a 2-decade career as a professional snowboarder. Very few can say that.
And only 34 years old right now.
So, making her way out high and left onto this big boot. Beautiful 360. She stayed up.
Oh, it's hard to tell with that snow. Looks like she might have gotten a little caught up in the landing, but that was big.
That was really big. And a little bit cross-court, kind of landing with the angle of the terrain there.
Front three. I love the initiation of the back three spin as well. She didn't grab at it. She didn't snatch at the takeoff at all. Beautiful turns down here as well. Into some terrain of consequence.
There we go. There we go.
Stayed on top of it. So hard. It's so easy in deep snow like this to just let the nose get away from you when you ride off something slowly.
Yeah.
So clean. Like, we need to have a look at that back three, but like nothing massive, no big feature of consequence, but at the same time really clean.
Yeah.
It's difficult to measure this because a lot of times you'll see the judges punishing people for laying up.
Yes, and that's the thing, but is that part of the strategy here where you know that there's not a potential full-on knockout? You just want to get your feet under you, knowing that you do have other chances if you need them.
All right, another view of the back three. Let's see how this landing went because we couldn't quite see it. Oh, okay, so she went down
straight
on that.
down.
Looks like she just went a little bit deeper, a little on the tail right there.
Oh, so unlucky. That would have been one of the bigger tricks that we've seen so far in the women's.
But laces this bottom cliff right here. Stomps it perfect.
We're definitely seeing that Šárka does have that mix of freestyle, bag of tricks, and a navigation of larger terrain that's really well suited to this. It's just, you know, putting it all together in the way that she wants.
All right, 61.6.
Second place for now.
All right.
So, Šárka in a fairly solid position. I mean, that gives her the confidence, definitely, to go into that second run if she needs it. Just ahead of Mary Ran. Halfway through the field, it feels like there are still some big numbers up for grabs. And when you look at the riders left to drop, Ellery Manning, Spencer O'Brien, Elena Hight, and Sato, each one of them capable of claiming a big number here.
Oh, incredibly, 100%. Ellery Manning, of course, is a new face to this, but she is explosive.
Yeah, won R&D, Robin van Gyn's contest in 2024. Rather than following the bright lights of a pro snowboard career for this season, she actually enrolled in Utah University in Salt Lake City. So she's chasing down a diploma in business, but said she might take a sabbatical depending on how things go here. So
Good. Okay, dropping.
18 years old out of Truckee in the Sierras.
Ellery is 100% one of the new faces at Next Generation coming up, and you know, standing on the shoulders of giants like Robin and Marie France and Hannah and Leanne. I mean, research and development really changed the trajectory of her career, and there we go. Nice method to start off her first debut at National Selection.
All right, coming down to the second feature, grabbing Stalefish.
Oh, got bitten off, just bounced out of that landing. White runs herself a little bit there.
Yeah, Ed, that's one thing I was going to say about this snow. It is so good, but it's so light, and there's not a lot of moisture in it, so it's very easy to white room yourself. And when we say that to someone who's not familiar with it, it means kicking up the snow, and you all of a sudden you cannot see where you are, which is dangerous.
Okay, she's found herself.
A big stack here.
Yes.
This is classic, quintessential British Columbian terrain. A huge volume of snow that's just lined up in these pillows and flutes. And it is so steep below her.
Okay,
she's not
attacking
slowing
it.
down.
Nice.
Finding that gut.
Couple of little turns in there, just rams into that spine.
Okay,
Yeah.
so a little bit of picking her way down the center of that, but that was a very hefty face to take advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, she's one of the first riders that we've seen kind of take a line like that and kind of tackle that very steep technical terrain. So I have a feeling that although she kind of, you know, hesitated a little bit here and there, I do think the judges are going to score her well for kind of getting onto that face just because of the, you know, risk factor alone.
100%, I completely agree. And also watching a rider like Ellery in this situation, I always think of it as like a foreshadowing. Like, not only are we just watching what she's doing today, but like, she's 18, first time in a competition of this scale following research and development, and this is her run. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful up top here. If she applied that confidence to the pillows at the bottom, it was just she had a dead spot. After those first two edges, it took her a bit of time to recover after this, I feel like.
Yeah, I think that maybe did throw her for a little bit of a loop, and that could just be some of that kind of experience in the mountains, you know, coming into play right there. She's grown up in the Sierra, but she's still relatively new to this at only a freshman in college.
The moment she spots her line there, she commits to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is that's a really difficult line. So I do think that the judges are going to respect that and reward that.
This is a moment looking at the future of women's snowboarding, and it is scary exciting.
Okay, let's see what the scores bring in down here. Let's see our folks there. Tim, the legendary snowboarding cameraman.
Yeah, Tim Manning, a staple in the industry for at least 30 years.
Okay. Ellery Manning, 60 points flat. A great vote of confidence there. And now, if you haven't come across her before, one of my favorite slopestyle riders of all time, Spencer O'Brien, repping Union and Arc'teryx. Together with Arc'teryx, she partnered with them in 2024 to put together a beautiful little clip called Aether 5. Go and watch that. It is a cinematic masterpiece. But Spencer, one of those three women alongside Jamie Anderson and Jenny Jones who really dragged women's slopestyle onto the men's jumps. Yep, there used to be two kickers in the early 2000s. And she was also instrumental in pioneering switch backside spins. It was huge. We can go up to the top now. Hannah Beeman is up on the top. How you going, Hannah?
Oh, it's going great up here, guys. The girls are excited. They're dealing with a little bit of visibility issues down in the course, as you guys are seeing. It kind of looks like just a big whiteout out there, so they're just doing their best to navigate their way down that course and do the runs that they planned. Next up, I think we got the next few riders kind of sitting here, waiting, working through those nerves, making sure that they're set on their lines and making any last-second adjustments depending on what the riders before them have done. I think
brilliant bit of intel. Thank you so much,
we all
Hannah.
are really looking forward. Oh yeah, thanks.
I didn't mean to cut you off there. We got a little view of the whole venue there. It looks, we've seen so many of the women attacking the riders' right-hand side, that really steep exposure on the bowling ball. It looks like there's a little more visibility off to the left, though.
I mean, it's really hard to tell from this, but it makes sense. But I also feel like there's so much playfulness. It's a little bit more like get your feet in the mix, like, I mean, I guess in a heavy way on that rider's left side.
I like the fact that they've all gone for exposure, though. I think Madison Blackley and Šárka went out to the left, but everyone else of the other 3 out of the 5 riders we've seen have gone straight into big hits.
Yeah, and I mean, the trees are going to help with the visibility, but also goggle lenses. Lens choice is going to be huge on a day like today as far as visibility.
Yeah. So YETI has partnered with Natural Selection since the very beginning in 2021. And they've believed in Travis's vision and the dream of what Natural Selection could become. Let's find a little bit more out about that partnership.
Back at Revelstoke Mountain Resort, stoked to be here, year 3. Things are looking really good out there and have a new revamped venue coming our way. Really excited to be here.
Every year something changes. There's a constant process of evolution. We keep moving the goalposts. We want it to be bigger and better. So coming in December to figure out what that ultimate product looks like so that we can get it dialed by the time we go live in March. Crew here in Revelstoke have been nothing but yes. Like, let's go, let's do the thing. And that's leading to evolution at a rate that we don't normally see. We're working with a resort partner. I mean, this will be the first year we're doing full live venue production at Revelstoke, which really changes the equation in terms of what we're going to have to build out for folks in the finish. And the experience is going to be unlike anything we've ever done before.
Look at that. I mean, it goes way further out left.
This summer we did 13 weeks of manufacturing and making things a bit more extravagant. It's sick. This is my first time seeing it in winter and it looks really good. The opportunity to get gnarly is a little bit more this year, which is what we want to see.
Massive shout out to YETI for supporting Natural Selection from the very beginning. It wouldn't happen without them. Now 3 riders left to drop in the women's. Spencer O'Brien is the first of them, the Arc'teryx ambassador. She is strapped, racked, and ready to drop. Had a duel in 2024, but got the wild card for 2025.
You were talking about Spencer's slope style competitions, and if you look at the amount of podiums she has stood on, it is incredible. Her resume is probably like 4 pages of podium finishes.
Have a little tailbone frontside air.
And one thing that I think was really a hallmark of her slopestyle career, big back 3.
Oh, stays up. I think
like
she did.
Stayed on her feet.
Contest make for sure.
Yeah, once again, we're getting a little bit of the rooster tail view, so it's hard to see if she stomped that clean, but she rode away with a good amount of speed.
Cross-courts that little pillow.
And no hesitation so far on this run, just cruising at a decent speed. Little pillow line here.
Oh, just getting snagged. So much snow moving with her. It's so deep in that section of the face. You've got to keep your momentum up.
Yeah. All right, so I'm curious to see the replay on that back 3 and see how clean or unclean she landed that. But Spencer O'Brien, again, this is first runs. You know, they're just kind of getting the nerves out, and they're kind of getting the lay of the land out there.
One more time, let's welcome Spencer O'Brien down here to the finish, everyone.
Oh, so close there. Really similar run to Sarka Pancochova. Like looking at that back 3 up top with an instability, but then a really steady run. She did have that big fall on the bowling ball though.
Okay, so just like you were saying, Eddie, really interested to see what happened here up at top.
Yeah, and it looks like oh, here we go. We'll get a different view. So let's see this back three. Grabbing Melon. And
oh,
yeah, she didn't fall.
Yeah,
you know?
just some instability, got a little caught, but she rode through that.
It's just a wheelie.
Yeah.
For me, that's clean. Comes off the side of that and then starts breaking a bit of new ground here. So the creativity scores are going up.
And what's funny is where she fell, it wasn't even like a trick. It was just, I think she got caught up by her slough.
Wow. Yeah, look at
Good
that
spot.
snow movement.
Yeah.
That totally just like quicksanded her.
Yeah, knocked her off her feet. Slough will absolutely do that. So we'll have to see again how if the judges are going to dock that in a big way.
You can hear. She was as surprised as we were watching, but that snow moves fast.
Yeah, especially on that gradient.
Yes.
The drone is flattening that shot all the way. It's 45 degrees or more in that section of the face across that whole exit before you hit the apron. So 58.3, not enough to make it into those top two spots, which are going to advance straight to the semis, but a really clear indication from the judges that if she can lace that run together, then there is a semi-final spot available for her. So 2 riders still to go, and both of them with so much experience in the backcountry. Elena Hight, year on year, is putting down groundbreaking big mountain parts.
She had a beautiful Instagram post she put up last night or yesterday at some point where she talked about how natural selection has been so integral to her role in the backcountry and that she was really just breaking into it the first year of this competition.
Yeah, she's had a couple of finals appearances. She was 2022 natural selection champion, Arc'teryx ambassador, and riding her own Howler board from Jones, which she designed alongside Victor Delarue.
And 5 years in, I mean, she is one of the leading riders in not only natural selection, but the backcountry in general.
Yeah. Well, I know in Every Island Has a Name, like Sevi and Jared and Elena's film.
Love to see she's opening up an entirely new area right now. Or not entirely new area, but new features is what I mean.
Yeah, that stalefish was solid on the second hit. And again, keeping her speed flowing.
Well, you heard her say, I mean, this is a physical workout as well, isn't it? Not where she wanted to be, potentially. That's where Madison Blackley did that big Eagle's Nest tap. It's a stale fish down at the bottom there, but...
Okay, so she stayed on her feet the entire run.
Multiple straight airs. Landed clean. Didn't have that consequential terrain at the bottom that some of the other riders have engaged with.
I'm actually curious to see how they judge this because she stayed on her feet, but for Elena, that was a somewhat conservative run, right? Not a whole lot of risk, but flowed the course really smoothly, rode it with speed, and stayed on her feet. So again, we'll have to see.
You saw it in her body language. She gave the high fives to everyone, but she just gave a little nod of the head to the side like, yeah.
Although, right here, the stalefish, this was pretty massive.
Yeah, and opening that up.
Yeah.
Beautiful, wasn't it? She had enough speed to find that transition.
I wonder if it's just getting a little bit off the line that she had envisioned at the end, perhaps.
Yeah, well, you heard her say, damn it, at one stage, which leads you to think that she wasn't where she wanted to be. But the thing about this face, there's terrain in front of you everywhere, isn't there?
And to what you said, Eddie, I mean, she was cooking through that.
Yeah. All right.
Really difficult to judge this one because the judges want to see risk. It's one of their criteria. And yes, there was creativity. Was there risk and difficulty in it?
And
execution was there, overall was there.
I will say the amount of pillows that she popped off, and she landed every single one clean. So there is something to say for that. Again, she didn't do a spin, she didn't do a backflip, but she did stay on her feet and ride the course clean.
And she's such a competitor. She's such a strong rider.
Is it foreshortening or is Stan an absolute giant at the back of the crowd there? Stan's massive. Okay, score coming in. They're teasing us with it. Are we gonna get
also,
it?
notice how the score starts from 0 and goes all the way up. I love that because you're like, where's it going to stop,
It's the Price is Right moment.
Yeah. Totally.
Game show addict, Eddie Wall, 61.
All right.
So it's getting very, very tight in that bubble spot now. But No one has broken into Madison Blackley and Sarka Pancochova's top 2 there, but Elena Hight and Ellery Manning, just a point between them. Spencer O'Brien still very much in contact. So Sato, last rider to drop in round 1 here. Started snowboarding age 3, originally from Tokyo, but her parents snowboarded and they moved out to Niigata Prefecture. She has spent a lifetime on snow and it shows in her heel edge turn. It is a thing of absolute beauty. So picking her way between the trees down to this first kicker.
Oh, big frontside 3, not quite getting the landing she wanted, but pulling that out of the gate.
Got straight back up to speed though, didn't she? Popping between this super light on her feet.
Going method on the 3rd hit. Oh, kind of getting white roomed and whew, missing that tree just barely.
But anytime you see someone going right at this section of the face, you know they're getting into some meaty terrain.
Yeah, and this is where I do feel like the judges want to see these riders go.
Look at that.
Yeah, that angle right there really puts it into perspective.
It's just falling away beneath her.
And you have to remember, like other contests, you get to take practice runs on these on the course. You don't get to practice on this course. You can just look at photos and video, and that's it.
Okay, sending it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Exactly the same spot that we saw Ellery Manning go through, and she'd taken a more direct line. She wanted to go straight off that stack, but unfortunately couldn't lace it. So Sato, little fall up at the top on the front 3, and then a stack on the way out of the flute. I can't see it pushing past the 60s.
No, but you could hear the crowd going wild because they want to see the riders just stepping to that consequential terrain. I mean, that alone, you know, she didn't ride it, I'm sure, how she wanted to, but props for stepping to that first debut here.
I get a better look at this replay.
I love how light she is on her feet. She's not getting bogged down in that snow. She stays really sharp.
Yeah.
And she's got really, really nice style. I mean, we saw in her duels, she has these pokes and these tweaks that are just really, really beautiful.
You'll see.
Oh, that would have been so sick.
Yeah, it looked like almost part of that pillow started to shed off, and I think that might have, you know, pulled her board in a bit of a direction that she wasn't expecting.
But opportunity for these riders, her, Elena, the ones that aren't in those top 2 positions, to really get some intel going into round 2.
So 40.3. Sato not quite getting the score she wanted there, but she's got another 2 chances in the new format here for qualifying at YETI Natural Selection in Revelstoke. Madison Blackley and Šárka Pancochova confirmed for the semi-finals though. So 2 NST rookies have made it into the semi-finals. Let's throw it over to Stan and find out what's going on down at the base of the venue.
Madison, after the seating event, you took that first spot dropping. You didn't seem too stoked on it, but I'd say it worked out in the end.
Yeah, it's crazy what pressure does to you sometimes. I was not expecting to drop first, not expecting to score first. Like, this is a dream.
Dream come true, incredible to see. Congrats, Madison. You're going on to the next day.
That is huge. Look at how much it means to her. And as we said, we saw Brin Alexander open up the men's, just as intimidating for Madison Blackley, a rookie at YETI Natural Selection this year, to open up the women's side. But I think for me, that the little pillow she did onto that eagle's nest down at the bottom was a massive, massive move.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I just love to see that dream come true. You know, that's what her quote, so.
Yeah, the fairy tale. So 2 people, Šárka Pancochova came through from R&D, Madison Blackley from the Duels. They will advance straight into the semi-finals. Now, Elena Hight, Ellery Manning, Spencer O'Brien, Mary Randa, Sato, and Estelle Pensiero go into round 2. The top score from round 2 will join Šárka and Madison, and then the final 5 will go into that Hail Mary round, where you get one last spot up for grabs. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll have round 2, session 2, and that man will be in action, Dustin Craven. We'll see you shortly.
Nature isn't just our playground, it's part of us. Across the mighty continent many call Turtle Island, every slope, every tree, and every breath ties us together. My name is Court Blackbird Larrabee, and for the past 18 years, I've been fostering connections between First Nation communities, government, and industry. Turtle Island is a name many indigenous use for North America. Nations like the Anishinaabe, Mohawk, Lenape, and Lakota all share stories on how the land was formed on the back of a great turtle. In these creation stories, the world was once covered in water. The animals worked together, diving deep and collecting a bit of earth to place on the back of a mighty turtle, creating the foundation for the land we live on today. The turtle symbolizes balance, cooperation, strength, and our deep connection to nature. Calling this place Turtle Island reminds us of its ancient history and our shared journey together. It teaches us to live in balance with the land, honoring its life and our deep connection to it, and a reminder that we are all one.
Welcome back to the YETI Natural Selection live here at Revelstoke Mountain Resort. You're looking at the selector venue in Montana Bowl, and what a spectacle it is. Cold temperatures and 80 centimeters or nearly 3 feet of fresh snow on the venue. Some of the riders have struggled, some of them have been flying. Before we get back into the men's final session of round one, we're going to get you amped up with a little glimpse of a film called Every Island Has a Name. Arc'teryx put it together alongside Willem Jones and Achille Maury and Silvano Zaita. It features Jared Elston, Severin van der Meer and Elena Hight. And as part of the selection committee for natural selection, this was one of the highlights of the viewing. Check it out.
Welcome to this guided tour. How did we get here? Sorry, just for a moment I lost track. Come a little closer.
If for some unbelievable reason your snowboard gland hasn't been sated by the end of today's action, then you can go and find Every Island Has a Name on Arc'teryx YouTube channel. Go and check it out. Well worth it. Now, though, we are getting stuck into the men's second session of round one. So another 8 riders. The top 2 will advance to the quarterfinals. The other 6 go into the second round. And one of the most successful men ever to pull on the Dakine Natural Selection bib. It is that snowboarding redwood, Mikkel Bang, a giant chunk of Norwegian timber with plenty of Viking DNA, repping Dragon and Burton from the Industry Alliance. He had 2 runs down this face last year, one on the west zone, which we're going to see him right now, and one on the east zone. So he's got experience of the whole of the Montana Bowl. and one of the most unique and instantly recognizable styles on a snowboard.
Oh yeah, Mikkel Wang is like a jazz musician on a snowboard. You never know what's going to happen, but it's always really nice to watch.
That's an amazing description for sure. Yeah, Mikkel, again, speaking of careers that have spanned decades, I think Mikkel was a pro at or was sponsored and in videos at probably what, like 12 years old? He's been at this for a long time and it shows.
So big on that first kicker, just a beautiful nose bone.
Oh, is that a back five?
Yeah, almost into that tree well, but
reverted it straight round forwards and barely lost any speed.
All right, going cross court here on the front three.
Ooh.
Yeah, a little sit down it looked like, and then
he's keeping the pace up, just pointed down the hill. So by Mikkel's standards, that was a pre-ollie over that bump. That was sick.
That was cool. Yeah, so I mean, I think he's going to want to improve on that. And again, you know, this is first runs. They're getting a lay of the land. They're kind of understanding the snow in there. They're understanding the features.
So good. Oh. Damn, I went too fast.
Okay, so Mikkel, a couple of beautiful airs up top, but as we've said all the way through, it's taking a good, strong look at this back five. This was huge. Pops right over that caterpillar into the transition there.
Such a light landing, too, just touching down.
And this is that front three kind of cross court from right to left to right.
Bit flatter than he thought maybe on the landing.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, like you guys said, I wonder, you know, he said down the bottom, he went a little too fast. You know, he was probably looking for some of that gnarlier terrain at the bottom, but then he was there. He was at the finish line.
Yeah, by the time he's popped out of that three, it's coming up so quickly. If you have an instability that steals 10, 15 meters off you, then your setup time's gone, hasn't it?
Look at that stash.
I was just thinking the same thing. It's a proper, like, you know, snow mustache right there.
It's kind of Lorax styles, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Great reference.
It's got the snow and it's kind of almost growing up his cheeks. Okay, judges with the difficult one there with Mikkel. Just trying to find a score, 64.6. They know where the scores went in that first session with the men, so they might be using at least an indicator of the same scale. Jared Elston next to drop. Before he does, though, let's have a little gear check.
Hey, what's up? Jared Elston here, doing a little gear check for natural selection, and just want to show you my new board, the El Camino from Arbor. For the shape, we wanted something fresh, but classic as well. Traditional camber all the way through, a little bit set back, but not too much. In the core, we got dual carbon stringers, which makes it super stiff, super snappy. We got a little bit of grip pick in front of the bindings and behind the bindings. You can really just feel the protrusion on the edge grip into the ice. These are the new utility bindings from Arbor. First prototypes with the traditional two-strap system. This year, got the cluster here with a little window into the veneer top sheet and this Niki Lauda inspired painting. These patches here have my family's nicknames on them, which is pretty cool. Today it was powder at the top and ice in the middle and slush at the bottom, and it was great the whole way down.
Eddie, you know Arbor pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was awesome to see Jared's stoke and his involvement in developing his pro model, the El Camino, and I mean, it's designed specifically for this day right here.
Was he riding it in Every Island Has a Name? That gigantic back seven that he put down?
I believe he might have been. It might have been a prototype at that point.
Okay, so Jared Elston on course. Been one of the fiercest competitors. He's had some really impressive results. Full side court there, busting through the side of that tree.
That was pretty awesome.
Steep terrain already. He's on the far rider's right of this venue, and it just drops away.
Wow, he is charging right now. We love to see it. He's, you know, as they say, a hell for leather rider, and he's put himself right on top of that gnarly consequential line.
Aya and Ellery went down his left-hand side there. It looks like he's looking maybe straight off the nose here, is he?
Yeah, if there's anyone who's going to put themselves in a very scary and situation, it's Jared.
Well, this is the exact same line. We saw him air off this and catch a little bit of transition last year.
All right, looks like he's setting up to go straight off the front.
Oh!
Yes!
Oh my gosh!
Yes!
That was sick.
He's going back to the well. That's almost a carbon copy of the run he had last year. Suitcase
right there.
Full
You guys
suitcase.
caught that quick right hand up in the air he had there after he landed. He's feeling good about that. That was awesome.
He knows that the intensity and the purpose he rode to that stack with. He knew exactly where he was headed, didn't he?
Yeah, all gas, no brakes, heading into that steep face.
If anything, though, I want to take another look at that. I think last year with less snowfall, that line was slightly bigger. It was a little more forgiving this year, the exit.
I will say, okay, here we're going to get another view. He kind of like touches down 2 different times again, which is pretty difficult when the visibility is low. Right there's 1, 2, and then
wow. I mean, he really stomped that, for lack of a better word. Like, that was a decisive landing.
Oh, I hope they show. I want the replay of the suitcase. Yes, yes.
That, kids, is a method, but instead of grabbing the heel edge, you have to go right round to the toe edge.
Oh, the suitcase method, Jared Elston. And you know what, Jared? I mean, he is a competitor through and through. So when he's done a run and he has a big smile on his face, you know that he rode well because he's really hard on himself. And here we go.
Judges keeping their powder dry again, a 69. So first place for now, but just 2 riders in. Mikkelbang in second, Jared Elston in first. Big hug there from his dad. So Brandon Davis up at the top now. Came through the duels as the lucky loser. Lost out to Severin van der Meer, but his riding was of a high enough caliber that he still got that final spot. So that giant throw out of Big Bear Lake, California. Spent a lot of time on the Park and Pipe World Cup. He's honed his craft years and years in a park, but he's transitioned effortlessly into the backcountry, Eddie.
Yeah, it's really cool when you see that, and it is difficult to do. There's a lot of competition riders who are competing in slope styles and half pipes who try to make their way into the backcountry, and it doesn't always work. But Brandon Davis is a machine when it comes to backcountry terrain.
I mean, those laps on Chair 9 at Big Bear growing up, I mean, that'll teach you some ATV skills, that transition out of the park.
Okay, so popped around to switch. Cab 3 on, cab 1 off on that little Caterpillar, and I think it was clean.
I'm pretty sure he's the first person to hit that feature, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Back 5.
Little revert in the landing, but kind of did it real smooth. Ooh, nice method.
So much work done up top, and now he's powering into the bottom end of this course.
Whoa.
Beautiful triple through there.
There we go. All right. And man, that's probably one of our fastest top to bottom runs we've seen.
Yep, that's up there with Mikey Ciccarelli for me. Speed and precision.
Yes, and the balance he had on that last bend there, I mean, he made that look a lot easier than it was.
Oh. I got really lost right at the top.
All the way down.
I love you.
Let's go. Get over here, baby.
Big reception down at the bottom for Brandon Davis.
The crowd.
They love a
adorable.
I didn't even recognize him without his hair. I was like, wait, what?
It looks like seaweed when you see it underwater, doesn't it? It's amazing.
Right, here we go. This is that kind of gap to butter pad.
Cab 3, half cab.
Yeah, stomps it, kind of barely put a hand down, but I'd count that as solid.
Really?
And then here's the back 5. And he lands and then quickly reverts, but again, he doesn't fall or bobble. I mean, there is a revert there, but...
And that's a tiny hole in what is otherwise...
Wow.
I love that.
An incredible run.
I don't know if he really realized that that was coming up after the method, and he held it together.
So here's that turn, and now he starts bouncing.
And that's
1, 2, and out. Little 3-pack down at the bottom.
I mean, that ability to kind of like adjust with in the transition like that, I mean, that's really impressive and the sign of so much board control.
Okay, you two are on the spot. Do the Todd Richards. Call the score.
84.6.
There we go.
There we go. You must be a telepathic.
I got lucky on the timing on that one.
Big score. Brandon Davis makes a statement coming from the lucky loser of the Duels. He now sits on top of the second session for the men.
I'll tell you what, in his duels, I mean, he absolutely killed it. Yes. I think that could have gone either way.
He did, but there is a critical, anyone else out there who thinks the same, there is a critical point. I spoke to the judges about this, and they left it in the edit on purpose. He built up the lip on the top of that cornice. So he built himself a kicker. Both of Sevi's big tricks were off natural takeoffs, which is the difference.
That is good to know.
Okay, I know Marty's down the bottom, Austin's mum. It is the turn of Glacier Washington's finest, Austin Sweeten. An absolute destroyer of worlds when you set him free. Compact ball of muscle and style.
That's a great description of Austin Sweeten. He has so much power and energy, and he's so light on his feet, and he's quick on his feet when he does those tricks like big front three to back three before you could even think, you know?
Well, there's only 2 people in the world who've done Velvet Castle top to bottom, and he's one of them.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I would go so far to say that he's one of the best pillow riders that we have ever seen in snowboarding. Massive backside 3 right there. That was enormous and perfect.
He is dancing out there today. Look at him. There is a flow and a rhythm.
Ooh.
Oh! Front 5. How good would that have been?
Oh, another massive send. Just went really deep on that.
He's got his speed back, though.
Oh, my gosh. Back
Beautiful combination back to back there.
Yeah, that was a really sick combo. Like I said, quick on his feet. Huge!
Oh, my
The pull into that pocket was outrageous.
That was insane.
Wow. A Sweeten run never disappoints. That is a tough one for the judges. That was a great run, even with the stall in the top.
I don't get rid of the front 5.
Yes.
That is still one of the strongest runs we've seen.
Well, that's the thing where Credo comes in too, because the way he picked that back up for the the 2/3 right after that, I mean, that was phenomenal. That's huge overall.
Yeah. He just didn't turn after that, did he? He set it free. There are going to be screensavers for days off that last hit. He popped so hard.
Oh, I can't wait to see the replay of the last hit.
Look at him. Looks like someone pulled the top of his head off and filled his brain up with champagne.
There we go. Look at that back 3 going all the way to the trees.
Massive and so smooth.
All right, so front 5 and going over his tail here.
Such a shame, because other than that, it was perfect. You see him, he gets back up and boom.
And this is that back 3. Oh, so sick.
That combination. And then he just sets his sight.
Yeah, you can see him like,
I'm going.
Oh, what?
That was enormous.
That
and
was
landing
epic.
right on that little cliff band.
Yeah.
The tiny finger of snow.
Backside nose butter at the bottom, just a cherry on top.
Put him in the quarters now, judges. Put him in the quarters now.
Man, I mean, yes, you have to.
I said 80s for me. Ooh.
78.3. 78.3, so second place position.
Yes, it is, Austin. It's absolutely great.
You can still save it.
I mean, a 78.3 with a very serious fall, so that says a lot.
Yeah.
And there, of course, his amazing wife, Robin Vinjen.
Yeah, that was sick.
I wanted to go front 7. It was just deep, and I got all hung up, and I was like, oh gosh, going road.
No, you did great. No way that you tried it from
And then
I missed the air because I was looking. Anyway.
I just wanted that I could see the transfer. I was like, I'm either hitting it or I'm going to flat. Like the landing. And then I caught just caught the chaining.
I was waiting for
Thank you.
That was him processing and trying to come down, wasn't it?
And
how many times have you been in that situation where you're so high from the adrenaline you can't articulate it?
Like this situation, I have not been in this situation.
Well, and also hearing him mic'd up, that front 5, he meant to be a front 7. So that's good to know for run number 2.
Okay, Sage Kotsenburg representing Boa and Oakley and K2 from the Industry Alliance. So Sage, I think one of the most consistent, one of the most compelling competitors of the natural selection age. He won the second event in Jackson, laying down cab 9s like they were cab 1s. And then he put down one of the biggest sends on this venue last year with a huge back 3 off a cliff at the bottom of this face. Dustin Craven in the hockey helmet working hype at the back there. But it'll be, I think the biggest question mark about Sage here is whether he goes back to that cliff. It worked so hard for him last year.
Legends aren't born, they're made, Sage.
Good to go?
Yeah, buddy. Hey, dog.
Legends aren't born, they're made.
I don't know if that's supportive or kind of some smack talk getting in his head.
I was going to say, that's a terrifying thing to get told as you ride out, isn't it? So coming in switch.
Oh,
Switch
wow.
back 1 to kick off.
Going so fast.
The side of that kicker.
Oh, here we go. Front 3.
Put it down perfectly, didn't he, on top of that pillow? Floats through that. Another perfect transition.
Yeah, caught that transition. Back 3.
Okay.
Looked like
Okay.
Stomp perfect, grabbing tail. All right, so there we go.
This is a big run. This is going to score very high.
Well, it's a clean run.
Yeah.
Very, very clean, but... Like,
is it enough?
What's brilliant about this, we've just seen Austin's run where he was redlining.
Yeah.
Yes.
He had that thing pinned from top to bottom. By Sage's standards, we know where he can go. This is a tiny bit throttled back, but it's beautiful.
Well, I think the switch riding in the beginning, how fast he was going, how long he remained in that, linking it into the switchback 1. And then, of course, how he rode that bottom section, kind of navigating the different transitions in that cliff, the spine kind of area.
This is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a switchback 1, aka frontside half cab. This is that transition finder, so sick. That must have felt so good.
His legs didn't even compress, did they?
I mean, he goes through that section so quickly and really uses the terrain so well to cap it off like that.
Yeah, exactly. The edge control to like navigate his way between those pillows and then dip onto his toe edge to initiate that 3.
I'm going to say this run absolutely bumps him up above Austin, but is it enough to get into first? I'm not sure.
I agree with you.
Let's see. We're gonna.
Okay, so Brandon Davis leading at the moment on an 84.6.
I'm guessing.
And I think it's 78.6.
I'm guessing
okay.
81. I'm throwing that one
You're
out.
going for second place.
I'm probably going to be way off.
So the key is to guess after the number shows up.
The judges in there clapping. Leanne.
I like the way everyone got their names printed on their YETI bottles, and he's written it in permanent marker down the side as well. 77.3, it is not. So that's the answer we were looking for between layup with perfection and redline it with a couple of mistakes.
There you go. You know what? So yeah, the judges are they're rewarding risk over just a clean, smooth run that's safe.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, the man who said at the start, it was box or body bag this year. He won in Boldface in 2022 with some incredibly technical riding. But Dustin Craven has been working on this venue for 2 consecutive summers now. He knows this hill like no one else, and he wants it so badly.
I will tell you right now, he's going to peel off to the right, and he is going to get himself into a scary situation, guaranteed.
I so desperately want to see him in the finals because the terrain gets even more exposed and dangerous there, and you know it's got his name written all over it.
Well, Dustin only rides elbows up.
Yeah.
You know, 100% of the time.
I don't even think he knows what a safety run is.
Front 3. Method.
All right. So far, clean. Back 3.
Just chin first. He wants this.
Okay, taking that right hand hook.
Here we go. Putting himself on top of
Jared, Ellery, Ayers line here. Now, there's been a few side slips through here, so there's not quite as much purchase as you could potentially want, but he's going big.
Yes, here we go.
This is where you want to see him heading.
I was hoping someone was going to go straight down here, and of course, it's Craven. Oh! Oh! No way.
Oh my God! He holds on.
Yes! Yes! The crowd was so loud when he rode away from that. Oh my God.
A collective inhalation there. Everyone forgot to breathe for 10 seconds.
Wow. Okay, that's that run through a wall right there, personified.
I can't believe he stayed on his feet. That was insane.
Dustin Craven has just ridden the lightning down the end of the selector venue here at the YETI Natural Selection.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and we were just saying that is what the judges want to see. They want to see going for broke.
Yes, what did you say?
100%.
You said box or
body bag.
Thank you. That
box
was,
meaning podium, body bag death. You called it 100%, Eddie. That is exactly what he did there. The judges want to see this beautiful couple of little licks of freestyle up at the top.
That's, as they say, understanding the assignment, putting that top freestyle element with that massive send at the bottom. Natural selection, you know, that's the goods right there.
All right, so he does front three, method, back three, and into this. So, okay, this is, I'm claiming he's going to be bumped up into first place.
Well, this is, like, you're talking, we've got that Boa Dialed In award for $5,000. You've got to say this is probably leading now. Such a big drop.
Amazing.
The Kootenai quads engaging there. Pure power in those legs. That's the only thing that muscled that landing through.
So, man, okay, should we, I'm saying 96, Ed. And again, I was way off from the last time.
88.
So. Oh, damn.
85.6 I'm going for.
I'm going to I'm definitely.
You got it. That was really good.
Yeah, you know I've got the gift. So Dustin Craven, first place for the Revelstoke local. And you can see what it means to the crowd down there. There is none more Canadian than Craven.
Oh, and for the record, for a minute I thought Brandon had an 94, which is why I guessed a 96, but yes, at 85, okay. So I was, if I hadn't misspoken, I would have been close to right.
And you said into number one, and I think that's, you know, so you guessed it correctly.
Nice.
All right, I think we're going to get another view of this.
So it sets up on top of that, and there's that nose in front of him. It's blind off the front. He gets a small pop, and then when he bounces there, he's on his way.
That moment where he like stretches out and then is able to still land it like that, that is so sick.
His upper body gets twisted, doesn't it? He does so well to cling on to that heel edge.
Oh.
I wish I knew hockey terminology to kind of, is that like a, he just executed the best slap shot? I don't know what it would be.
Punch in the face.
Yeah, that's better.
There we go.
King hit. That was pure king hit from Dustin Craven to move him into first place, just ahead of Brandon Davis. Austin Sweeten, Sage Kotsenburg, Jared Elston, and Mikkel Bang, all guaranteed to go into the second round. We will get to see all of them ride again. But it's far from done here in session 2 of round 1. Blake Moller, one of my personal favorite riders. Watched him come through the Freeride World Tour, earn his stripes in some very serious terrain of consequence. But the work he's done in Utah alongside that Brighton crew in the last couple of years earned him a spot in Duels. Repping Salomon for the Industry Alliance. I love him. It's like if you took Roman Demarchi, that kind of really loose red line riding, and give him a little bit more big mountain smarts. That's how I describe Blake Moller's riding.
That's an amazing compliment. I agree with you 100%. That's some lovely words right there.
Okay, Liam Griffin giving him knuckles. Blake Moller dropping him for the first time at YETI Natural Selection. That's a way to relax.
Get a little high five to the tree right there. He's like, oh yeah, high five, what's up?
I got this. Look at these turns, that's beautiful.
Also, this drone operator is skilled.
Big frontside 3 to start things off into a massive backflip.
We used to call those Satan flips when you lay it out like that. Beautiful turns, just kicking up snow. Now he's splitting the difference. Looks like he's going to end up around Sage and Travis's line. And we saw Brin Alexander come down here as well. Yeah, right on top of this giant stack.
Wow, that view really shows you what's going on with that terrain.
Big drop. Huge drop, just couldn't engage the legs. Oh, everyone on the edge of their seat here waiting for that one.
Yeah, that was just a little bit too much air for that landing.
Yeah.
Kicked out.
Mustard.
I'd say a lot of mustard. Extra hot. So he took off that nose. So unlucky there. Great work done up at the top, and he got on top of his line so quickly for the exit.
I do want to see that landing again, though, because he did pop up pretty quickly right after. So how consequential will that be to his overall score?
It's a beautiful front three with a bit of a poke.
Just missing those 2 trees.
And gets himself realigned for that laid out backy. Beautiful work there.
All right, here we go.
Knows he can't. It's so steep here, you can't take any speed, otherwise you overshoot that transition.
Oh yeah, just kicked out.
I don't know. It's down. He definitely deck chairs, but it's not like a massive fall of consequence. It's not a run ender for me.
Yeah, he didn't, ragdoll down the landing. But yeah, I think he will be pretty docked for that. But again, he opened up a new line. So I think the judges are going to reward him for that.
Compare it to Jared's, that was really similar style of exit. That little lily pad effect. 80 points flat, 3rd place. So a vote of consequence. You could see the stress on Blake's face there, I think, waiting for the score, and seeing that come in. So big vote of confidence.
So what we're seeing here is, for sure, the judges want you to get on top of those lines. That if you're just cruising and popping off pillows, even if you're doing technical tricks like a 5 or a 7, they want you in the scary stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, final man to drop in round 1. At the moment, Brandon Davis and Dustin Craven have their spots. Well, Dustin Craven is guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals right now. But can Brandon Davis join him? Only this man can decide. Nils Mindnich, 2nd place in Revelstoke in 2024. Industry Alliance with Salomon. And I think possibly the best backcountry ambi-stanced rider in the world. Like, no one else can ride switch in powder like Nils Mindnich.
He is so talented at that. He went to school for engineering, but really he's more of a surgeon when it comes to terrain like this. He has so much precision, and his mental game is very analytical when it comes to his snowboarding. So I'm really interested to see what he's going to put down coming off of what he learned last year.
Okay, so the goofy footer coming in normal. Lovely little frontside nose bone.
Oh, there we go. What?
Oh, front 9 up top, coming switch now.
Wow.
Unbelievable opener from Nils Mindnich. Front 9.
Okay, he's staying to that left side.
Cab 5.
Right.
Wow.
All right, okay.
What a run already. Now, could he be heading to that giant stack that we saw before? Beautiful back 3 in Austin Sweeten's zone.
All right, so listen, so he is actually going to test what I was just saying, because we just said we think the judges want to see these guys get on top of that steep face.
But the tricks matter as well. If you're doing the kickers, go and do a 9.
Yeah.
Do a switchback 7.
Yeah.
Do something big.
Yeah, and front 9, you're landing. That's a totally different than a cab 9, right? Front 9 landing switch, and then followed up by a cab 5. He's nothing but smiles. I mean, yeah, that's gonna be so.
No.
Curious.
I'm maybe not Dustin, but for me that definitely beats Brandon. Brandon on the 84.6. I mean, it's pretty tight between Dustin and Brandon, but that's the cab 5. So he's way out west here in one of the mellower ends. But look at this. Front 9, landing switch.
Done so well.
Wow.
So much powder. Wow. Nils Mindnich, take a bow.
I mean, we can count the number of spins that large that we've seen in natural selection on 2 fingers. Was there a third one I'm forgetting?
I think Travis has done one once.
Oh, yes.
KB's done it.
So 4
Sage has
then.
done it.
So it's 4 total.
Yeah.
I need to double that.
Very, very few people in the 9 club at natural selection, but Nils Mindnich joins in style.
Thank you. Yeah, such a good call.
Look at him. Exactly. He is an engineer at the bottom, isn't he? And thanks to Manscaped, that moustache looking very, very sharp at the bottom there.
Score coming in for Nils.
Oh.
Wearing up 89.3.
Oh!
There we go. Wow.
Last man in. Big, big score for Nils Mindnich. Stands with him now.
Wow. Nils, okay. Saving, you know, kind of the best for last, really coming in last second, coming into that first spot. But of course, today's joys turns into tomorrow's stress. How do we feel knowing you're moving into that spot tomorrow?
Big relaxation hit me right now. I'm so psyched. I didn't know if I was going to do a 7 or a 9, and I was like, I'll make the call on the way in. And going in, like, the prep crew did such a good job getting that thing dialed, and I was like, yeah, I'll lean into one, see what happens. So I'm psyched to land one. Haven't really started thinking about tomorrow. I actually haven't looked at anything yet.
Wow, okay, the casual 7 to 9, no problem. Hasn't even thought about tomorrow, but the kid looks good doing it. Congrats, man.
Brother, thanks, Stan.
Thank you so much, Stan. Congratulations to Nils Mindnich and Dustin Craven. They will go straight through to the quarterfinals. We can take a quick look at the bracket now and see who's made it in. So Mikey Ciccarelli and Torger Bergrem have gone through to the quarters from session 1. Nils Mindnich and Dustin Craven from session 2. You can still see a stacked field for round 2. 6 riders left in each of those sessions, battling it out for the next spot. It is a mouth-watering prospect. Now, we spend a lot of time showing you incredible snowboarding footage here on Natural Selection, so it would be irresponsible for us not to back it up with a little bit of education around snow safety. We work really hard with Mammoet and the Revelstoke Mountain Resort patrollers to make sure the venues are safe. So, got a little bit of behind the scenes now, courtesy of Arc'teryx, on how we get this venue ready for the competition.
Here in Revelstoke, British Columbia itself is a pretty amazing place. The snowpack tends to be really consistent here. We get a lot of snowfall. Usually our avalanche cycles last a certain amount of time and then clear up, and we get periods of really good stability and low hazard. I chose to live here because of just the consistent snowfalls, the amazing tree skiing, the amazing alpine. It's just kind of got it all. It's a really unique place to live, to be a skier, snowboarder, splitboarder, whatever you want. This is the backcountry. Just because we're accessed it from the ski hill, this is still the backcountry. The second you step outside that boundary, it's uncontrolled and you are in the backcountry. We're with the NST production crew. One of the goals is to refresh on some of our avalanche search and rescue techniques. A little bit of transceiver work, a little bit of probing, a little bit of shoveling, a little bit of talk about how to manage an injury. Say someone was to get hurt with a toboggan, how to get them out, communications, just the whole gamut.
Everyone who's out here today is kind of our core crew, people I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the backcountry with this season. So making sure we're all on the same page is super important to going into the season with confidence.
The backcountry is where I love to spend most of my time. Definitely given me a lot of amazing moments, but it's also taken a lot from me too. And I think being well trained and learning the skills and taking it seriously is super important. Be well prepared and do your training and have fun out there.
Love those pieces. You always learn something. Barry Vox, Mammoet have got a new one out this year, so you can go and check this out. It's lighter, it's a little bit faster, it's got a bigger screen on it. And if you're in a house filled with people who know the backcountry, look around you now and see what they do when they hear this noise. Come on, do it for me. I've got to wait for it now. That everywhere around the country now, there are thousands of people going, what, you're going out? I'm pretty sure someone's got, there's a composer somewhere who makes money every time you turn one of these on as well in Wright. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got round 2 of the men and the women. Can't wait to get stuck back into the YETI Natural Selection. See you soon.
back at Revelstoke Mountain Resort. Stoked to be here, year 3. Things are looking really good out there and have a new revamped venue coming our way. Really excited to be here.
Every year something changes. There's a constant process of evolution. We keep moving the goalposts. We want it to be bigger and better. So coming in December to figure out what that ultimate product looks like so that we can get it dialed by the time we go live in March. Crew here in Revelstoke have been nothing but yes, like let's go, let's do the thing. And that's leading to evolution at a rate that we don't normally see. We're working with a resort partner. I mean, this will be the first year we're doing full live venue production at Revelstoke, which really changes the equation in terms of what we're going to have to build out for folks in the finish. And the experience is going to be unlike anything we've ever done before.
Look at that. I mean, it goes way further out left.
This summer we did 13 weeks of manufacturing and making things a bit more extravagant. It's sick. This is my first time seeing it in winter and it looks really good. The opportunity to get gnarly is a little bit more this year, which is what we want to see.
Welcome back to YETI Natural Selection. We've swapped out Mary Walsh for snowboarding's thinking woman's pin-up, Todd Richards. He's like George Clooney with the side of Ron Burgundy.
Give Revelstoke to Craven. That's what I have to say. Oh my gosh, how insane was that round?
That was outrageous. Unreal. I mean, and so many different styles of riding.
Yeah, I love it. And I mean, Nils Mindnich comes in, just Ned Flanders of snowboarding. Like, hello, neighbor. Just throws down a 9 to set up his run. Like, there's so many. I love the fact that Natural Selection has these really distinct styles of riding, and not everyone's doing the exact same run that you see in like half pipe or slopestyle. This is like, do what you want. This is your playing field.
And we saw that, didn't we? Like, I like to think of it with the 9s. The cab 9 is the low-hanging fruit. When you're looking at which 9 you want to do, the front 9 is probably the last one, Eddie.
Worst one.
Yeah, for sure. That would be that's the last 9 I'm choosing on that course.
Okay, if you're just joining us, welcome to YETI Natural Selection Live. We're giving away this Arc'teryx gear. I think you can choose which outfit you get, but we've got a whole outfit. Just scan this QR code. There it is. It appeared right on time. You can win that Arc'teryx gear, but you'll also get 2 2025-26 Icon season passes. So those things are worth an absolute fortune. You can go riding pretty much anywhere in the world on those. So make sure you scan this QR code and get in the draw for those. Now it's time to step back into the action though. We have men's round 2 session 1. That will be followed by women's round 2 session and then the men's session 2. So 6 riders in each of these. We've taken the top 2 out in round 1. Just 1 spot up for grabs in this round. So we're getting on to squeaky bum time. And look at this heat still. Brin Alexander, Travis Rice, Ståle Sandbech, Gigi Ruff, Ben Ferguson and Severin van der Meer. If ever you've had fantasy snowboarding, this is it.
Is it weird that I'm glad that none of these guys made it into you know those 2 top spots? I mean, this is great. We get to see people ride again, which in like the last natural selections that we would have watched last year and the previous years, people would have been out. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially someone like, Travis, for example, highly competitive, and you know that he's just going to come out
This is when we get the best Travis, is when, like, he's up against the wall. This is awesome.
Okay, we're going to check in with our vibe commander up at the top of the course. How's he going up there, High Beams?
Oh, it's going. I think everybody's kind of checking in with each other, seeing how the runs went. I think everybody's just going to try and dial it in a little bit better. Everybody's in there for the first time. The snow is so deep. So I think we're just going to see some better runs. But all in all, everybody's super stoked, building off of each other's energy and ready for round 2.
Thank you so much, Hannah. If you'd forgotten, the winners will take home the X Summit Skidoo alongside that $25,000 prize purse. But you said it, Todd, like Travis under pressure is the best Travis.
It is the best. And it's because, I mean, Travis, like we've said, he interprets terrain so much differently than other humans. His speedometer is broken, always. He has no idea how fast he's going, but we're going to get to him in a second. But straight away, we're right back into the rookie.
Okay, part-time stuntman, full-time snowboarding pro. Brin Alexander out of Whistler, British Columbia, got a squad down at the bottom of this hill, and he shot for the moon in his first run in that session 1. Is he going to go back to that same spot? I would love to see him stomp that one.
My money says that he will, you know, especially because I said it before, he got a lay of the land on that first run, and now I think he can go back and hopefully just lace it.
Yeah, the question is, though, like some of these, when the snow gets that deep, the landings can get kind of punchy. And this course, I think, or I should say this terrain has a tendency to suck people into the same alleyway.
Yeah.
And there are a couple jumps there, and there's the amount of makes on some of them are not as high as others. So this is going to be interesting to see if he does take the same line. His crew definitely wants him to stomp it out.
Come on, give us a shout out down there, the Brin crew. Are they halibut mitts?
She's like a fighter. She's like a fighter, but like more.
I want to see pro halibut mitts. That's definitely on the cards. Okay, so fly over the venue, right up the middle of bar fight here, and you will find the Temple of Stoke sat at the top. You can see the other drone on the right-hand side of the picture there, so both drones ready and waiting now. Brin Alexander ready to drop. Liam Griffin, the starter, about to give him knucks and let him go. Travis waiting patiently behind him. Do you think Travis has sledged him at all?
He's just lurking in the shadow. He's like, I will come and get you.
Travis emits a different frequency of energy as well. Brin would have been able to feel him.
All right. Brin Alexander dropping in. Starting off with a suitcase.
That's a little warm-up. That's a yoga. That's air yoga.
I'll tell you what, he just put a smile on all the judges' faces, so that can't do anything but help.
He's already at 13.8 points.
Nice backy to get the legs under you.
Okay, we got suitcase to backy.
That's super tidy.
Super strong run so far.
Time
a lot of
warp
year
of a
one
run.
tricks.
Yeah. 1988.
Here we go.
There it is.
Yes.
Dude, massive.
That was Braille snowboarding. He used the tail just to pull himself in, didn't he?
Yeah, you know, and that's pretty rad. You know, he's kind of messing around up top.
What's he saying there?
He said, oh, God.
He knows he's going back to it. That's why.
Yep.
Come on, Brin. Make it this time.
Look at this thing.
Come on, baby. Little side.
Talking himself.
Big pep talk.
Yeah.
You don't need as much speed.
What?
Yes.
My Lord.
Oh, he just, wow. He just stopped. Just stopped, dang.
That is like, it's literally like falling out of a home.
Yeah.
That's an office block.
Yeah, that's an office building.
He has femurs forged in the fires of Mordor. How did he not compound fracture both legs on that landing?
But I'll tell you what, in the air, he was so composed and so smooth. It looked so good. And again, this flat light does not help with spotting landings.
Oh, damn it.
Hey, you know what, though? There's a chance we might see a third go at this.
I know.
Good point.
Damn.
I love this format.
This is pretty great.
That hit is so sick, dude.
Hey, you can't get hurt in the air, Eddie. You know that?
I love that, bro.
Speed is your friend and you can't get hurt in the air. The mantra of all the best snowboarders.
Here we go. Starting off with the back flip. And this back 7. How's this thing?
There we go. Oh, you could not have landed that cleaner.
No, so much drift and just kind of lands on that tail and finesses. This is crazy,
There
Eddie.
it is.
At what point?
Oh my gosh.
If he had another 4 or 5 meters of landing, another 20 feet of landing, he was making that.
Yeah, or actually if he had just crept slightly slower off of that, he probably would have caught the transition a little bit better.
Nothing like burying the tail.
Little bobble at the bottom.
Wow. So, Brin Alexander, 2 runs down. 69 flat. Judges very keen on this score today.
Still living.
We're getting a solid glimpse of the professional stuntman here, aren't we?
Yeah, that was a stuntman landing.
There you go.
Yeah, he's been training for that his whole life.
So Brin Alexander setting the pace in round 2, session 1. 6 riders, only the top scoring rider will advance to the quarterfinals. So much talent and such tight competition.
Oh boy. This is going to be fun to watch.
Unleash the beast.
So we've talked about this in some other competitions that we commentate, and there are athletes who, when all the pressure is on them, they buckle. And there's athletes who feed off of that pressure, and Travis Rice is absolutely one of the athletes who feed off of pressure, and right now the pressure is on.
Okay, Travis Rice, you can see it written across the back of his Dakine vest there.
Yeah, new motivation too, Dad. And look, he's got that dad vibe too. It's probably one of those dads where you watch them throwing their kids around, you're all, geez, dude, take it easy. Here he comes into this first hit.
There
Rice,
we go.
big backy.
There you go. Nice backy, getting inverted, kick things off.
Ooh, look at that.
Still
kicker.
squeaks out a little butter into that switchback 5.
Yeah, front 180 butter to switch back 5.
That is getting a lot of work done.
I like this view, back Sevy.
Yes.
What?
Did he get it?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard
No, the voice said something else, didn't it?
Oh,
back rodeo 5.
Oh.
So we could be seeing Travis Rice on a 3rd attempt here. Wow.
That back rodeo was pretty rad.
It was all so sick.
You don't see too many backside rodeos in powder.
Yeah. Backflip to front nose butter switchback 5 into back 7 back rodeo.
Yeah.
Well, the pressure's on. It used to be that Travis would be able to roll into these things and kind of walk away with it if he could stomp his line. But now, I mean, there's so much talent. Snow up in there, in the dome.
A fair bit of snow on the moustache as well.
All right, let's check this out.
All right, here's the backy.
Backflip, a little bit of a jet ski out of that one, a little wheelie. I do like this butter.
Oh, here we go. Here's the
switch back 5 out of that butter.
And then into the back 7, which, yeah, I want to see the landing in this back 7. It was pretty hard for us to see it. Going nose grab.
Oh, and just wheelies out, almost like over rotates out of the landing.
Little revert.
The landing, the gradient had got steeper, hadn't it? And it just drifted away from him.
This back rodeo off the downhill mushroom takeoff is just bananas to me. So Trav almost landing that backside 720, which would have basically put an exclamation point on that run for him. And then tries to kind of make up for that bobble with the back rodeo 7.
Oh, yes.
Back rodeo 5, actually.
He put it down, though, until he tried to ride out. Maybe it's like you said, Todd, it's just so deep down there.
It's really deep, and like it's an art to be able to take off on downhill powder landings and actually get pop and snap enough to do rotations. That's why you see a lot of people doing backflips. It's easier to do that.
Yeah.
Just huck your meat over the tail. You haven't got to get any purchase or pop.
It was always meant to go to Hail Mary round. Good third round.
Right, waiting on that score.
Okay, so Brin Alexander ahead of him on a 69, but feels a little bit academic at this stage.
Right.
76.3.
Okay.
But 4 riders still to go behind him.
That ain't gonna hold up with this group.
Taking the top spot for now.
Trav with a pretty strong prediction there.
Hey, we want to see him again.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what we're here for. We want to see the best riders take as many runs as they possibly can.
So Torger Bergrem, the two Norwegians were back-to-back. Torger made it through at the first time of asking, which just leaves Ståle Sandbech behind him. World Championships medals, X Games medals, film parts. One of the most stylish men ever to click into a snowboard. A lovely first run, just needs to tidy up a tiny bit.
Yeah, let's see if he goes back into the guts over here and gets on that steep stuff again.
This upper ridgeline looks so fun just to rip around on.
Totally does. He's going switch here, coming in, switch stance, switch backside 180.
There we go.
Little poke out. A lot going on there. Kind of a wild ride,
yes.
Ståle.
He's playing pinball right now with big tricks.
That front three.
Yeah, and the judges have got him on a multiplier for it. That just came so quick.
Yeah, they like to see that. They want to see you not have a lot of time, not a lot of setup.
Front five.
Coming in, the Hell Hornet right behind him, following him in into this steep section.
There you go.
Whoa! Ståle drifting the back three, and I think that'll do it. I can't wait to see the pulled back version of that.
Front one to nose butter down the bottom as well.
I can't wait to see the replay on that front three. It was like high speed straight air to bounce and then front three, but he boned it out really sick. Like you were saying, Ed, great style.
Some people's legs just do what they want them to do in the air the first time they do it, unlike some of us where we got to do it 6 times to make it work.
Physical intelligence from Ståle.
Way to hold on, dude. That was going to be the juice. Nice work. Nice work.
Okay. This is going to be so good. Switchback one over the little caterpillar.
Oh, almost went. Yeah, look, no speed checks. And then right here,
that's sick.
There was a little compression right before the takeoff as well, wasn't there?
That's a power combo right there.
Power combo is right. A little cross court back three, just dodging that tree.
So the cab 5 was in there in the middle of the face as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then this into the nose butter.
Yeah, that was a solid run. I think we're 88.
Okay.
That's where I'm going. If I nail this, dude, sign me up.
Ooh,
I've got
pretty close.
You definitely don't want to get signed up to be a judge also.
Pretty close.
Nice. Thank you, guys.
So only one spot up for grabs in the second round. And right now, Ståle Sandbech has
look at the grudges.
Bumped Travis Rice out of that spot. Travis's prophecy from his score reveal coming true instantly now.
I was going to go towards that one even last year. Travis Rice, picture there, is going to have to move on.
Take it that way.
To run 3.
I love the fact that Travis is in the Hail Mary round. Love to see it. Okay, 3 riders left in this 6-person matchup. Gigi Ruff, Ben Ferguson, Severin van der Meer. Every single one of them could best that score by Ståle. Repping Union, Gigi Ruff out of Vorarlberg in Austria.
I feel like you were talking before about Gigi's frame. He's almost like, I always picture him, it's like a bird, like his bones are hollow, you know, because he's so light on his feet.
He's in that Blake Paul club, isn't he?
Exactly.
They just have an extra couple of seconds in the air.
Yeah.
He's got that mad pop as well.
Ooh, I like
Back
that
one
right
nose
there.
butter to cab 180. That was sick.
It's got to be nice to know that you set up all these features and people use them as intended.
Yes. Yeah.
Coming back across this one with a huge backing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Perfect tranny finder.
Ooh.
Going switch.
Front one, cab one. Oh, got bucked a little.
Layback that was.
There we go.
He's got to kind of bring something here at the bottom with that little bobble that he's going to make the judges kind of forget about that. What's he got? Outside air. What's he got down here? I don't think there's too much opportunity left at the bottom here. Maybe
There's this
little
one
bump.
hit. Oh. No.
So I don't know. Okay, so up top, it was a clean run, but I feel like he got lost. you know, down towards the bottom, he had that opportunity to bounce around that big backflip into that transition.
Yeah. I will say the back one nose butter on the top, that's such a blind trick. And so I think the judges are going to reward him well. And a lot of people aren't hitting that feature, so a little diversity.
And also, we saw Sage with what, by Sage's standards, and by the standards of what we've seen today, was laid up slightly. And that's what you're in. If the judges get a sense that you're laying up anywhere, I think they're going to love that. That was amazing.
Yeah.
And the backflip, because of like where he caught the transition on this, is pretty great.
And I'll tell you what, like a lot of people have been throwing backflips, but no one's grabbing. And he's, you know, solid frontside grab.
Yeah.
Little wildcat, if you will.
Gets that. And then this is where he kind of got lost. I feel like he had opportunity right there, maybe.
Yeah.
But just, you know, he had that little bit of a fall, kind of lost a couple of feet of vertical, and just didn't really set himself up for anything here at the bottom.
Maybe that was his big feature, and then he got forced into that little front one, cab one.
Yeah, it's like started off strong, but kind of, you know,
yeah,
didn't finish off as strong as he wanted.
Okay, let's see if the judges agree with us. Was it laid up? 77.6. Tucks in just ahead of Travis.
Oh,
so
yes.
second place.
More Gigi Ruff, though.
I don't think anyone's told Gigi that only one rider advances from this round, though. Oh, he looked like he was celebrating then. You need to get in the cat, Gigi, and go back up for third round. Okay, so Ståle Sandbech still imperious at the top of the standings in round 2, session 1 here. We've got another 6 riders after this in the men's session 2. We're taking these 2 sessions, and each one is supplying 4 riders for the quarterfinals. Ben Ferguson, an absolute destroyer of worlds when you get that big, intimidating terrain of consequence. Brings that half-pipe rider's precision to natural selection.
I think, you know, he already kind of nailed the upper part of his run when he had his first go at this. I think he's going to take that same line, do a huge 720. That landing is predictable for him. So we're going to have this little ridgeway down here.
Just bouncing his way down the course.
That's very Mount Bachelor where he came up. There's the method to bushwhack.
Nice.
Bushwhack Bill right there. And then he's going to come in here. Here's that 720. Back sevy.
Stomp, little wheelie.
It's all right. It's all right. Stay on it.
Kept his speed.
Lovely front one.
Front one riding switch.
Still a lot of opportunity to ragdoll.
Reverted back into that straight air.
Where's he going? He's going over to Sweetenville.
Oh. All right. Just kind of.
Oh, and that's whoa! There, a little backflip there to cap off that run. So solid run up above.
For a man who's used to competing at the elite level of halfpipe, where it's all about strategy and how you build your runs, they've got a screen up at the top there. He would have seen what Ståle did, and I'm surprised by that. Like, he would have watched all of the other runs.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? It's clear what the judges want now. They want something big.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also think that, you know, with that 720, he landed, and then you kind of get lost. You're like, where was that hit that Sweeten hit? Where was this over here?
Yeah.
You just go, you black out. I like that right there. A little bushwhack with the tail.
Yeah,
and the back 7, obviously, like, this was really tough. Look at this.
Yeah, that's solid. Huge. Damn, that was so far.
Big drifter down the line, a little bit of a wheelie. And I think maybe that's where he kind of got offline. He wanted to stay up a little higher. But still.
Oh, here's this last line here.
Yeah, the tell for me was when he went front one and then reverted back before he took off.
Yes, yeah, for sure. I think that was a bit of a glitch.
I remember seeing Mark McMorris do it in Alaska one year, and it's one of those. The judges are going to pounce on you. Their job is so hard today.
Yeah.
If you're giving them excuses like that, then they are going to take it.
Yeah, see, he came in a little bit lower to that hit than I think he thought he was going to. He did get the backflip around here. So this score is going to be decent, but it's not going to pop him over Ståle at all.
Honestly, it might be similar-ish to Gigi's because it was kind of a similar run as far as like pretty strong in the top, but maybe not exactly what he wanted at the bottom.
Back 7's nothing to sneeze at, though.
If you're right, then it's a 77.6.
Okay, well, here, let's see.
Trav on a 76.6. Ståle Sandbech on an 87 at the moment is leading the way. And remember, only one rider gets taken through off this. Ben Ferguson, one of Red Bull's finest. This was actually forecast like an hour or so of flurries, and then it's forecast to tidy up a little bit. Tell you what, Leanne Pelosi looks like she's leading the charge.
Yeah, she's in charge,
doesn't she?
She's a mom. Moms are always in charge.
Look at Yussi just chilling.
I think Yussi's got like ice on his head. There's steam coming out of his ears.
75.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so slots in behind Travis, behind Gigi, and behind Ståle Sandbech into 4th.
Well, it don't matter though, because your focus is on beating the high score. So you're going to take another
It's
one.
Ricky Bobby right now, isn't it? You're first or last. Okay.
Just don't sell the windshield. That's all I got to say.
Okay. Difficult conditions now. You saw it at the bottom there, flurries of snow. Up at the top here, it's still pretty socked in. Severin van der Meer rocking those Oakley prisms. The goofy footer out of Larks. Such a beautiful approach to snowboarding. There's no athlete in Seve for me. It's all artist.
Love that.
So straight in. Last rider in round 1. He's going for an 87. Look at that. So smooth. I could watch him ride just like this.
Yeah.
I don't need any big jumps. Just the turns is enough.
Well, I think this type of riding is the ultimate, showing of a rider's I was going to say style as he goes over the handlebars. But you are right. Like when you watch someone attack a face like this that has so many different options, you get to tell like what their body movements are in between the big tricks.
Back
right?
5,
Yeah,
come and switch.
That was sick. Back 5 into POW. Difficult. Cab 1.
Kind of getting a little bit lost here in the gut.
But he's going for something bigger now.
Oh, I think he might have got.
Oh, I think he missed it.
Yeah, I think he got a bit lost right there. Front 3 at the bottom.
All right, so Sevi, he's going to be forced to take his Hail Mary run as well.
We've seen in every single one of those 5 riders that hasn't made it through, we've seen the makings of a brilliant run.
Yeah.
It's now a question of who can lace that on the Hail Mary.
Well, the question I have is, like, in that center section where we saw Craven really set that thing on fire, are there landings still in there? That's the question. Or are there even takeoffs? Because it's pretty scraped.
Also, I mean, you definitely have to take the visibility into consideration because, man, when you get on top of these things and you can't see, it makes it 10 times harder.
I mean, there's a difference between when you're going, in the first round. A lot of these landings get pretty paved, too, because there's a lot of people landing in the same spot, same trajectory. It gets a little rowdy.
Okay, so Ståle Sandbech is going to move through from round 2, session 1. 5 brilliant riders, though, go into that Hail Mary round 3 for their last chance to be able to make it through to the quarterfinals. We've still got the women's round 2 and the men's round 2, session 2 coming up. But before we go there, we've got a little glimpse at our natural connections. YETI have been a sponsor of Natural Selection since the very beginning in 2021, and they make branded drinkware for all of the athletes and all of the crew to reduce all of the single-use plastic on site. Let's find out a little bit more about them with our natural connections.
In British Columbia, water is more than a force of nature. It's the pulse of the land. Revelstoke is nestled in the Selkirk Mountains. Fueled by deep snowpacks and heavy rains, this range creates the conditions for one of the rarest ecosystems on the planet, the inland temperate rainforest. The annual precipitation here falls below the average of what defines a rainforest. However, winter makes the difference. Storms off the Pacific travel to the interior, colliding with the mountains, which stack snow in Revelstoke and high in the surrounding Selkirk Range. Snowpacks average up to 18 meters or 60 feet per season, making Revelstoke one of the snowiest places on Turtle Island. The annual snowpack seeps deep into the earth, feeding the underground network that sustains the fresh water long after winter has ended. Snow is the magical element that keeps the ancient rainforest alive. The Columbia River system collects the runoff that the land surrenders and returns it to the Pacific Ocean to begin again. Here in British Columbia, the movement of the water doesn't just shape the landscape, it powers the region. Hydroelectricity generates more than 80% of British Columbia's energy. This cycle is a connection between mountains and communities. It carves canyons, sustains forests, and fuels cities. Water doesn't just move through the landscape, it shapes it.
Here in Revelstoke, British Columbia itself is a pretty amazing place. The snowpack tends to be really consistent here. We get a lot of snowfall. Usually our avalanche cycles last a certain amount of time and then clear up, and we get periods of really good stability and low hazard. I chose to live here because of just the consistent snowfalls, the amazing tree skiing, the amazing alpine. It's just kind of got it all. It's a really unique place to live, to be a skier, snowboarder, splitboarder, whatever you want. This is the backcountry. Just because we're accessed it from the ski hill, this is still the backcountry. The second you step outside that boundary, it's uncontrolled and you are in the backcountry. We're with the NST production crew. One of the goals is to refresh on some of our avalanche search and rescue techniques. A little bit of transceiver work, a little bit of probing, a little bit of shoveling, a little bit of talk about how to manage an injury. Say someone was to get hurt with a toboggan, how to get them out, communications, just the whole gamut. Everyone who's out here today is kind of our core crew, people I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the backcountry with this season. So making sure we're all on the same page is super important to going into the season with confidence. The backcountry is where I love to spend most of my time. Definitely given me a lot of amazing moments, but it's also taken a lot from me too. And I think being well trained and learning the skills and taking it seriously is super important. Be well prepared and do your training and have fun out there.
Worn when it counts. Arc'teryx.
Welcome back to the YETI Natural Selection here from Revelstoke. This is the part in the flight where they let one of the passengers fly the plane. How's it going, everybody? I'm Todd Richards, joined here by Eddie Wall and Mary Walsh, and we are bringing you more women's action. This is round 2. We've already selected 2 people to move on, and now we're back in it again with the second round. What an incredible day we've had so far. I mean, man, oh man, has there been action upon action in this.
I'm still getting over the passenger flying the plane comment right now. But
right into
luckily...
the Andes.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited. And again, it's like at this point, it's like I said before, all gas, no brakes. Like this is, it's either you perform right now or it's over.
All right, well, big thanks go to Arc'teryx. Not only are they clothing some of our riders out here like Elena Hight, who we will see her shortly, but they are also outfitting the entire Natural Selection crew. And you can scan this QR code right here, and you can win yourself an Arc'teryx kit and 2 icon passes, which is a deal if you ask me. All you got to do is scan something and you can go ahead and win. So
let's get back into this action because this women's round 2, the pressure is beginning to build. All these riders have had one chance to go through. We've moved 2 people on to that quarterfinals, but now we're back into it. We've got some of the younger riders up against some wily veterans. Mary, who do you like in this round now?
I mean, it's really too tough to say right now. I think, you know, Elena is one. She was in that 3rd place position, and she has so much experience in this field. But Estelle, Mary Rand, Ellery, I mean, this is an amazing field. It's very hard to pick.
Here we go. Estelle Pensiero. She grew up riding the powder at Baldface, so she knows what's going on. Probably has arguably more landings in this kind of snow than any of the other competitors.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty valid point. And again, she's familiar with this type of terrain, this type of snow conditions. And again, rookie, so first-time competitor in natural selection, got in on a wild card. So there we go, kind of popping over to that butter box.
I think Estelle's, like, her skill is her ability to, whoa, my gosh, that came out of nowhere. I mean,
oh my God. Okay.
So thoughtful.
Yes.
Best rider commentary so far of the day.
My dad's gonna kill me.
Just censoring herself. You know, the first 2 hits, that 3rd one really came out of nowhere, it looks like, but she was riding really well previous to that.
Well, I think it could be lending itself to the light becoming flatter and flatter. I mean, things like that, little features that pop out and buck you like that, that was a genuine surprise for her to all of a sudden be half upside down.
Yes. And that's not the best thing that you want as a surprise, especially when you're in terrain like this.
But Estelle, effortlessly, her style is just, she looks so comfortable and confident when riding in PAL.
And that's another one of the things I think is so great about the Credo, the way the judges come into this thing and judge. You don't have to be doing 720s. You don't have to be doing giant 360s or backflips. You just need to flow your way around this course and make it look like you should be going where you're going.
Yes, and I think also, again, worth noting, I know I've said it already today, but it's like this is just the prologue for Estelle. She's only 21 years old. She's really in the nascent stages of her career and already at this level to compete in this kind of venue. And, there we go. We see the kind of surprise air chair. But the thing about Estelle is that she's one of the very, very few riders in snowboarding that is learning freestyle first in the backcountry, which I think is really unique.
Yeah. Look here down towards the bottom. Gets another little opportunity. But up top, you know, unfortunately kind of whited herself out a little bit after that little air and just got chucked into a quarter backflip.
All right, so 52.3.
She'll have another chance at it, though. She gets that last chance consolation round, the Hail Mary. So Estelle is going to go back up top, re-rack herself, and get ready to take it on again. So next up, Mary Rand, someone that we've seen be very, very strong in natural selection in years past. She has to take another crack at this now. Mary, you know, coming out of Rhode Island, it's not a likely candidate for someone that would be so strong in the backcountry, is it?
There's not a lot of pillows in Rhode Island. Let's put it that way.
Unless you go to like Bed Bath & Beyond or something
it's true.
like
It's
that.
very true. I don't know. I don't know if I have time.
But seriously, Mary grew up riding Yawgoo Valley, which is a DIY make-it-yourself terrain park, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's where her fundamentals were built on rails, but she really has exhibited that she is such a natural in the backcountry as well.
Yeah, for sure. And also shout out Yawgoons. Love that crew. The creativity is through the roof.
I haven't seen enough from Yawgoons lately.
Same
You
here.
know, I want to see more Yawgoons.
Yes,
All right.
Yawgoons. This is
I digress.
Yeah.
So Mary Rand about to drop in here. She's been spending a ton of time at Baker in Washington, which has a lot of unpredictable terrain that's a little bit rowdy.
Yep.
So I think that will definitely lend to her skill set here coming into her second attempt to try to make it into the semifinal round when we run again.
Yeah, and I think I was talking about it during her first run, but to just fully move to Mount Baker, immerse herself in the backcountry, and just completely shift the trajectory of her career is a bold move. And as you can see, being a competitor in the natural selection made it work.
Here we go, Mary on course. This top section, this is basically where you have false confidence. You're just like, oh, everything's going great. I'm just doing little turns.
The hallway
is that the name of this ridge
Yes.
line?
Yeah, it's false confidence ridge.
Yeah. Okay. Half cab right there, putting it down, building some confidence.
There we go.
Ooh, nice little platform. Oh my gosh, that looks so insane with that little bit of light on it.
Yeah, she's getting some good visibility, which is a huge benefit.
Coming up here onto another diving board, kind of cross-courting it. Oh, but it's a nice double opportunity.
Yeah, hitting some
There it is.
poppers.
Get it.
Oh, solid.
Nice. So flowing smooth so far.
Okay, she's going to have like 1 or 2 little opportunities left here. Get this little stack. A little more speed into this. There we go.
Okay.
All right, so full makes from top to bottom. No real mistakes. A little bit of a slowdown there on the last section. But everything was great.
I think that was a strategic run by Mary to kind of like just get one down that she can feel really good about.
Yeah. Stayed on her feet, was in control, clean run the whole way down.
Yes.
I will argue this, though. This is not a competition where you want to take any safety runs.
This is true.
That's
you
a
know,
good point.
you want to basically be pinning it in third the whole time because you just don't know what anyone else is going to do. You don't have an opportunity to really, you know, see what anyone else is doing either.
Yeah, it's the Ricky Bobby. If you're not first, you're last.
True.
I do really like the boxer body bag, though. I think it's my new favorite.
The boxer body
It's a
bag.
little more violent, but gets the point across.
That's right. So clean run, top to bottom. Will it be enough to put her in first right now? Yes. Will it hold? We'll have to wait and see. 68 flat for her second attempt here, so it does have her in the lead. As we move on to Ellery Manning.
But 4 more competitors to go to possibly bump that 68.
18 years old, coming out of Lake Tahoe. You know, the terrain at Sugar Bowl, at Palisades, it ain't like this because you don't get a chance to ride it. It's already tracked as soon as you look up the hill.
What I like about Ellery's riding is that she just comes out of the gate firing. I mean, she is all gas right now.
Yes, look at this light. The light is so great right now. Little method to start things off, hunting and pecking here.
I'm really stoked to see them getting some good visibility. It changes a lot. You know, when you're airing off these pillows and you can't really see where your landing is or when you're going to land, yeah, it makes a huge difference.
So is she going to make that cut again that's going to lead her kind of into that more consequential zone as she did in her first run? Oh, that was big.
Yeah, that was big, and she held it together.
So representing for Arc'teryx, this youngster's got a huge future ahead of her.
Oh, getting into...
Oh, look, opening up a new little area right here, a little waterfall zone.
All right, the judges are going to like this for sure.
Yeah, this is exciting.
Oh, I like it.
Okay, look at that. She's going for it. Oh, rides away. That was great.
All right, very nice run from Ellery.
That was phenomenal. I think that's going to show well with the judges. It had that mix, you know, she was focusing on straight airs, but then she had that free ride terrain at the bottom.
Yeah, and the judges do love it when you open up these new zones. They don't want to see you taking off ramps. They want to see you going into the fresh.
Great job. Snipering.
You can hear Jeff Pensiero.
Yeah, that's definitely Jeff Pensiero right there.
And I think her lack of hesitation and her kind of full bore approach really works for her in this with the judges' equation as well.
So starting off with a nice method.
Yeah, and then she gets this little stalefish right here.
Stalefish, named by none other than Tony Hawk.
And then she comes in and hunts her way into this.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Wow. But such little hesitation. Like, she sets up and then just goes for it right here.
there.
I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, that was sick.
And stayed on her feet. I think the judges are going to reward her heavily for choosing that line.
Remember, we also are giving away that BOA Dialed In award. Will it be something rewarded to a big trick or something opening up some aggressive new terrain? 73.6. Very nice. Puts her in the lead right now in round 2.
You know, a year ago, she was planning on going to college in San Diego because she loves surfing, went to research and development, and now is scaring me with the bright future of women in the backcountry.
San Diego, who moves there? Spencer O'Brien will be up next. As Eddie, you were talking about earlier, she's got more oversized novelty checks from slopestyle competitions in her trophy room than many.
Yes.
I mean, it was her and Jamie Anderson for a long time going first and second every weekend.
Yep. Yeah, I was doing some research on Spencer, and I was looking at her podium wins, and there's like 100 of them. It's like mind-boggling.
Very as much at home in the air as she is in the backcountry these days.
And she's another rider that, in that traditional slopestyle realm, she was not a stock trick person. I mean, she has a beautiful frontside spin off your toes. Like you were talking about the switch backside spins. Like she always was pushing the envelope.
Yeah, and at home on the rails as well. So, but here we go. Just like everyone, you find yourself in the backcountry, the ultimate proving ground and the ultimate equalizer as well.
And all of a sudden, it's just you and the terrain that Travis Rice and Dustin Craven have dreamed up.
Ooh. A little bit of a tap on the tree.
Yeah, going a little method and then kind of a little wheelie out.
Oh my God, look at that backside hip, Eddie, now that you can see it.
Yeah. Looked like back three. Looked like she stomped that. Maybe a little struggle, a little bobble.
But look at this. I mean, you can get an idea now with a little bit more definition with the light of just what these riders have as a playing field. And I know that we're all just drooling, thinking what I would do off that, but it's probably so steep that you'd be flying out of control down this, no problem.
I'd weep gently off of that.
Here we go. Spencer coming down into the bottom section, lining up this nose.
Nice.
Oh!
There we go. All right.
So Spencer O'Brien, unfortunately, goes down in the method up top. That is definitely going to hurt her flow. They want to see that execution. And when you land on your back, you're not going to get that execution score, but she will have another crack at this, and that is one of the beauties of this new format. You get 3 tries at making it to the big show.
Yeah, the more this plays out, the more I'm liking this new format.
Yeah, there's that method, little flat. And that's another one of those areas that's paved. That thing has had a lot of landings on it, but oh my gosh, look at that backside hip takeoff.
Little bit of a check, but
I hope they show this little surfer slash right here. Ready? Wow.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, that was so great.
Blowing fins. And then looking at this little nose at the end here. So she's got a good line. She just needs to clean up that upper section. So I think this is going to be a score that's going to make her forced to do that 3rd round. $69.3 for Spencer O'Brien on attempt number 2. So she's going to get back in the cat, head back up to the top, and rethink what she can do. Now, moving on, we have Elena Hight dropping next, Arc'teryx rider. She's no stranger to the podium here in the past. Equally at home in Alaska as she is in a super pipe.
Yeah, we were talking about steep terrain, and Elena is not afraid of steep terrain. If you've ever seen her AK footage, it's very impressive.
She's one of the riders also that has such a cool, calm, and collected competitive mental game. So you know that she is just like so focused right now on where she wants to be going.
Okay, here she comes into this first diving board. I love how they can, I'm just going to quiet for a second, let him talk.
Oh, there we go. Little air.
There's just so much, I mean.
Look at just the confidence, the way she turns. Like, you can tell a lot.
Oh, yeah, no,
rider.
Elena has probably one of the best turns, one of the most confident, flowy styles in steep terrain. I think I said this last year. As she sets herself on top of something that is deserved.
So
here
look
we
at that
go.
view. That really
Come on,
shows you how blind
Elena.
it is. No way.
Yes, girl.
Wow.
Put yourself in a scary spot. This is how you're going to get these scores.
Let's go!
Elena Hight.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yes.
Little check, but she's riding away. That was gnarly.
That's one of the gnarliest lines we've seen today.
That's the
playing
kind of
to her
thing.
strength. She's
Yes.
playing to her strengths.
That's a video part line right there. Like, that is a heavy-duty line.
Okay, so do you guys think that's enough to bump her into first?
I I kind of do.
I kind of do,
I think as far as risk goes,
yes.
Now we'll have to see what the flow was of that little check out of it.
Right.
It didn't look like it slowed her down very much. But still, if the judges are looking on that execution score.
There's the Elena. That's right.
All right, we're going to get a good replay here.
Okay, so that's what we missed earlier.
Oh,
okay,
that's
that huge.
Okay.
The feed kind of blinded us on that one.
Right. Look at that view.
So with seeing that 3 plus this, I do think this is going to be a very #1 run.
Yeah, I like that. The Billy Goat drop onto this, as she said. I just want to see the landing here.
What a boss!
No, she got it.
Yeah, it was a little like
Little
a slight
layback
bobble type, but I mean, I don't. Look at that.
That is ridiculous.
Grab front side too, so kind of just checked in the landing a little, but it didn't stop the flow.
A little bit of a butt check in the landing, but I think the judges are going to reward her for simply putting herself up on top of that face. Getting hugs from the crowd.
Holy! What a line! Holy moly!
Thanks!
Yeah.
Holy moly, says Jeff Pensiero.
I think that's Elena saying, I don't really want to do the Hail Mary round. I want to go through to semis.
It's gonna make it out of the home video. I bet she makes the Christmas tape for that.
Who let that homeless guy up on the course? 89.3, Elena Hight.
There it is.
Rewarded for the risk. That's what they want to see. They want to see you scare yourself, put yourself in uncomfortable positions. And I don't mean being interviewed by Stan.
But that might happen too at the end if she holds that position
It's possible.
through the next run.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that score because, like you said, how she was Billy goating her way down and popped and had to kind of stop. Like, just that alone, if she had fallen right there, like, very bad.
Yeah, that's precision boarding, and I like it. Okay, Aya Sato coming out of Japan. Loves the deep, deep powder. Another one of these young riders kind of coming on the scene as the drone goes down. Okay, here we go.
All right, so, you know, we've been talking about how deep the snow is today and how that can actually be challenging sometimes, but coming from Japan, she's no stranger to very deep powder.
Yeah, snorkel boarding.
Front 3, grabbing tail. Oh, sitting down, unfortunately, but...
Oh, heel heavy. Little front side air off of that. Okay, she's looking to put herself over into something aggressive here. She is kind of in the middle of the course. So as she heads over to Looker's left is where it starts to get a little spunky.
There we go, a little combination right there. Pillow combo.
Getting kind of bounced around.
See what she has at the bottom. This is kind of last chance.
A little drop right there. Kind of, I think maybe she got off her line a little bit. And it does look like it's getting a bit more rough in there to ride through if you don't weigh that much.
Yes, I mean, I think that looked like it kind of, she got caught in tracks a couple times. That really, and it's also very exhausting trying to muscle your way through tracks like that can be really, really tough.
Yeah, so maybe, you know, when we think about Elena Hight, putting herself into that fresh snow, even though it was like a kind of a sketchier line, it's still softer, so your odds of landing kind of go up a little bit more.
Yeah. You don't have to ride through anyone's tracks when you're dropping through the air.
I love that there's a crowd at the bottom now.
I know.
It adds so much energy. You know, in previous years when there's not a crowd, they come down and just kind of quiet, and now everybody's like hugging and cheering and slapping high fives.
Yeah, right. You know, in the years past, like we've been in Alaska and places, and the only thing up there is like Yetis. Like, you know, there's nothing.
Actual Yetis.
Yeah, there's nothing to cheer you on. But here, you know, you've got this huge crowd cheering. When you do something good, you can hear them from the bottom. You saw that frontside 3 tail grab landing a little heel heavy, and she goes over. And Mary, this is kind of where, you know, she got kind of caught in some of those tracks.
Yeah, I mean, it is really tough, like you're saying, when you're a smaller human, it's like you really have to muscle your way through that, and you can get so tossed once powder starts to get tracked out, and it's really tough. I think she handled it really, really well, but it definitely looks like it was catching her up a bit.
A bit of a heel side elevator down through that. It's almost like runnel that's coming out the bottom of it now.
Yeah, you can see that slough kind of collecting, probably hardening up a little bit.
All right, so this will be the last rider in the women's round 2. And she's going to get a 63 even, so she'll be headed back up for the round 3 Hail Mary. So Elena Hight will move on to the semifinals by virtue of that incredibly aggressive line. And the light is now all over this as we're gonna throw down to Stan Levier, who's with Robin Van Gyn. Stan?
Hey, Todd, thank you. Yes, I am joined with Robin Van Gyn, Ellery Manning. Robin Van Gyn, a stewardess of backcountry snowboarding, especially in regards to bringing up women, teaching them with her R&D event. Robin, what does it mean to be out here today and see this all happen?
Honestly, it's been such an honor just to be in their corner and to watch the level of women's snowboarding just like jump. There's so many new faces, and I'm just excited to see like a new era of women's snowboarding come into the mix.
Awesome. And Ellery, as someone who came through the ranks from R&D, now we know there's a Ski-Doo up for grabs for the overall winner. Do you picture yourself on this thing at all?
I would love a Ski-Doo. That would be a dream.
Well, the excitement continues. Thank you guys so much. We're loving the new format here. We're having a heck of a time. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Stan. And yes, a brand new Summit X Ski-Doo will be going to the men's and women's winner. A light, fast, versatile sled, a couch for the backcountry. Look at that thing. I want one.
Yeah, that I'm so jealous of whoever gets that.
I would bury that thing upside down so many times. All right, so let's check a look at this right now. Elena Hight comes out of round 2. She will be joining Madison Blackley and Šárka Pancochova and moving on to semifinals day. Now, round 3, Estelle Pansiero, Mary Rand, Ellery Manning, Spencer O'Brien, and Aya Sato will take a third and final attempt at this wonderful terrain here in Revelstoke. You know, we talk about people that can go out there, interpret terrain. They don't let the nerves get to them. They're at home in very, very intimidating situations. I think, you know, you look at Elena, the amount of time that she spent in the past being under the spotlight, whether it be at the Olympic Games, X Games, whatever. How do you think that translates to being able to calm your nerves in an event like this, or, you know, being on a big line in Alaska?
I think it's huge. I think she knows how to achieve the mental stability, mental calmness in consequential situations. And I think that is a huge part of why she is such a killer whatever she's riding.
Yeah, and also for the younger riders, that's something that they just don't have that experience yet, and the nerves can definitely get to you.
All right, well, we're going to take a little break right now and check in with Ski-Doo Summit Access, the all-terrain snowmobile that people like Madison would love to get out there in the backcountry. This is what she uses as a tool. All snowboarders need this if they want to stack footage in the backcountry.
This is the first time that I've been able to use a sled that has a digital panel on the screen. I found it super easy to use, see all of my configurations, and really personalize it to my riding, especially when you're riding the goggles, to be able to look down and see everything. I really thought it made the ride a lot nicer. Riding a turbo is new for me, especially coming off of a Gen 4 sled and now going into a Gen 5. I feel like it really levels up my ability on the snowmobile and makes me feel like a much more confident rider out there. The best part about using a sled to access terrain is that it's super fun on the way up and not just on the way down. One thing I love about snowmobiling is really the sense of safety and security while I'm challenging myself out there, being able to bring a bunch more gear with me. It gets me to places that I would not be able to be with more people, and I think that's what makes it so special, being so deep out there in the mountains.
Snow check, day 2, front selection. Blake, dropping in 10.
What's the status? 1 minute.
Hello with the mics. We want to make some moves.
Yeah, we're just debating.
Copy that.
3, 2, 1. Snow is good in that landing.
Drones up, cameras rolling.
How you guys doing down there?
Ready to battle it out. Copy.
Got everything we need.
We are rocking, my friend.
these type of conditions and swells, it's something special. I'm just stoked to be here and can't wait to see what happens in the next couple days.
We're all getting a chance to do what we love doing, which is showing our art form in surfing. I'm pretty excited to see how something different turns out, and I'm stoked to be a part of it.
It's in the middle of nowhere, no one surfed it. Would you like to come? I was like, yeah.
Welcome back to the YETI Natural Selection here from Revelstoke, BC. We are about to get started with the men's second round session. Men get to drop again and try to post up the highest score to potentially move them on into the semifinals the next day we run. Mikkel Bang will be our first contestant in this second session. A tall glass of water, a kid who is raised exclusively on reindeer meat. Look at this guy. So much strength, so much power. And if there's one person that can handle these chundery landings at this point, it's Mikkel Bang.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, Mikkel has so much power when he rides, but he's also one of those riders who has a lot of power. He has a lot of strength, but once he's in the air, it's just so stylish, you know, or actually even just on the snow as well. But
a lot of finesse. Also 35 years old. I cannot believe Mikkel Bang is 35 years old.
Dude, he will forever, to me, be like 15 years old.
You can see in the background there, there is Liam, contest director in that Arc'teryx gear. Probably has chewed all of his fingernails off this week.
Oh, yeah. A couple more gray
Liam
hairs.
Griffin is the glue that holds this event together, as we are now on course with Mikkel Bang.
Making his way down False Hope Ridge.
Yes, that's right. Oh,
there we go.
Nice. Big front three.
So look at that. That shows some control as he did that big front three, but is able to take that high traverse line into the back five.
Okay, back five, aggressive.
And
Okay, it was hard to tell if he kind of held on to that in there with the snow.
I think he did, but I think he also went into self-preservation mode because
Yeah.
he was heading straight for a tree.
Yes.
Kind of went down on that switch backside 180.
All right, so that's going to be his run right there.
But if he can put that together in what I assume is going to force him into a third run, he definitely has something up his sleeve. I mean, a backside 540 into powder, especially when you grab Indy and you jam that front leg out like that.
Yep.
That is an aggressive mood.
Yeah, I want to see that replay. And like you said, Todd, as soon as he landed, he's heading straight into the trees. Watch this front three, and then he quickly adjusts and gets on his heel edge and stays on that higher traverse line.
Yeah.
And that shows like so much control.
It's just power. You know, some people have to work out to be strong. Mikkel just exists. Look at that. He tries to like throw the brakes on. He's like, oh my God, I'm going to be a part of the foliage here in a second.
So here's a switchback one, and unfortunately, there we go. Man,
kind of got popped.
Yeah, those little love seats, if you don't make those transitions perfectly, they will buck you.
Wow.
And you got to also take into consideration too, even with the temperatures being cold, once that sun starts to poke, a lot of this stuff begins to firm up, especially the stuff that's already been ridden by the riders.
Yeah.
I landed on like his spine for round two thingy.
What do you guys call him? The Norax?
The Lorax.
He does it. Yeah, he's from Norway. Though.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
All right, Mikkel Bang, 72.3. We'll have to see if that holds up, but he does. That mustache is coming in nice.
Norax. That's clever.
Yeah, you writing that down?
Yeah,
Mary?
I am writing that down.
You.
Yep.
You're on Norway.
Norway.
I'm here for a reason, Mary. All right, so we're going to move back up to the top. Jared Elston. Okay, so Jared coming out of Bend, Oregon. A Swiss Army knife of a snowboarder.
What's pretty awesome is that Jared literally developed this pro model board that he's riding for this competition, essentially. So it's amazing to just see how, you know, the time that took to develop, and finally to see him riding it is amazing.
I'll tell you something, if you develop your own snowboard and it's not good, you have no one to blame.
Yep, there you go.
But Jared, I mean, he rides every bit of terrain from park to pipe to backcountry with reckless abandon.
Yeah.
And he's very skilled, though, when it comes to putting things where they need to be, as far as like transition finding in the backcountry or gapping between things at Mount Bachelor. It's definitely going to be something to watch here. And Eddie, can you point out the board on the set that he is riding?
Yes, it's right over here. Well, this is the Rain, but that's not actually the board that he is riding right now. So that's the Rain, an Arbor Rain, and that was actually developed in partnership with Pat Moore. So that's Pat Moore's pro model right there.
All right, very cool. So you can get one of those. It's an ST partner.
Custom graphic.
Custom graphic. For in-studio use only. In-studio use.
Yes.
It rides really well in studio.
All right, so Jared's about to take his second attempt here. Get that Arc'teryx gear. Look at him, he's just like a natural selection poster boy.
Yeah.
I'd say more often than not, when you see a clip of Jared, you're picking your jaw up off the floor after.
That's such a good way to put it.
You're just like, oh my God.
We saw him in round one go for a very aggressive line.
Yeah. And I also think he has the similar mentality almost to like a Dustin Craven in the sense that it's like it is all or nothing.
It is. And he also has a bit of rice in him.
Yeah, oh,
you know,
for sure.
that kind of like that fun, playful cockiness. That it's true. You know, he definitely has that like it's I don't think he's serious, but you know, it could come off weird, but it works for him.
Yeah.
So what you guys are saying is that
gosh,
Jared Elston is kind of a combination of Dustin Craven and Travis Rice.
That's right.
That's
There
pretty
you go.
pretty awesome compliment right there.
Look at this terrain.
Wow.
This is unbelievable. It really gives you an idea of how steep of the terrain that we're dealing with. And the light is just, oh my gosh, if you were going to go out there and shoot a catalog right now would be a time to do it.
Now that there's light on it, you can actually, you get more of a perspective of how bad the light was before. And what they were dealing with.
Yes,
Like
and
you couldn't see any of that definition. Like you could see no little spines. You could see none of these little like pillow lines. So yeah, it's I couldn't even tell how tough that they had it in the beginning.
That terrain right there is what we're going to get into on finals day. Okay,
Ooh.
so they're saving that. That's going to be for a little bit later on. It's very aggressive in there.
And that's something good to note, Todd, because I think a lot of people might be wondering, like, wait, why
are
is
they going
everyone
there?
only taking that ridge line all the way to the left? And that's the reason why. That's the only section open as of right now.
Okay, here we go. Jared getting ready to drop. Judges are ready. Liam is ready. See you on the other side, he says. And here we go. Jared Elston on course.
Dropping in.
What do you think? Do you think he's going to head back to that Panic Ridge again?
I do.
He's going to do something very big.
We're coming in switch right now.
Jared's not the kind of rider that wants to have to go into a Hail Mary round if he can avoid it.
All right, going cab 5, landing right next to the
that
butter
was
pad.
scary.
Yeah, that was pretty scary. And also, you know, with this format, it's awesome. We're getting to see more runs, but you know what? It's getting more chewed up than normal.
There we go.
Look at that, nice Wildcat. All right, Elston looking good so far.
Kind of picking his way toward his right,
Yeah,
which
going rider's
means
right.
going to the spicy area.
Let's listen in here as he sets himself on this ridge.
Oh, you can hear the crowd when they choose these lines. Yes, Jared.
Jared,
Way!
Oh! Count it.
Wow, okay, let's go.
Bit of a contest make, but we will take it.
Wow.
Yes, yes.
Oh my God, the crowd pleaser. Wow, okay, so delivery accepted.
Yeah. Wow. We said it. I love when just coming over the top of that face, the crowd goes nuts because they're like, yes,
That
we're going to
was
see something gnarly.
Insane. I can't wait for these replays.
Wow, that was...
Jared sets himself up here up top. Gets that backflip.
Smooth landing, starts to pick his way to the right, and here's where we get really exciting into Elston territory.
Oh my gosh, that
Wow.
back three. I want to see that landing a little bit better because you know the judges.
Here it is.
They're going to be looking for this. How does he land this?
So sick.
Look at that, just finds that transition so perfectly.
So, you know what? We've seen this before, though. We've seen people take this line and have a little bit of a bobble in the landing, but the judges still reward it. And there you go, a little tame dog at the bottom.
And taking that back three, like, I just feel like you've talked about how difficult that is in previous years, Eddie.
83.3 for Jared Elston, so moves into the lead right now.
Yes. There we go. His dad.
All right,
background.
Brandon Davis. Who would have thought a person that came up riding the Outlaw Snowboard Park at Fair would find himself on top of this terrain?
There's a lot of similarities between Revelstoke and Bear if you really think about it.
You know, hey, Brandon Davis is my dark horse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Real dark.
Oh, no. I think you just cursed the announcer right there.
Commentator
curse.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But he carries a lot of momentum down through here. Look at that giant frontside air.
Huge.
Brandon's a snowboarder that is just so fun to watch because he just charges.
Oh, nice.
He is a charger. I mean, he rides a lot with Torstein Horgmo.
So he did that similar cross-court gap and catching that lower transition like Austin Sweeten did.
Remember, Brandon Davis will get one more attempt, the Hail Mary, but that Hail Mary is beginning to fill up with some incredible talent.
Yeah.
That didn't go to plan.
Big dog.
All right, well, you know, he wanted something a little bit more than that. I think his line was kind of off as he almost decided to become part of the bark up top here. Let's watch this here.
Got a little cab one, butter to back one.
And then just got kind of hooked up on his heels.
Yeah, gets lost.
Oh, he just missed that. Well, I mean, not the branch, but the trunk, the part you want to miss.
But I did like this. Look at this cross-court frontside air, kind of lands, doesn't slow down at all.
Not at all.
Keeps that momentum up, cross-courts this again.
There it is.
Just charges through it. Yeah. No holds barred, full speed.
Over there in Sweeten Ridge. Brandon Davis waiting for his score here. Long day for these guys too. It's a lot of like ups and downs as far as energy goes. 71.3. So he will be forced to take that Hail Mary round. But like, you know, you get really excited. There's first the nerves, first thing in the morning. No one's ridden this stuff. Then, you know, you get back up there again to take your second run. Now the nerves are really playing in for round three. But Brandon Davis was also a very competitive slopestyle rider.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would say out of the duels, Brandon Davis, he was one of my favorite duels that I had seen, some of the best riding.
Okay, now, we're not supposed to play favorites, but I got a favorite. It's this kid right here, the Froth Goblin, like a methed up chipmunk, about to be released on this course. Some of his terrain riding, I mean, he really started to work in, like when you land, you bounce into another 360.
Yeah.
That's on purpose. Yeah. I thought he was doing that stuff as a mistake. No, he's fully planning to do that stuff.
Yeah.
Like a pinball machine.
He is a pinball machine.
A human pinball machine with effusive style.
Austin Sweeten. He's got a board slide worldwide is his series that he has on YouTube. You can go there and watch him do incredible stuff. For a little dude, he goes massive.
Yeah. When I see Austin ride, I always think like, man, I just wish I had that energy. Like, I wish I had that explosive energy.
And it doesn't stop. Like, it's everything that he does.
Yes.
Here we go, Austin Sweeten. You can just tell he's got a lot of spring. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's got that fast twitch muscle response.
Yes. He's an absolute weapon on a... oh my gosh! On a bank slalom as well. That was a lot of speed.
That was so big just like a jackrabbit.
Front savvy, Austin Sweeten. A little bit of a reeve.
Little revert, but big.
Okay, here we go into some of the terrain. He's gonna, whoa, wow.
Big cross court gap.
There's another one.
There we go, front one. Coming in switch.
Trying to line something up here. Come on, sweetie.
Oh, that looked huge.
Yeah, that was hard to see with the tree, but I'm stoked to see that replay.
I think it was a gigantic half cab that he got kind of hooked up on the takeoff. But Austin Sweeten, more to come from him in that Hail Mary round. There was a lot going right up top.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, on that frontside 720, little heavy on the heels. But man. All right, let's check this replay out, Mary.
This is so big.
That is just enormous. A little bit of a hand drag, but totally fine. And then here's where he gets caught up just a little bit on the landing.
It kind of reverts a bit.
And then that's the one that we
I think that was supposed to be a front three, to
Yeah.
be completely honest.
So front one coming in switch. Let's see what he does at the bottom here.
Oh God, I think he maybe was gonna go cab 5.
Yes, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, he was setting up for cab 5. And,
So if there's one thing I know about Austin Sweeten, he's gonna be back and he learns from his mistakes. 64.0. He's going to be back for that third and final Hail Mary round as we move down. Sage Kotsenburg, Colonel Kotsenburg. You may know him from a Wheaties box. 2014 Sochi slopestyle champion at the Olympics.
with arguably one of the scariest slopestyle courses ever built. Those jumps were psycho.
These jumps are minuscule compared to what he was thrown into in Russia. Here he goes. Sage Kotsenburg coming in switch.
Making his way down the hallway of no return.
Dude, nice. I'd like switch straighter.
Yeah.
Oh, no, now he switched.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was like, wait.
My bad.
Oh.
Double
There we go.
cork 900. Sage, chill out.
Oh,
now he's backwards again. Oh, no, front side 3. So the first double cork that we've seen on this course going massive time.
That was insane.
Wow.
Holy moly.
So I feel like most people would have ridden off that pillow and then landed and then dropped the cliff, but he aired off the pillow over the entire cliff.
Sage Kotsenburg, for his second run, goes for broke, tries to open it up with the double cork 900. Sage is one of those guys who doesn't start counting till the second cork.
That's good.
Unfortunately, a couple little mistakes in there, but now he knows. Now he knows a line that he can get to.
So there's a straighter setting up.
Does this little 180 up here.
And then here's the cab 9.
Wow.
And just zoots out a little bit there, but solid cab 9 nose grab.
Yeah, I think had the rest of this run gone to plan, that might not have hurt him as much.
Yeah.
But gets kind of a little bit lost in some of the terrain down here, and then just goes absolutely bonkers big.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, this is the part.
Insane.
Boing.
Wow.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, that was
so big. I like the composure, like when in that ollie style where he sucks up his knees and doesn't move. I think that's so sick.
I was kind of getting like late 90s snowboard video vibes from that, some standard films or something.
Sage Kotsenburg, what is this score going to be? I don't think it's going to be enough to take over the lead right now. 77.3 for Sage.
It's actually the same score he got in the first round, just coincidentally.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so Sage will be headed to the Hail Mary third round. Last chance to get into the semis.
That was massive.
Straight back up to the top. Here we go. BMO. Blake Moller will be the last rider to drop here as he's starting on top of the Yeti cooler.
He's going to do a bomb drop to start off. This is getting interesting.
that extra foot and a half of air time.
Okay, judges
could be the difference.
The judges are going to love this.
A lot of people have been talking about BMO and him being a legitimate person to look at for this to potentially go home with the win just because he's so strong and his land ratio is very high.
Let me drop this rider and then I'll switch.
I just recently, Kevin Jones posted a clip of him bomb dropping off of like this giant cliff into a line, like into a chute back in the day. So this is maybe this is a little nod to Kevin.
An homage. I mean,
It'd be really embarrassing if the cooler flipped over as your bomb drop. I feel like that would happen to me if I was trying to do that at a contest.
Toe edge slip out, falls on your face. That would be.
Let's not manifest this, guys.
Guys, don't count that.
Yeah.
All right, so conditions changing as we see that light kind of drifting over there to Looker's right. We're getting a little bit of cloud cover up high. So it's in and out with visibility at this point. We're starting to get into that zone where flat light is definitely an issue.
As Hannah had mentioned, the sucker holes.
Yes.
The other competitors right now are like, wait, we could have used the cooler to bomb drop?
It's almost like a little whip
I think
bomb drop.
They didn't realize that that was allowed.
Bonus points.
Hey, man, everything's in play out here.
Travis is going to be strapping in on the Temple of Stoke on the top of it.
I'm actually kind of shocked he hasn't done it already. Little indie air. Because he's going backside.
I was like, oh, okay.
Don't worry, Eddie. I'm going to back myself up on that one. Looking over here.
Oh, back 7.
Tries to cork a 7.
Oh.
And you can see the landing gear comes down perfectly.
Stomped as clean as a straight air. Wow. Okay,
Picking his way down, an untouched pillow.
He needs to get something going here because
Okay.
he's running out of options. Oh, a little bit of a butt drag. He did get that 720. But I think, you know, you either have to take it aggressively into that middle section or you have to go further over to the rider's left if you want to have more opportunity.
Yeah.
And we could hear on when Jared went down, you could hear like the lack of snow at the top is getting kind of severe. So it's like, I mean, how many more people are there options for right there?
And we've been talking about the sun coming out for a little bit, and you can even see that the snow seems to be setting up just a little bit more. The white rooms aren't as obvious now. You know, it wasn't like this morning. So
it's BC too. Like if you've ever ridden there, you know the temperature fluctuations are crazy. So up top here, still a lot of powder as he dips that shoulder to get that back 7 around.
Oh my
God,
that was sick.
That was such a nice landing, just very, very smooth and so much finesse.
But here's what I'm noticing. If you take that line, it puts you into the center here, this little chute in the middle, and there's not a lot going on. If you skip any of those features up top, you're not left with a lot to play with down here at the bottom. If he had landed this front 3, I think we would have been in business.
Yeah. If he landed that front 3, I think he would have had a very high score.
All right, as we wait for the score for BMO, will that 720 be enough to bump him up top? 73.3, so Blake Moller will head to that last chance to get in the Hail Mary round. Man, we saw some action. Jared Elston on top with the 83.3, so he gets a push over into semifinals day. The rest of these riders need to re-rack and go back up to the top. In this last chance, the Hail Mary round is stacked with talent.
It's crazy looking at that list of names as in the Hail Mary round.
Yeah, but you know what? This format is great. We get to see more of the riders we love. Now, Eddie, you are holding what is called the Snowboard. This is an Arbor snowboard, am I correct?
Yes, so this is the Arbor Rain. Now, this is a custom board for natural selection.
And it's a collab with NST. Yep.
And so this was developed in partnership with Pat Moore. So this is his pro model. It's called the Rain, and it's part of the Candle collection at Arbor, which is like the freestyle collection. And it's made for it's like a camber powerhouse aggressive snowboard, and is made for the big jumps and as well as backcountry freestyle. So if you were going to be riding this course, I would probably choose this board.
That's what you want, weapon of choice. All right, when we come back, more snowboard action, but first, some good cheap fun.
Max Worthington up here, cheap fun athlete representing Pub Beer. We're up at the Snaked Bank Slalom for the NST. The pros are going to try to lay down some times today, and then it's up to the public and riders like myself to try to beat their times. So I'm going to do whatever I can to slow them down. There's Nils. You suck! Come on, beam up! Yeah! Oh, that was just public, my bad. Ah! Got him!
I opened my mouth. I thought you were gonna try to like hit the upper region.
I could do that. I could do that this round if you want. Yeah.
I'm down. Yeah. I just kind of.
You're used to the face shots.
Hey, is that clock running?
No. Sucker.
Dude.
All right, Max Warbington signing off here from the bank slalom. Time for some cheap fun.
Snow check. Day 2. Time for selection. Lake. Dropping in 10.
What's the status? 1 minute.
Kind of with the mic. We want to make some moves.
Yeah, we're just debating.
Copy that.
3, 2, 1. Snow is good in that landing.
Drones up. Cameras rolling.
How you guys doing down there?
Ready to battle it out.
Copy.
Got everything we need.
We are rocking, my friend.
Welcome back to Revelstoke Mountain Resort for YETI Natural Selection, and a little bit of cloud pushed into the venue now. What a second rounder. That was outrageous.
I mean, that Elston clip, that was mind-boggling.
Yeah, that was a standout to me as well.
Yeah, he didn't want to ride again, did he?
No. He was like, put me through, I'm good.
I don't think anyone did. Well, looking at the way Blake Moller attacked that, looking at the way Sage attacked it, there was some big statements. Looking at the way Austin Sweeten did, there wasn't a dead spot in that for me.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, again, I think everyone at this point is just leaving everything on the mat.
And I think you touched on it as well. An incredible performance in the women's as well. Elena Hight pushed all the way by Ellery Manning.
Oh, completely. And you knew from that first round, when she didn't make it into the semis yet, you knew something big was going to happen in that second round.
Okay, let's go up to the top of the hill now. That was our little look back at the second round. It's time for that Hail Mary third round. 5 riders in each of the men's session, 5 riders in the women's session. Just one spot can progress. So it's all or nothing now. And look at the names in here. First man to drop will be Whistler's finest, Brin Alexander. He's followed by Jackson's finest, Travis Rice. Gigi Ruff in there, Ben Ferguson in there, and Severin van der Meer in there. We saw it in the second run. Less and less tracks in here. Clean, creative lines are at a premium now.
Yeah, you're really seeing it affect the strategy of where riders are going to be going, because it's like we're seeing the kind of more spine cliff area get a little bit tracked in certain sections. We're seeing a ton of tracks in that rider's left area. It's like it's decisively where you need to go.
There are only 2 tracks in the main zone that Brin Alexander has been sniffing around though, and they are his own. Are we going to see him go back to that same zone?
I say so for sure. You know, I mean, again, he's gone there twice, and I think he just wants to lace that landing really well. And
if he can do it, there's a deep, you know that there's a deep seam of points in there from the judges.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's going to be high 80s, even possibly even 90s.
What a mouth-watering prospect that is. If he goes in there, stomps there, it sets the bar for the rest of this session.
Yeah.
Well, you do have to go full bore when you have the creator and co-founder of Natural Selection Tour literally breathing down your shoulders to drop behind you. You have to go as hard as you can.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier about the format being really cool because you get a few more runs and things like that. But again, that does track up the course more. So the landings are getting a little bit more beat up. There's more bomb holes out there that you have to avoid.
And the temptation is to go where you know.
Right.
But the reality is that there are enough hits in there. Travis did it last year. He dropped last to prove to people that you can get 50 runs through here without crossing tracks. So Brin Alexander ready to drop. Third and final attempt for him to make it into the quarterfinals. If you want to follow him on Instagram, he's called Better Than the Police. And it is so entertaining.
Oh, just getting buttery, doing a couple 180s in the in-run.
Love it. Just loosey-goosey.
Still getting some decent visibility right now, so that's good. Going cab 540. Switch from front side.
Left a little puff of smoke there as well as he landed, didn't he?
The whole tree jib.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
I love that.
Hitting the same direction that Ståle did for that 7, and he stalls.
Yeah, I think he got bucked right before the takeoff. He's throwing up his arms to the drone. He got bucked. You could hear him from his mic, kind of be like, oh, and he got bucked before he even took off. Kind of put him into the back seat.
Come on, don't shy away from this.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh!
Okay.
Backflip to front flip?
My
Okay.
God.
Yeah. That, I mean, okay, yes. That's, we're in the Hail Mary time. You have to go for it.
We were talking about Sweeten doing front three to back three. He just did backflip to front flip. And honestly, like, I don't even think he fell. I think he stomped and did like, I cannot wait to see that replay.
We've seen some big backies today. Blake Moller with that huge Satan flip was enormous, but that was massive.
Okay, let's see that backflip to front flip again right away.
That was a beautiful little start. They made a statement, found a bit of space.
There it is. Yeah, you see he kind of slid out on his toe edge just slightly, and it kind of bucked him. Oh, here we go. Later.
Okay, there we go. He lands it. Wow, and he pops back up on his feet. You know what that was? That was like a Sonic the Hedgehog like roll.
Yeah, like technically he didn't fall. Like to be totally honest, like if I was a judge, I'd be like, he kind of just landed 2 tricks right there. Oh, okay.
52.3. I think the judges disagreed with you. I think technically you're right. I just sat out that last session and watched round 2 from the gallery. And at the same time that you're watching the action, you can actually watch the judges in the bottom corner. You can still see the judges cam. And it is amazing how much body language is given away from Jussi, DCP, Jody, Leanne, and Chad. Okay, Travis Rice. The most successful, the most dangerous competitor at natural selection. His win ratio is up in the high 70th percentile. So he's the last man you want in a round like this. He is under pressure. Todd said it earlier. This is when he's at his most dangerous.
Okay, so here's the deal. Travis has been going far riders left, right? He's been going riders left this whole time. My question is he going to put himself on the big face right now?
Well, we saw Mikey Ciccarelli. We saw Torger Bergrem getting good numbers if they stuck to freestyle. We also saw Nils Mindnich with it. Lovely creative line through there. Not wanting to take on that really butty landing.
Taking the high line, coming in switch.
Oh, interesting. Okay, coming down into here.
Front 7.
Oh, cab 5, huge. Oh, so much speed coming out of that.
And so well controlled.
And here we go, headed to the right. I figured he was going to put himself on top of this face. Because at this point, it's all or nothing.
Look how confident he is, striding into this terrain.
Is he looking at the diving board? Or two
little riders left of that.
Oh,
gapping.
Oh my gosh.
Well, this is not called the Hail Mary round for nothing.
Yeah.
Travis Rice.
Going for that cross-court gap bottom. I mean, again, that's a situation of like, it's all or nothing if I have to put something down like that, you know?
He is human, after all.
Yeah.
Like, how many times have you seen Travis in that situation? He just does it. He delivers time after time after time.
But this is so interesting because are we going to see...
I love this Travis, competitor Travis. He's seething inside now.
Exactly, because he always makes finals, or he always has in the past.
There's only the first couple of years he wasn't regular, and then once it got to Alaska, look at this.
Yeah, look at this switch front 5 and landing right next to that tree so fast, able to control the speed right here.
That is one of my favorite tricks of the day so far.
And now we get a pretty good view of this cross-court gap.
How big was he trying to go here?
Look at this.
Oh my life. I mean, who looks at that transfer?
It looks like maybe that pillow kind of gave way as he took off on his toe edge, and it just kind of like put him into a little bit more of a rolling up the windows.
You know, Travis and Dustin kind of uncovered this face, 64.6.
Okay.
I reckon 60 of those points came from that cab 5.
Yeah.
He is going to hate being a spectator for finals because that terrain is where he really sits at home.
But isn't that what's interesting is he has created a behemoth that has helped to up-level peers and other riders so much that now he's on the precipice of potentially not making it into finals himself.
He'll
the
be so conflicted, yeah, because he's built, he knows.
But that's part of the success of natural selection, I feel like. If you really dive at the heart of it, you want the dream architect you want everyone else to become so good that the dream is hard to achieve, that anyone could get it.
Yeah, he had a couple of years there where he was unbeatable, but everyone knows the drill now, and they come so tooled up to take him down. But you know he'll be back. Like Craven did, he'll be staring at that gap for an entire year. That will be in his nightmares. He will live that nightmare every night now until next year when he comes back for redemption. A couple of snowflakes floating in the air as one of snowboarding's true legends follows down another one of snowboarding's true legends. Travis Rice, Gigi Ruff, back to back. Both in their 40s now, both still at the peak of their powers in terms of riding. Can Gigi put it together for the third and final time? He loves this little butter pad, doesn't he?
Back 180 nose butter on that is so sick. I mean, it doesn't look as gnarly as it is, but that's such a blind trick.
And so classic to Gigi's style.
Switch here.
What?
Oh, the chicane!
What?
It is. Huge!
Wow, okay.
Hold on to it. Yes,
okay,
bounces
there we
back
go.
up.
Not the most consequential thing to have that bobble in his run at all.
Nice method.
Lovely method.
That chicane Gigi's one of Gigi's signature tricks.
I think that's going to ask some questions here. I really do think that's going to ask some questions.
Yeah. Ooh.
Tiny instability in the middle, but that butter combo up at the top.
Exactly.
The thing is, too, is when he kind of slipped out while he was riding and kind of went down slightly, I mean, he wasn't trying a trick or anything, so I don't think the judges are going to dock him too hard for that. He just kind of got bucked slightly.
Yeah,
But it wasn't like he fell on a landing of a jump, right?
Right. That's such a good point.
I genuinely think it's that stage of the hill where it rolls past 45 degrees, and the ground, like if you...
It's such a beautiful trick.
It's so beautiful. And then gets this really unique angle into there.
Oh my gosh.
And we saw Brin Alexander slip out through that compression. It's brutal. So it's such a good trick selection.
Yeah.
Watching that and thinking, right, I'll take something that doesn't require supreme edge.
So will this bump trap?
Wow.
83.3. Gigi Ruff in the hot seat right now for the Hail Mary. Can he hold on to it?
Wow.
2 riders left to drop, but Gigi Ruff right now has 1 foot in the finals.
Wow, like, is there somebody up there still?
Yes, there is, Gigi. And they are pretty tasty. Ben Ferguson, he has what you would describe, like, if his snowboarding was an album, it would be Rumours by Fleetwood Mac. It is absolutely classic.
Wow.
There is not a soft spot to it. There is no filler. At his best, Ben Ferguson is absolutely unplayable.
That might be my favorite snowboarding talent metaphor I've ever heard, and that was beautiful.
That's also a dangerous game to play because we could go down a deep path of that for this whole deal.
Did you see how far left he sent that to find fresh tracks? Back 9 or back 10? He was going 10.
You've got to go big.
Oh, he was going 10.
Wow.
It looked like he was going for back 10 there.
I think that would have been our first 10 at NST.
I think you're correct.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, that's where we're at. The Hail Mary round, everyone is against the ropes.
Front 5. Oh, no, cab 5, sorry.
Nice method into that transition finder there, and that'll be it.
Wow. Oh, a case of what might have been. Again, we lose Ben Ferg early. We lost him to Sage, Colonel Kotsenburg last year.
Yeah, and you know, like we talked about not losing heroes in the head-to-head matchup, but I think this is just as heartbreaking.
I don't know what the fuck happened.
I mean, it could have been the smoothest 7 ever. Instead, he ducked for a double cork 10.
Because you can't lay up. Not that a 7 to powder is a layup, but you have to go further.
Hey, that was crazy.
Let's look at this. He had a set of wings with pop again, didn't he? Oh, look.
Just so beautiful, so composed in the air.
If he'd have held on to that grab, would it have kept him tucked?
I think so.
Here's that big platform.
Yeah, that's...
Oh,
so
wow, really navigates that landing
through
so
there as
well.
Okay. And take a look at this 10 attempt. Red Bull gave him wings. Unfortunately, he didn't have the landing.
Oh, yeah, you could tell.
Yep.
I think he was trying to go 10.
Full face. Like, he was so lucky he didn't come around onto his head. Oh, and the facial expression says it all. If you could bottle frustration right now, it's leaking out of Ben Ferguson. Oh, shake of the head. So disappointing. It is for me, I mean, it's a privilege to watch all of these riders in these kind of conditions, in this kind of terrain, but Ben Ferg is always a joy.
I agree. He is a full throttle rider with just heaps of style. It's just such a special combination.
I mean, we talked about not losing heroes, but I do love this format. The fact that it's forcing these riders into this kind of decision-making is immense. So one rider left in this session 1 of round 3. Only the top place rider will advance to the quarters. Severin van der Meer had an epic first run and just had a couple of bobbles in there. I think he was 3rd or 4th in the end, so it's so close to making it through. Second run was a throwaway, went down early in the run, so he needs to gather himself here and make this run count. Just tic-tacking through that top bit of terrain, getting his legs working. It's like watching a Formula 1 driver just swerve the car and get the tyres warmed up.
That's pretty funny, yeah.
Ducking under that big tree.
Oh, a little ollied over it.
Okay.
It was a tap, wasn't it, on the top of the branding?
That landing must be pretty beat up.
Yeah, a lot of people not fancying it. But he's coming into this big diving board.
There we go. Back 7. Stomped.
Beautiful.
Oh, goalpost to the trees.
Nice.
I think he hung on there, or maybe not. We're getting caught up in the
No.
snow cloud.
Again.
I think he went over the bars on that.
So he can recover. Remember, credo means that it's not all, you lose an opportunity to score, but he just found himself sucked into that, like there's that guts of that chute.
Yep. Nice front 3, nose bonk at the bottom. Oh, back 3, and holds on to it.
Yeah, we've seen it with a couple of riders. Any mistakes mid-face, you get sucked into the guts of that chute, and your options are so limited then.
Yep.
Oh, Severin van der Meer, one of Arc'teryx's finest, unable to put it together today. But you look at the company he's in. How many incredible riders have you got of his caliber? Travis Rice hasn't made it through.
Yeah, it's a Hall of Fame start list. It's the competition is by no means mellow.
So the back 7 was perfect, but then this kind of goalpost through the trees is where I think he kind of lost a little control, and I think he went over the bars. It's hard to tell, you know, with all the
back seat, and it's almost like he went into the well under that rock,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yes.
The drone showed you his track.
So that's, I do not believe, going to be enough to bump him into the top.
55.3, 4th place for Seve. Gives a big thank you. Blows kisses out there. So that rounds off the Hail Mary, and it means that Gigi Ruff, I think for a lot of people in nostalgic terms, the 2013 Ultra Natural winner, making it straight. Well, I say straight, making it into the quarterfinals at the last time of asking will make a lot of people very, very happy. Now, over to this side of me, you can see Mike Perillo's work. If you know snowboarding artwork, then you should know Mike Perillo. He first came through with some beautiful artwork for Mervyn Manufacturing with their incredible pro models. I think the Emigator, one of the biggest. But this piece directly, I'm going to lean over, this piece directly behind me here. Let's take a good look at it. These are limited edition fine art prints, and they've got all of the riders signing them. So head on over to Natural Selection on the website, click on the merch menu, and you will be able to get hold of one of those. Now we're going to take a quick break and take a look at a trailer for Butterfly in a Blizzard. If you know Kimi Fasani's story, then this takes you deep into her journey with her battle with cancer and the journey through navigating motherhood. If you don't know her story, check this out. It is incredible.
Ready and action.
Kimi Fasani up next, a household name in snowboarding, beginning a new chapter.
Becoming a mother is a catalyst for radical change.
We're not the same.
There's these opposing forces.
You are not making sense.
It's the biggest story never told.
This is the first time that I've been able to use a sled that has a digital panel on the screen. I found it super easy to use, see all of my configurations, and really personalize it to my riding. Especially when you're riding the goggles, to be able to look down and see everything, I really thought it made the ride a lot nicer. Riding a turbo is new for me, especially coming off of a Gen 4 sled and now going into a Gen 5. I feel like it really levels up my ability on the snowmobile and makes me feel like a much more confident rider out there. The best part about using a sled to access terrain is that it's super fun on the way up and not just on the way down. One thing I love about snowmobiling is really the sense of safety and security while I'm challenging myself out there, being able to bring a bunch more gear with me. It gets me to places that I would not be able to be with more people, and I think that's what makes it so special, being so deep out there in the mountains.
This is truly made for athletes by athletes.
The highest level backcountry freestyle contest on the planet.
Skiing and creativity in its most authentic form. It's gonna be way different than any ski contest we've ever seen before.
Feels like a dream come true for me, honestly.
You just saw that teaser for Butterfly in a Blizzard before the break. If you want to go and check that out, it's out in cinemas from March the 18th. I can highly recommend it. Now we've got the last shreds of evening sun for our last two sessions in round 3. First up are the women. 5 women, 1 spot left in the semi-finals, which at the moment are tentatively scheduled for tomorrow on the west zone of this venue. And the exposure and the gradient ramps up on the west zone. But right now, Estelle Pensiero, she grew up in British Columbian snow at Baldface Lodge. She's watched some of the best riders in the world throw down in her backyard. And now it is her turn. Had a conversation with her. She said she wasn't ready. She didn't feel ready for natural selection, but everyone said to her, like, you never feel ready. Like, you're never ready to do this. And she realized that she's got the ability. It was just the confidence that she was lacking. As soon as Marion Haerty backed out and the spot was offered to it, she was like, you know what? It's time. I'm doing it.
I got to say that she has a lot of uncles, right? Like in snowboarding, a lot of the best are Estelle's uncles on the hill. And
I think the technical term is funkle.
Funkle, yes, the fun uncles. That's right.
Not blood relatives, but Estelle Pensiero, settling herself. The first run, she looked like the nerves were there a little bit. She started to really let it run and was unlucky, I think, in that second round. This could be her time to shine.
You know, I met Estelle up at Baldface when she was probably like 13, and she hops in the cat with us, and she had to go do homework. And she's like, oh, I can only do one more run because I have to go do some homework. And she's like, I don't even know. Like, I have to go to school. But she's like, I already know I'm going to either be a pro snowboarder or a lead guide at Baldface. So she's like, why do I have to do my homework? And here we are, a few years later, and here she's dropping in to the natural selection.
Yes, look at this light right now. Estelle, I think on her last run, was plagued by a bit of a flat light surprise obstacle moment where she was thrown into a backflip.
Yep.
Yeah, this is payback. So look at this. First hit. Big Inspire drone. She cross-courts through there just to avoid that dirty little landing.
Yeah, got a nice fresh landing off of that by cross-courting the first feature.
I think also, too, as Estelle is now becoming...
Style! Oh!
Unfortunately, landing in probably somebody else's bomb hole.
How was the composure in the air on that?
That was very clean.
Yeah, like you said, Todd, I mean, Estelle grew up since she could snowboard. Like, her riding buddy was Jamie Lynn. Right. Like, how often... That does not happen. You know what I mean? It's so cool.
Yeah, you've got no excuses for not having some decent style wash off on you if you're riding with Jamie, have you? Yeah. Go on, attack.
Here we go.
Yes!
Yeah, Estelle nailing that lower line.
That, I think, despite that fall, we always say a fall is a missed opportunity, not a catastrophic failure. Right. It's not going to dent the score too badly. And with a bit of exposure and attack down at the bottom there.
I love the audio from her as she was coming down there.
Her whole family's there.
That's so great.
Cheering her on. So look at this. The airtime was so controlled.
Click.
It's so sick.
Yeah.
Tuck knee as well.
That was sick.
Beautiful.
She landed in a little bit of a bomb hole. Obviously frustrated right there, but straight back up on her feet. And this is where she got the job done. Kind of tic-tacs her way through. And the audible, when she's dropping that, she was like, oh, and just nailed it.
Yeah.
And it's, she may only be 21, but there's a decade of experience goes into pushing through that landing.
62.3.
Okay, Estelle Pensiero puts a score on the board. 4 more women to drop, and look at the power behind her. Mary Rand, you know that she's got the bit between her teeth. Mary came out last year and schooled everyone on this side of the venue, but it hasn't gone away yet.
A bit of visualization here, but at the same, like, you tend to see that a little bit more in slopestyle and half-pipe, the visualization.
Good point.
Because this is a very unpredictable course.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can be going to plan with what you're going to do up there, but you could just get wiggled off of your line and something weird could be thrown in your face quick.
Talk to anyone in Alaska and they'll tell you best laid plans and literally set fire to on the first turn.
Yeah, exactly.
So Mary, actually, I noticed as well, rocking, switch. She's rocking clear lenses.
Yeah, so right now she might actually be a little bit blinded.
She's having her eyeballs burned out. Back three.
A little bit of a buttery landing there as far as like putting too much pressure on her tail. Didn't technically go down. She didn't really stay on her feet.
Getting off that nose.
It's flowing with a pretty good amount of speed so far.
She needs something big here, though, as we saw from Estelle. If she wants to make this count, I feel like.
Oh, there's so many options. I think you kind of probably get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
It looks like she just got overwhelmed right there because there's like 3 or 4 things straight off the nose.
Here we go.
Go off the nose. There we go.
Yes. Oh,
nicely done.
Needle between those 2 pillows.
What? She caught the perfect transition.
That was beautiful.
It almost did. It looked like she didn't even land. It was just like, ooh. Oh
So,
man, that's
Question
really
being, I mean, there's a lot of really talented riders yet to drop. Where are the judges going to put this score in order to, potentially leave room?
Right. This could have been a strategic masterstroke. Because what she might have done there was take it relative, like she put in a couple of tricks up top with the half cab and the back 3. And then she waits, almost sees out the face, and then puts a big finish in.
That back 3, she didn't technically go down. Yeah, she did it back 270.
Yeah, but here we go,
this,
off
yeah.
the nose. And watch how smooth this landing is. It's insane. Watch. Just
Yeah, that was...
Didn't even need to bend her knee.
That was after Longo levels of tranny
You
fight.
got a Douglas fir just wanting to smack you in the face, too. So it's like, you know?
Here we go. And yeah, like you said, Ed, right between these two bottom pillows.
That was the crack landing between the two buttocks. Okay.
Right in the tainer.
Oh, 10 points clear of Estelle Pensiero. A big marker from Mary Rand. Second run of this Hail Mary round. And Mary Rand is in the driving seat. They're going to call this the Hail Mary. Sorry.
Patent pending. Ellery Manning coming up next, youngster out of Tahoe.
And second run, she was in the driving seat until Elena Hight stole it off her. It's whether she's got enough left in the tank now to repeat that run.
Well, the light is as good as it's been all day long right now.
She is so impressive, isn't she?
And I will say this, you know, riding in Tahoe, riding, you know, at Palisades or at Sugar Bowl or any number of the resorts that are around there, you're riding Chundari Pow more often than you're not. So if someone has got decent experience in this kind of snow, this kind of chewed up landing, Ellery's got it.
That's a great point.
Liam Griffin left hanging again there. I've
I
seen
know,
it a
it's
couple
just
of
the
times.
perpetual hanging high five for Liam Griffin. Always a bridesmaid.
Ellery tick-tacking her way through here.
Choosing that kind of right side, trying to get a little bit of what's left of
She's
freshies.
just messing with Gab on the FPV, isn't she? I'm going to weave through these trees and try and lose him.
Here we go.
Oh, nice method, and she didn't avoid that landing. I like that. Like you said, Todd, she's familiar with Chunder.
Okay, straight up to this big fin. It's seen so much action on this third round. Right through the guts. Oh! But straight back up. It's not dead yet, this run. There's still plenty of life left in it.
Nice straight air off the second feature, third feature.
He's got tracks and big pillows now.
And you can kind of tell that, like, everything has been kind of chewed up, kind of runneled out here. There's a lot of rough terrain under her. Here she goes. Smart move.
Oh, nice.
Let it run, Ellery. Let it run.
Oh,
there you go, girl.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. She's all right, F it.
Yeah, that's what you got to do kind of here, especially in the third and final round.
Yep.
You know, I think the snow is probably best. Like, even if you cannonball those landings, it's better than trying to ride the Bucking Bronco, which is already the chewed up stuff that's under those jumps.
I'm so gutted for Ellery. She came within a hair on that second run of beating Elena Hight for that third spot, but just not able to do it again third time.
How is it going to be for Tim Manning? You know, the person that's always pointing the camera at everybody, to have his daughter out there just crushing.
Yeah, Tim Manning's been a staple of the snowboarding industry for at least 30 years.
Yeah.
Oh, so
He's a rider for K2 back in the day.
Yep, I remember seeing him snowboard in the Transworld snowboarding videos back in the day, video magazine.
He was a savage. He was in that kind of Bobby Meeks style of just, I can send. So Ellery Manning, 54.3, nearly 20 points shy of Mary Rand. Two riders left to drop, and got to say Mary is probably starting to get her hopes up now, but
I don't know. Spencer O'Brien, she's got so much experience.
And if she's got her stomping legs on here.
That's really what it comes down to. It's been a lot of riding for these riders.
Yeah.
And in very aggressive terrain, with your nerves working, your lactic acid is probably just blowing out through your body right now.
Liam's morale was so low there.
Oh my God.
He got
Spencer
he got the fist bump.
You never know. That could be the fist bump of power right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's been avoiding Liam like the plague.
We need to do a survey on that and see the people who cold-shouldered Liam's fist bump.
That's right. Would you
whether they
fist bump
fell.
Liam? Poll on Instagram. Here we go.
Lovely.
In the air.
Really smooth. Actually squashed the pop a bit, didn't she?
Yeah, it's probably good though, because she wants this big back three. Get it, Spencer.
Yes!
She nails that one.
Go on! That was phenomenal.
Over here in the fresh.
And a high-speed toe side slash.
A little bit of a whiteout, but she lands that too.
Imagine how much that's fired up her mojo. She knows this run is on now.
Okay, now she needs to come down and finish this off strong.
If she finishes this off strong, we're going to see a very solid score.
Okay, come on, Spencer. Get it pointed downhill.
Sends it through those floats.
So, question's going to be whether or not that line of Mary Rand at the bottom is going to be more impactful than that big backside 360 up top.
That's exactly what we're comparing. And
I think that's one of the biggest back threes we've seen in the women's today.
I agree. And that's
into a track landing too.
Yeah.
But she missed that punch at the end where you want to see, like, in a run, you want to see the cadence build towards the end, like getting stronger and stronger, and then you leave them with a big hit.
It might have been a little bit of a, oh my gosh, I just stomped the whole top of this. Let's just play it a little safe at the bottom. Look at this back three.
Drifting.
So rad. Like, to have the confidence to let that run after all of the people you've seen drop there.
Yeah.
So this is going to be tight. So the judges are going to be looking at this one really, you know, scrutinizing every little move here. Was it enough? Did she do enough?
Well, let's run through the criteria. You start with creativity. I think Mary's probably a little bit up there.
But she did almost have a fall.
Risk, I think they're pretty much even. Execution is Spencer's.
Yep.
Difficulty is Spencer's.
Yes.
Which means it's down to overall.
It's going to be tight.
76.6. It is first place for Spencer
O'Brien.
And she hasn't realized yet. Oh, she has. That is a cool celebration.
Wow.
Love seeing that.
And you guys called it at the top. You were like, wait, it's not done yet. Spencer still has to drop.
Oh, look at Šárka in there.
Thanks. Thanks, guys. Oh, God. Good job, Meer.
Mary Rand, gracious in defeat there.
The camaraderie, right? I don't know. It's a little cheesy, but I love it. Like, seriously, you don't see other sports doing this. Like, you don't see, like, football players hugging at the end of a game. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think it's like
We're boxers. They hug.
Yeah.
A lot.
A lot. So I think, you know, at this point, Aya is the last to drop here, the last to potentially put an exclamation point on this and take this away from Spencer. So Aya's going to have to go straight into the guts of this thing and go huge.
Aya's first run with nearly fresh terrain in front of her was spectacular, I thought. She was unlucky not to make it through.
Yep.
Her second run in the crud, it was the opposite of the Ellery effect for me. It was like she really didn't look that comfortable bouncing around, so
well,
she needs to...
We talked about it, like, honestly, the size of a rider. And when you're small and you're very light, it's like a completely different course between, like, her and McKell Bang.
I feel like, you know, it's not like the riders start to get pushed by what people did before them as like, oh, she did a 360, I need to do a 360. She did a backflip, I need to do a backflip. It's not like that in this competition. You need to be original, and risk is rewarded. So she's got to play to her strengths. You can't, you know, out freestyle someone, then you just have to go to the big and the burly.
Well, we saw it, like the difference between Spencer playing to her strengths with that huge back three. Mary had that kind of what we called a back 270 up top. She kind of crept off that pillow, but then you get to the bottom, Spencer cruises through the spines, and Mary goes straight off the nose of the biggest thing she can find down there. So they came up with very, very similar scores. So, I mean, I just need some big turns in there. Huge prize purse up for grabs here. $129,000 across all of the competitors. Plus, you've got those 2 Summit X ski-doos as well on the line. Aya Sato, the last woman down this course. It is the third and final round, the Hail Mary.
Front three.
It's the front three.
Goes down, unfortunately. A little over-rotating on the heels.
You can see it's kind of baked up there too. Like that snow is getting a little thick, but Aya could put it together here at the bottom.
Coasting. Long journey on her heels here across the face. Oh, folded over the front.
Yeah, these landings are just destroyed at this point.
It's the Sean Farmer wrap. Ragdoll over the handlebars catapult. through the windshield of your car, whiplash, smell of raw meat.
We don't have enough, there's not enough snowboard rappers anymore. You know what I mean? We need more of those, like really bad snowboard rap.
Was it Juha Tenku, the kid in TB5, gave up snowboarding to get deeper into rap?
That makes sense. Yeah. All right, Aya Sato, unfortunately for her, with that little bobble up top, it's not going to be enough to take down Spencer O'Brien.
Definitely not. So, I mean,
you can
Spencer.
see.
But I'll give you this. How much you want to bet in 2 years, Japanese go home, they go, okay, we're going to analyze this and see how we get, and the next thing you know, it's going to be Japanese sweeps of the podium for years to come.
It's going to be like half pipe now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know they're making the decision in June, July whether freeriding goes into the Olympics for 2030.
You're kidding.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
So the moment that happens, that's exactly, you've literally looked into a crystal ball.
Eddie, there's still time for us.
So you're saying there's a chance?
So you're saying there's a chance.
How's your front nine into powder, boys?
Not well.
Aya Sato arcing out that beautiful frontside tailbone.
Yeah, that was sick. And then, unfortunately, look at that. The, like, just landing in a bomb hole, the legs give out.
Yeah, at the end of 3 big runs. The mind is willing, the legs, unfortunately, were not. Aya Sato on a 44.3. That is the women's, which means Spencer O'Brien is the 4th and final woman to book her spot in the semi-finals. So Aya Sato.
Thank you. So sick.
Ellery Manning.
You killed that.
Just giving her a little hug there. But we have one more round of the men's left to go. So let's have a little think about who's gone through in the women's. We know that we've got Elena Hight, Spencer O'Brien, Madison Blackley went through, and Sarka Pancochova. That is a really strong lineup.
Totally different styles of riding, too. And, like, we're talking about, like, you know, freestyle versus big mountain. So it should be really interesting to see.
Okay, if you've been following natural selection, it's expanded into 4 sports this year. Alongside the snowboarding, there's surfing, skiing, and natural selection. Bike, it went down a couple of weeks ago, and the natural selection standards were not diluted in the slightest. Check this out.
A venue that is unlike any other we've ever seen in freeride mountain biking.
Look at that masterpiece.
Whoa.
Mother Nature is our main character here.
The best riders in the world. Creativity, connecting with land.
It's got that tech, it's got the big jumps, it's got the exposure.
Goldziak is on a tear. Kirsten Van Horn. Yes! Backflip, heel clicker.
The course is so gnarly.
That's what I'm talking about. Boom!
This is what we need for the sport to grow.
If you haven't already, go and watch that either on Red Bull TV or on YouTube. It is truly breathtaking. Back here, though, you can see that giant hole of sunshine sat over Revelstoke Mountain Resort for YETI Natural Selection. We are in the 3rd and final session of round 3 of the Hail Marys. There is one final spot up for grabs in the men's quarterfinals, and we've just heard that Mikkel Bang is out with injury. Jared Elston, Dustin Craven, and Nils Mindnich are already through from this side of the draw. So Brandon Davis, Austin Sweeten, Sage Kotsenburg, and Blake Moller are battling it out for that final spot. What a lineup this is.
I can't wait. This is gonna be so good. Wow. Look at this lineup right here of just those 4 people. I mean, it's
4 completely different styles.
Totally.
You're gonna get 4 completely different runs here.
Okay,
Eddie.
so Brandon Davis all day long has impressed me with his his right foot planted firmly on the gas pedal.
Yes.
I mean, he has been pushing.
You picked it up really early, didn't you? As it gets steeper, he just doesn't pull up. You don't see any speed checks.
Yeah.
And it is so hard, isn't it, to do that? Like, everything in your mind is saying, just show it your heel edge, show it your toe, just slow me down a little bit.
Well, you get that from riding Bear, right? Because you want to hit those jumps, and there's a lot of people moving around the hill. That's where he gets that from.
It's true. You got to navigate.
You know, one of the judges here, Chad Otterstrom, he once told me that in the half pipe, like a 10-foot like backside 9 is a different trick than an 18-foot backside 9, right? Yeah. It's like, it's so hard to go bigger. And in this terrain, it's so much more difficult to go fast and keep your speed.
We've been talking a lot about how long the day's been for the riders. The man stood next to Brandon Davis right now has had the longest day. Liam Griffin up there, decked out in his Arc'teryx skis, got that black strap balaclava on, staying warm and dry. But Brandon Davis, ready to rumble. Liam giving us the whole.
Let's be honest. This would not exist without Liam. This whole entire event.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't exist without Travis. But Travis is the man who takes all of. But Liam's the man who takes all of Travis's thoughts and turns them into reality.
Yeah.
All right, Brandon Davis. Here we go.
Big Bear's finest.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
Aw.
What up, everyone in Big Bear?
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Yes, Brandon.
Big Bear shout
That's
out.
what I'm talking about.
Big Bear's going nuts right now. Let's see what he's got. We know that it's hard.
Cab 1, back 1.
Fast on his feet.
Yep.
Revert around.
Like we were saying.
Here we go.
Little heels to set up.
Back Sevi Indy.
Yes.
Stomp.
Wow.
Yes. Full grab, full commitment. Brandon Davis. He's in third gear. His car is locked in third. Pinned.
A little shifty off the.
Love that.
Where's he going?
It's some Jeff Brushy style, wasn't it? Is he going for that Eagle's Nest? Yes, he is.
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
Brandon Davis nailing it. So, all right.
Ooh.
Saving the best for last here?
Big run in a clutch moment from Brando.
When we see the review of this run, you're going to notice that the backside 720 wasn't just a spaz around. He fully clutched Indy on the second half of the rotation.
Ooh. I think this is going to be a pretty big score.
Yeah, I do too.
Me too.
Watch this.
So, first butter box here.
Half cab. Back 1, revert.
And pops around. Look at this back 7.
Well, he washed that takeoff a little, didn't he? But it
doesn't
brought
matter.
it
Didn't
round
put
perfectly.
his hands down
of course he doesn't.
on the landing.
No, you do whatever you need to do.
Oh, here's another view of this.
Ooh,
oh,
right there.
Yeah. Okay, this is going to be a good score.
Yeah, this is showing a depth of his abilities from that freestyle to that course navigation. I mean,
not to mention he shouted out his parents.
I'm going to tell you right now, his hair's looking a lot like that Eagle's Nest popular on YouTube.
Oh, the one in Big Bear.
Yeah, the one in Big Bear.
All right, there it is.
85.3.
What a rangefinder. Judges going big on Brandon Davis's first score. So Mickelbang not competing. That's why we haven't seen him. He should have dropped him first. He's pulled out with an injury. So Austin Sweeten, our next rider in. Look at the focus. You could melt ice cream with that thing.
Yeah, the pressure is applied. Brandon put it down, and
here we go.
There's nowhere else to go but down in a big way.
Froth Goblin on course.
Yeah.
He thinks the upper portion of this is a bank slalom.
Yeah.
Built for speed. Pocket-sized person with a giant air awareness. Look at this kid just whipping through here.
Frontside 3 to kick things off. Oh, a little some fresh track.
Here we go.
That's the line right there.
Oh, and he's just floating through.
Oh, Sweeten, come on, buddy.
Right.
Yes.
Hold on to this.
Wow.
Into the guts.
Cracking open some new territory.
This is huge below him now.
Wow.
This is,
my God.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Talk about
contest make
going for broke.
I don't know, dude. That was like a meteor strike that killed the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
that was a deep impact.
Revelstoke Mountain Resort extinction event, courtesy of Austin Sweeten. That was humongous.
That might be the loudest crowd we've gotten.
Right there.
Look at this kid.
Oh my.
If you didn't already love this format, you do now.
He's your favorite snowboarder's favorite snowboarder.
Yes.
Don't slow down. Blow it.
There's his emergency contact coming to make sure
Yeah,
he's
your
okay.
wife is concerned.
That run is going down in history.
Yeah, it was very aggressive.
If that doesn't get a Boa Dialed In award, then I'm refusing to watch finals. Look at this, just floating across those spines.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
that's
so
really
sick.
rad, right before the top of the space.
Like the creativity, the execution, every element of that is perfect.
And the fact that he's opening up a whole new zone this
Dude,
late in the day.
Sweeten
Skips
is
across.
Watch
from
this.
another planet.
Look at his
Oh
air
my
time.
God.
Oh,
I
it's
mean,
so insane.
yeah, it's a crater, but you know,
If you showed that line to an IBM computer from '88, it'd just spit back
Hey,
the,
I'll tell you
does
what.
that compute?
Warren Miller would have no problem putting that in as the beginning of his ski movies for years.
Wow.
Wow.
Come on.
Take a bow, Austin Sweeten.
Give Sweetie a score 70.0.
The crowd felt exactly the same way that we did, and I guarantee you there was the same reaction from every one of you at home as well.
can we get a mulligan on that?
No,
Let
just
drop
send him back
again?
up there. Can he forerun?
Yeah, I think we all want to see that landed.
Oh,
That was so sick.
Around the tree, I can just like ride the spine. I was like, whoa. But the tree, like the runnel bumped me, and then I was like,
Then you were going.
then you're just like, well, now I'm just going.
I was like, wait, I thought you were going over there. Either way, it was sick.
I had to. It was like,
Did have to.
pillow talk from two of the best in the business.
Pillow talk.
Oh, that's a decent podcast.
That's
man.
good.
Jot that one down, Mary.
Okay, 2 riders left, and this man last year blew minds with his runs through this side of the venue. He's still smiling, Colonel Kotsenburg, looking for a miracle out here on his 3rd and final run.
I know. He already unleashed a double corky here earlier with that 9 double flip.
Yeah, going cab 9, kind of double dip.
Let's see if he goes for it again here.
I hope so.
Going straight air, and then this is where he popped around 180 before.
Let's see if he gets it.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Oh, there it
Okay,
is.
here we
There
go.
you go.
Here we go. Boom. Stomps.
Oh,
Cab 9's in the backcountry with that consistency.
I've heard from many different sources that the movie that he's filming right now is just full of just the most insane stuff. So this is right up there with what he's been doing.
It's taken a bit of time to get going, but Kotsenburg is in charge right now.
Oh, the Colonel going for the big drop here. Oh, kind of missed a feature. Right.
Oh.
No.
Yeah. I remember talking to Sage when he retired from slopestyle competing, and he goes, all I want to do is go into the backcountry and build the biggest jumps possible. And that's exactly what he did.
Look at the boys. Blake Moller had a look of utter somber terror on his face. What I've got to do at cab 9. Sage Kotsenburg, if we put this run into the same bracket as Nils Mindnich, who went really hard up top on the tech and then a little bit lighter on the bottom, then you've got to say it stacks up.
But it's not one to get it done. You got to put the whole package together. But this nose grab 900. I mean, you couldn't have landed that any better. Into
that
big
turn.
ass.
Nice slash.
Factory. Like he's so on point with this. He didn't leave. This is the one question mark. He didn't leave himself much to work with down at the bottom.
But he did set himself up for this big old ollie right here. You kind of lost it behind there, but there was some airtime at the bottom.
Okay. Ooh, 78. It's not enough to take down Brandon Davis. And once again, as always at Natural Selection, we say goodbye to some of the best in the business in the first round. It's unavoidable. The only upside is we've seen him ride 3 times instead of 2.
That's right.
Yep.
So Blake Moller will be the last one up here. Man, there's a lot of pressure on this kid. BMO.
same Western.
Western Hemisphere, copy.
Okay, so great bit of intel there with Holly asking him. We know he's going out wide west. Oh no, Western Hemisphere is right down the middle, isn't it? It's the guts.
Yep.
I think it's called Way Out West, is the furthest riders left of this venue. So he's staying down the middle. I think that means we're going to see, he's going to cut under the big hip that we just saw Sage do the cab 9 on. Probably going to see that 7.
We did see him get lost in there last time. Because if you don't land perfectly and set up those 2 other features that are below it, you're just doing one trick and there's like nothing left below you. So he's got to land this perfectly and be able to make it back over to hit those 2 features.
And I can tell you what, you can study photos and videos as much as you want of a face, but the second that you're on the top of it, it's very easy to get lost because everything looks different.
Here we go.
There it is. Stomped.
Oh, hangs on.
Again.
Little, didn't fall. I don't even know if he put down a hand.
It was loose, but he goes for that
That's
backie.
where you can tell how steep this is.
No way.
Oh, and he hangs on.
Oh my God.
Boy, there was a lot happening there.
Give it to that man. Give it to that man now. I demand it.
He's very pleased.
There was a lot going on in a very short period of time. That backflip, he basically stopped and went 80 feet down the hill on a backflip. If that doesn't tell you how steep it is right there, I don't know what will.
Yeah, that angle was so sick.
What a run to deliver under that much pressure. You are the last person on the face in the whole day of competition.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I'll tell you what, there ain't no terrain like this in Colorado.
Yeah, 2022 Freeride World Tour champion.
But it doesn't matter.
I'm almost wondering if that was supposed to be a front 3 at the bottom, and because he kind of stalls it and then just whips it around to 5 and then goes switch straight into those trees.
I will say the back 7's probably the weakest link in this run, and it was still pretty sick.
Yeah, he didn't go down.
It's definitely loose, but
look how far he travels down and then gets his wits about him, and he's like, I'm gonna go, like Eddie said, I'm gonna go front 3. I'm just gonna go with it.
And 5.
You're right.
Yeah, that was a hip whip.
And
with the shoulders.
And right here, this revert right here, to get through the trees. I want to watch him go through these trees again.
Oh, and he
Look
got
at
the
that.
grab on it too.
Oh, yeah, count that. And then watch, whips around.
Did you see the flex on that board?
Exactly. I think it's almost more impressive that he hung on to that.
I think he's got it.
If he'd have been a longbowman, that arrow would have gone over a mile.
I'm gonna say I think he's gonna get it.
He should. I'd be really surprised. Let's go back. Brandon had that 7. He had some really creative lines down at the bottom, but.
All right, it's got to be better than an 85.3 by Brandon Davis.
I think he's got it.
Okay, you can hear Stan calling out the scores. 85.3.
I'll say
Todd's
that.
going 87, and he's been pretty. 88.6. Blake Moller sees it, and it's sinking in.
Yes. Wow.
And you've got to say, in this kind of company, finals is a gigantic achievement.
Oh, yeah.
And Blake is one of the riders that the public have been clamoring for him to get an invite into this contest, and he just delivered.
That was last chance saloon for Blake Moller.
So we are set now. Our semifinal is locked and loaded.
We have all of our riders. Full crew in there.
Thank you.
See some little Cersei Wallace down there. Saw Brian Knox down there.
Wow, that's so sick.
Right, everyone, sit back, take a breath. Stan's in there as well.
All right, he doesn't.
Are we on? Maybe.
Hit it, Stan! Hit it, Stan!
Wow. Blake Moller. Unreal. Okay, final run of the day. Final opportunity to secure that spot. That's got to feel better than, I don't know, anything?
That was so fun. I watched the top, and I didn't even want to see Sage's score because I was like, I just got to go. I think I got to just try my hardest. And I can't wait to ride that stuff over there. It's going to be so fun. So I'm so stoked. Let's go.
Yes, sometimes ignorance is bliss. Doesn't watch Sage's score. Moving on to the finals day, the final of 12. Congrats. What a day.
Thank you, Stan.
Thank you, Blake. Thank you, Stan. An incredible day to open us up for the 2025 YETI Natural Selection. Take a breath, everyone. Sit back and let's try and take in everything that we've seen today. We knew it was going to be good. We had hopes, but I mean, for me, that broke everything.
Oh, yeah. I think what we've seen is 5 years in, the dream is being realized. The conversation is being changed, and we're seeing the next generation coming up to match wits against the people that they watched riding growing up, the mentors. It's amazing. It's next level.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun tomorrow because it's a clean slate. You know, it's a whole different set of terrain. This is done. We're done here.
Mm-hmm.
We just move over into some way more aggressive terrain. You think this was steep? I mean, you've been to Revelstoke, right, Ed?
I have been to Revelstoke. I actually know a really good fact as well. We lost Mikkel and Travis there. So there's only 2 riders who've ridden that west zone of the venue, which is, it's pretty, like, everyone's going in blind.
Yeah, literally. I mean, and it's so dicey. And we were talking about earlier how the judges like when you get into those kind of really risky areas. And I mean, there's plenty to choose from tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's where most of the thinnings happen. So there are so many more zones there as well. All the prize money and those 2 skidoos, the Summit X's up for grabs. I don't know, I'm waiting for it to be confirmed in my ear, but at the moment it's looking very, very likely that we are running tomorrow. We've also got a massive shout out to everyone who's a part of the Industry Alliance. We've got YETI in there, Arc'teryx, Skidoo, Oakley, Boa, Blackstrap. You saw those balaclavas up on everyone on the hill. We got Union Bindings, Libtech, Salomon, North Face, Arbor, Rossignol, Dragon. You've got Remind insoles as well. Go and test those out if you've got achy feet at all. Burton, Anon, and K2. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we've got the post-show for you. Natural Reflections. Probably the best name for a post-show in the business.
Nice riding, bro. Ready and action.
Kimi Fasani up next, a household name in snowboarding, beginning a new chapter.
Becoming a mother is a catalyst for radical change.
We're not the same.
There's these opposing forces.
You are not making sense.
It's the biggest story never told.
Max Worthington up here, cheap fun athlete representing Pub Beer. We're up at the Snaked Bank Slalom for the NST. The pros are going to try to lay down some times today, and then it's up to the public and riders like myself to try to beat their times. So I'm going to do whatever I can to slow them down. There's Nils. You suck! Come on, Viva! Yeah! Oh, that was just public, my bad. Got him!
I opened my mouth. I thought you were gonna try to like hit the upper region.
I could do that. I could do that this round if you want. Yeah.
I'm down. Yeah. I just kind
of. You're used to the face shots.
Is that clock running?
No. Sucker. Dude. All right, Max Worthington signing off here from the Bank Slalom. Time for some cheap fun.
Welcome back to YETI Natural Selection, live here from Revelstoke Mountain Resort, where People are starting to make their way into the pub beer tent. It's that time of the day. This is Natural Reflections, our post-show, when we go over everything that we've seen today and try and make sense of it all. Mary Walsh, Eddie Wall, and Todd Richards joining me here in the studio. And it's been, I mean, we just during the break there, we started looking back at some of those high points. We have seen so much incredible snowboarding today, Todd.
Yeah, I'm going to say from the beginning of Mikey, you know, Psycho Mike comes out the gates real quick and just hammers it down. And then I kind of like forgot that he did that. And then like Nils Mindnich comes out, does his crazy thing. And then I kind of forgot that he did that. So it's like we've been like kind of just focusing on what's in front of us on the plate. But there's been so much insane riding, and we've lost some superheroes today.
Yeah, that's probably one of the big points. But we've made some as well, especially in the women's, Mary. Like there's some heavy hitters coming through. Madison Blackley made short work of that first round.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty amazing that heading into the semifinals, we have only one rider who's ever been in that round before. We have the other two of the riders have never competed in natural selection, and Spencer, it's her first time, or after injury, the first year she competed. So the women's field was amazing, and I think even the women that didn't qualify, we saw some incredible riding and witnessed some kind of sneak peeks at what's to come in the years to come.
Yeah, you mentioned it a couple of times. There's a real, we feel like we're seeing a leveling up in the women's.
100%. I think you look at where we've come from in the last 5 years, and the rising tide of just the number of women that are riding at this level is huge. And now with Robin's event coming into play too, we're just seeing this renaissance in the backcountry on the women's side. It's really, really incredible. I can't say enough good things about it.
Okay, exciting times. We're going to get stuck in some more of the riding, reviewing that a little later on. But first, we're going to talk a little bit about, yes, I picked the right hand. Over my shoulder here, we've got one of the limited edition fine art prints from Mike Perillo. This piece of art, he put it together. There's one for each of the sports, and you'll see down at the bottom here, all of the riders have signed these. If you go on the Natural Selection website, you can go and get one of these limited edition prints. Scan that QR code on screen now, and it will take you straight there. They are absolutely beautiful. And Perillo, if you know your snowboarding history, has so much work that's populated some of the most popular board models over the years. And it's a really important part of what Travis's original vision for Natural Selection was, blending the art and culture with those physical aspects of the sport. Now it's time to take a look at another one of those expansion sports. We've already had the surf in Micronesia. That went down in January. We've had the bike in New Zealand in February. We're in the middle of the snowboarding now, but coming up in April, the skiers who've been looking over the fence for the last couple of years finally get their first bite of the Natural Selection cherry.
This is truly made for athletes by athletes.
The highest level backcountry freestyle contest on the planet.
Skiing and creativity in its most authentic form.
It's gonna be way different than any ski contest we've ever seen before. Feels like a dream come true for me, honestly.
Probably the most mouth-watering part of that is that they're going to the same venues that snowboarding went to in 2022 when we saw Travis and Torstein shouting over the fences at each other. That was berserk. So don't know what we can expect from the skiers. It'll be quite a good one. Now, everything over, I got the wrong hand that time, didn't I? All of this Arc'teryx gear, if you scan the QR code, which I'm going to guess is going to appear down here, please let me get it right. Scan this QR code that's about to appear, and you could win this Arc'teryx gear. You can win a full outfit, plus 2 Icon passes for the 2025-26 season. And Todd, I know that you've been on the Icon Pass. It starts working, doesn't it, on like April the 9th or 10th of this year?
It's great. It's great. I haven't had a season's pass for years, and I got an Icon Pass, and I use the damn thing a lot. It's great. It's so nice not to have to go to a marketing department and like grovel for tickets. You just get on the lift. Like, you guys can just get on the lift with these. Yeah, it's great.
I'll co-sign that Icon Pass.
Oh, check you guys out. I'm going to have to start looking at
one of those things.
I just bought mine.
Did you?
Yeah, they just went on sale for 25, 26.
When does it start working then?
I think, yeah, like in April maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can start smashing it up soon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to take a look now at the first of our best runs of the day. We're starting with the men, presented by British Columbia. And this came out of round 1, session 1. Let's see who it is.
Psycho Mike, ladies and gentlemen. A cab 3 to start things off, which was so smooth, I thought it was a front 3.
Look at how few tracks there are.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's like no tracks on the whole course.
That's right. And that's a pristine canvas. So if you're going to get it done, you might as well get it done on run number 1.
And he just measures the run perfectly, doesn't he? He's got that send factor, but it's so clean at the same time. His reaction said it all, didn't it?
Exactly. I love how elated he was at the bottom. I mean, and he broke the 90 barrier.
Yeah, I think the only rider of the day. So you can see the bracket here. Mikey Ciccarelli topping out in session 1, ahead of Torger Bergrem. Nils Mindnich, Dustin Craven in session 2. So those 4 immediately going into the quarterfinals. Ståle Sandbech and Elston joining them from the second round. And then that Hail Mary, we saw Gigi Ruff, and at the last time of asking, Blake Moller making it through to that quarterfinal session. So those are your 8 quarterfinalists, and we'll go into that traditional head-to-head format there. Look at this. So Mikey Ciccarelli plays Blake Moller, Nils Mindnich, Gigi Ruff, Torger Bergrem, Elston. That is going to be a heater. And then Dustin Craven, Ståle Sandbech. Every single one of those is a final.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mikey, different kind of terrain this time in play as well.
Wow, I've never seen something like a Dustin Craven versus Ståle Sandbech matchup. That is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's, well, the big challenge, I think, if anything, we saw anyone traveling to the rider's right-hand side of the venue getting into steeper, more exposed terrain. That is the entirety of the west side of the venue. Okay, now it's time to check out the women's run of the day presented by British Columbia. Before we get into it, around the horn, who do you think it's going to be?
I mean, I kind of got to say Elena's pull at the end. I mean, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, she definitely did what we expected her to do.
Ding, ding, ding. 3 guesses were 100% right. Let's check out the women's run of the day from Elena Hight. Look at this.
She got the 362, which is just, you know, the start of it. But
that right there, that alone was so risky.
That is, you talked about Psycho Mike. That's Psycho Elena.
Yeah. Like, it's probably a solid 20-foot drop onto that shelf.
God.
She has to get that perfectly. If she slips, bounces, or topples, she's going on a hell of a ride.
It's like when a squirrel jumps from a branch to branch, just makes it. Like, it's
so
like you have to land exactly where you want to go.
Wow.
So, and that's the fascinating thing. She did it under pressure. Madison Blackley, Šárka Pancochova, 2 of the riders coming through from Duels, going straight into the semis, first time of asking. Elena Hight just bumping Ellery Manning in the second round. And then Spencer O'Brien and Mary Rand. That was a street fight in that last Hail Mary.
Yeah, it definitely, you know, you definitely were in the ring there. But I'll say this, moving on to that new terrain, it lends itself to Elena Hight's riding
100%.
style.
So you got Madison Blackley versus Spencer O'Brien, Šárka Pancochova versus Elena Hight. And yeah, right now, all roads lead to Elena in terms of the terrain they're stepping into. The fact that Elena, you look at, hands up if you've seen the Arc'teryx film, Every Island Has a Name.
Sure.
Okay, so you know the Alaska section in that?
Yep.
That was all produced, and a lot of the heli operation was driven by Elena. That shows the level of experience she's got in that kind of terrain. Mm-hmm. So I think, yeah, she's going to be a tough one to beat there, but we will find out tomorrow. Fantastic day of riding. Tomorrow we will be giving out the skidoos and the prize money. Plus, we'll find out who's won today's BOA Dialed In Awards. $5,000 up for grabs for the men and women for those moments of the day. I think I'm going, even though he didn't make it, Brin Alexander with that front 3 off that ridiculous nose is what, that's seared into my memory at this point. Oh no, Austin Sweeten maybe.
Yeah, Sweeten.
Yeah, Sweeten is up there.
Run number 1 with that crazy transfer was nuts. Yeah.
I mean, he has multiple things to pick from. Even though he didn't land his last go, I mean, that was mind melting.
It was absolutely ridiculous. We will be back tomorrow. We are running on the west venue of Montana Bowl for finals. We have 8 men and 4 women going toe-to-toe in the head-to-head battles that you just saw. We're going to leave you with some highlights in a minute. If you want to see all of those results, then head over to the Natural Selection website. All of the details are over there. You can check. If you're just joining us and you've missed out, you can go and watch this on replay on Red Bull TV or YouTube. We're going to leave you with the highlights now, and we will see you bright and early wherever you are in the world for the YETI Natural Selection Finals from Revelstoke Mountain Resort tomorrow.